c'est qui merci. Dit que c'est donc c'est dia les indiens sont na hia haya chia sa hu tong c'est a merci na khone. Dit que da don ya wallah sin wa Allah dia tin. De nezin sai Allah ta nezin sai Allah di. Ils ont c'est qui han son khai sin ti na ze nai ni da ne sai haya chi han. Yatha veyachi yadanezanchi vezit ahotie hodenide gotaya ke honada kalani zide gazetinide ninkai wonde yakane te ko ikadine ksinde te koinde wada ta te dadi zengai ni da ksana tikne ksana tikne honle otlinte wota konde ti otlinte wala na tie hodenide Yatha veyachi yadanezanchi vezit ahotie hodenide masicho.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Jonas Lafferty for the opening prayers for today's session. Minister statements. Minister for Responsible WSCC.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to address a topic that is fundamental to the well-being of all workers across the Northwest Territories: the critical importance of improving workplace safety. Ensuring that our workplaces are safe and essential for the health, productivity, and prosperity of our communities. When workplaces are safe, everybody benefits. Safe workplaces result in fewer injuries and improved productivity. Most importantly, making the safety of workers a top priority helps prevent lives and protects families, while also ensuring the long-term sustainability of the Workers' Protection Fund. As members know, the Workers' Protection Fund ensures coverage of current and future claims, costs that are stable, and a stable assessment rate for all employers. As part of the efforts to improve safety outcomes throughout the country, I am pleased to announce the upcoming release of a new Workers' Safety Compensation Commission Safety Planning Guide for employers, which will be launched this May during Safety and Health Week. While each workplace has unique needs and challenges when it comes to safety planning, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. There are key elements that every workplace safety program must include by law. This guide will provide clear, practical tools and resources to assist employers to create or improve their safety programs, ensuring they meet the required standards for documentation, inspections, and incident investigations, establishing safe work procedures that protect workers from job-specific risks, and conducting hazard assessments to evaluate and mitigate potential dangers in the workplace. Additionally, I'm pleased to announce that this summer the Occupational Health and Safety Funding Program will open for applications. Through this new program, the WSCC will provide funding opportunities for providers of occupational health and safety services whose work aims to improve access to safety education and supports employers in complying with occupational health and safety legislation. As part of the supporting WSCC's commitments to improving workplace safety through strengthening regulations, I recently appointed 14 members to the Safety Advisory Committee and the Mine Occupational Health and Safety Legislation Committee. These committees provide industry experts about the frontline impacts and applications of the Safety Act and Mine Health and Safety Act. I look forward in 2025 and 2026 to seeing the recommendations of these committees to ensure the Northwest Territories is a safer place for all workers and ensure our legislation aligns with good practices and standards of safety across Canada. This will help address emerging risks and break down barriers for industries across the provincial across province and territorial borders. Mr. Speaker, improving workplace safety is a shared responsibility. As we approach the National Day of Mourning on April 28th, let us reflect on our collective responsibility to protect lives of those who work in the communities and renew our resolve to prevent further workplace tragedies and ensure that all workers return home safely at the end of each day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for WSEC. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud of Housing NWT's successful partnerships. Housing NWT works with Indigenous governments, the federal government, non-governmental organizations, municipal and community governments, and industry to support more homes for Northerners across the Northwest Territories. Today, I want to highlight Housing NWT's relationship with an important but often overlooked group of frontline workers who deserve recognition: the dedicated staff of our local housing organizations. If you're from a small community, you already know who they are and what they do. Local housing organizations are the property managers and skilled tradespeople who ensure tenants have a safe and secure place to live. Across the Northwest Territories, 24 of the 33 communities have local housing organizations. While local housing organizations are agents of Housing NWT, they are governed by their own board of directors. This allows the LHOs to make decisions that best serve their communities, as they have a deep understanding of their community's needs and challenges. Yet, their role involves so much more. Increasingly, local housing organizations are playing a vital role in community safety. Not only do their staff ensure that housing units meet safety standards, including fire regulations and structural integrity, they also collaborate with the RCMP to address illegal activities in public housing and expedite the related eviction process when necessary. These partnerships help manage illegal activities and ensures tenant safety, emphasizing a shared commitment to community well-being. While evictions are always a last resort, they are sometimes necessary. Additionally, local housing organizations play a vital role in emergency preparedness, as demonstrated during the unprecedented and devastating floods, fires, and the pandemic of the past 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the health and well-being of our residents is paramount to the work we do in this House. I have set a goal to work towards eliminating smoking in Housing NWT-owned homes, which has received broad support from the Housing Forum and the 19th Legislative Assembly Standing Committee on Social Development. Eliminating smoking in our owned units will have a positive health outcome for our residents and reduce asset damage. Smoking will not be permitted in all new buildings and in any new or amended leases for existing public housing and market rentals. This week, Housing NWT will begin engaging with LHOs on how this work can be implemented in a staged approach across all Housing NWT-owned units, including public housing and market rentals. It is time for us to join all other jurisdictions in Canada by eliminating smoking in our owned social housing units. Mr. Speaker, it is important to recognize that Housing NWT and LHOs serve vulnerable populations. Ensuring that our residents have access to safe, affordable, and adequate housing is a fundamental aspect of reconciliation and social justice. The LHOs work diligently within their means, and it is up to Housing NWT and our partners to deliver the infrastructure that their communities need. I am grateful for the dedicated staff of our local housing organizations and want to recognize their challenging and critical work. Hoinani, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing and NWT. Minister statement. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making long-term care accessible for seniors and elders whose needs can no longer be met at home. We recognize the importance of helping residents remain in their homes and communities for as long as possible. However, when home and community care services are no longer enough, long-term care plays an important role in providing necessary support. We continue to enhance home and community care services so Northwest Territories residents receive support that they need to stay safe and as healthy as possible at home. At the same time, we must also plan for the future of long-term care in the Northwest Territories. That is why we are aligning our capital investments in new long-term care facilities with updated bed projections from the Northwest Territories Bureau of Statistics that are expected this spring. These projections will help us meet the needs of our aging population now and the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, we have taken significant steps to improve long-term care capacity in the Territory. The opening of the Kliwa-Gonti building in Yellowknife is a major achievement. This modern, integrated health and social service facility strengthens our ability to provide high-quality care to Northerners. It includes a primary care clinic, an outpatient rehabilitation services, extended care, and long-term care beds, creating a campus of care that better meets the needs of residents. The Kliwa-Gonti provides 16 extended care beds and 74 long-term care beds, which will be opening in a phased approach. In January of this year, we began admitting individuals to the 17 beds opened in Phase 1. These beds are helping to reduce wait times and improve access to care for those who need it most. Mr. Speaker, as we expand long-term care, we must also invest in our workforce. Investments in Aurora College's personal support and practical nurse programs are critical to developing a workforce of skilled health professionals to meet the needs of long-term care facilities across the Territory. We are also strengthening the admission process. We continue to use the Territorial Admission Committee, which reviews all long-term care applications to promote fair and consistent access. The Department of Health and Social Services manages the long-term care waitlist and works closely with all health and social services authorities to support the smooth transition for residents. To further improve quality, we have introduced new long-term care standards last month. These standards reflect the best practices from across Canada and promote culturally safe and dignified and respectful care. Mr. Speaker, supporting seniors as they age is a responsibility we take seriously. By aligning our investments with future needs, expanding long-term care capacity, and strengthening the workforce, maintaining high standards of care, we are building a system that will support our aging population for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of Health and Social Services. Minister statements. Minister of ITI.
Mr. Speaker, we've got great rocks. The global demand for critical minerals continues to grow, and the Northwest Territories is well positioned to play a key role in supplying these essential resources to Canada and its allies. With over 2/3 of the critical minerals listed by Canada and almost half identified by the United States, our territory is a significant contributor to securing a stable and responsible supply of materials vital to clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and digital technologies. Recognizing the opportunity before us, the Government of the Northwest Territories outlined 4 key priority areas for critical minerals development. First, increasing public awareness about the importance of critical minerals by incorporating critical minerals into educational programs and industry outreach initiatives like NWT Mining Week and Mining Matters. We're ensuring that residents, including youth, understand the opportunities this sector presents. Second, attracting investors and industry leaders through participation in key industry events like the Yellowknife Geoscience Forum, Roundup in Vancouver, and the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada Conference in Toronto. And our targeted promotional campaigns such as the newly announced federal investment of up to $420,000 to the governments of Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut to support Invest North of 60. Invest North of 60 is a collaborative project between the territorial governments to attract investment, and strengthen the growth of the mining sector in the North through strategic promotional activities at leading industry events to actively position the NWT as a premier jurisdiction for responsible resource development. Third, investing in geoscience and regulatory improvements to provide investors with the certainty they need to move projects forward. By applying new technologies to unexplored or undermapped areas, we're strengthening our knowledge base and improving our ability to support mineral exploration and development. In addition, we're exploring the concept of a collaboration office, a place where GNWT departments, land and water boards, the federal government can offer a one-stop shop so proponents can have better wraparound support to pathfinding through our regulatory processes. Finally, Mr. Speaker, building and strengthening relationships with Indigenous governments, industry, and federal government through initiatives like the Regional Energy and Resource Table, the Mackenzie Valley Operational Dialogue, and the collaborative efforts at key mining events. We're working collaboratively to streamline regulatory processes, develop infrastructure, and create an environment where responsible development can thrive. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to highlight several advanced critical mineral projects in the Northwest Territories that are making impressive strides. The Pine Point project has the cleanest zinc concentrate globally and is moving closer to becoming a reality, with investors showing strong interest. This project represents a significant opportunity to supply vital materials for clean energy and other industries. The Prairie Creek project stands out as the highest grade unmined zinc deposit that has already attracted substantial federal investment in transportation infrastructure. This investment represents a big win for our economy and Canada's critical mineral strategy. The Nico project, which has the largest primary cobalt deposit in the Western world, as well as 1 million ounces of gold, is another prime example of our mineral potential. With financial support from both Canada and the United States, this project has put the Northwest Territories front and centre in North America's critical mineral supply chain. The Nachalacho project is putting the Northwest Territories on the map as Canada's first rare earth mine. These rare earth elements are key to defence, electronics, and clean energy technologies. Lastly, the Mactung project is one of the largest and highest grade known tungsten deposits on the planet. With funding sourced through the U.S. Defense Productions Act, this project underscores how important the Northwest Territories is for supporting supply chains in North America. Mr. Speaker, these projects, along with growing exploration for lithium and other critical minerals, show that the NWT is an attractive destination for responsible resource development. But to make the most of these opportunities, we must tackle a few challenges. Improving regulatory efficiency, expanding strategic infrastructure, and ensuring our workforce has the skills to support this industry are essential. That is why our government continues to work closely with our federal partners, Indigenous governments, and industry leaders to push for more geoscience funding, closing the infrastructure gap with southern Canada, and targeted incentives such as the North of 60 Mineral Exploration Tax Credit. Mr. Speaker, critical minerals are more than an economic opportunity for the Northwest Territories. They are key to Canada's national security and long-term prosperity. By attracting investment, strengthening partnerships, and promoting responsible development, we are creating new opportunities for a strong future for our residents, our economy, and the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of ITI. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, collective bargaining often ends up being a big fight. It pits employer against employee. It's seen as a zero-sum game where one side wins and one side loses. It's assumed that what the employer wants, in this case the GNWT, is to pay its staff as little as possible and get away with treating them badly. This assumption results in a very adversarial and confrontational process of collective bargaining. But what if we didn't assume that what the GNWT wants and what employees want is so different or so far apart? What if the GNWT and staff both have strong common interests, like effectively recruiting and retaining staff? There's a different, less adversarial model of collective bargaining called interest-based negotiation, and it's currently one of the key asks of the NWT Medical Association. The idea is to start bargaining discussions by finding all the areas of common ground. and by focusing on the outcomes that everyone wants, ultimately a better healthcare system. Many doctors are not interested in simply getting paid more if it comes at the cost of patient safety or if it requires cutting corners in terms of quality of care. The NWT Medical Association is also proposing that Indigenous leadership be included at the negotiation table with the physicians and the health authority, and that would be a first in Canada, in order to keep the focus on what kind of care NWT communities need and deserve. And this is coming from a group of essential workers who do not have the option of going on strike. Clearly, they see that their bargaining power comes from a focus on the public best interest. I'm curious as to whether the Union of Northern Workers or the NWT Teachers Association would similarly consider the interest-based negotiation model. This has already been used successfully to negotiate physician contracts in Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia, where it was reportedly a profoundly healing process, leading to better collaboration between government and physicians overall. The NWT-MA believes that interest-based negotiation is the best way to keep patients at the heart of the process, find efficiencies, drive costs lower, and heal the relationship between physicians and the health authority. I call on the GNWT and the health authority to agree to meet physicians and Indigenous leaders at the table using this progressive approach in a spirit of reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Lake North. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is a key partner in keeping our North safe and secure because the role they play in our territory is incredibly different than how they operate in southern jurisdictions. We rely on the RCMP for many services they would not offer in any province because for most communities, they're the only police around. Thus, they play a greater role here as first responders, search and rescue personnel, and are essential to fighting drug crime. So embedded are RCMP officers in our communities that they serve, they're always warmly welcome and adopted as one of our own. The pivotal role RCMP plays in our territory is long-standing because the RCMP was established specifically to operate across Canada's frontier to enforce sovereignty against encroaching American interests, the early settlers who disregarded treaty provisions and disrupted hunting and trapping practices of Indigenous communities. In fact, the RCMP were initially designated as the Northwest Mounted Police, reflecting their responsibilities over the vast stretches of Canada's west, which were once a part of the modern-day NWT. Later, they turned their focus towards bootleggers and outlaws, evolving from horseback to snowmobile and to familiar vehicles we see around driving on our streets today. This week, we learned that the outgoing Prime Minister is suddenly looking to dramatically reform the RCMP away from day-to-day policing towards high-level crime such as intelligence gathering and national security. These proposed reforms could put an end to the crucial work the RCMP provide in the NWT and Canada's North by limiting their resources and scaling back the services they provide to our territory. The RCMP has indicated that if these changes go through, as service agreements expire in the coming years, the NWT may have to switch to a new policing model, but it's very unclear what that will look like and how our territory will have the capacity to take on a greater policing responsibility. I hope that the Premier is as alarmed as I am, and indeed the RCMP is, because they don't want to pull back from the work that they've done to keep us safe. Now that we've been underfunding the RCMP for years, changing their mandate isn't going to work for the North. We need a united front to keep the RCMP in our communities, in our territories, and in Canada's North to protect our communities, ensure our sovereignty, and fight violent predators that are encroaching in our communities, Mr. Speaker. And this new mandate threatens to undo that, and I hope the Premier agrees with me that it cannot stand. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lakes. Member statements. Member from Toonaday-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the visit of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Colonel Jeremy Hansen to Yellowknife and celebrate both his work to advance Canada's contribution to space exploration and his dedication to inspiring our youth, our educators, and all indeed Northerners who dream of technology, science, and innovation. Colonel Hansen is a highly respected astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, will make history as the first Canadian set to participate in a lunar mission. His role is the Artemis II mission, which will take humans around the moon for the first time in 50 years. Demonstrates Canada leadership in space exploration. Yet, despite all of his hard work, he still makes time to meet with youth across the country. And all this week, I'm excited to say that he stopped by my several communities as well. During his visit, Colonel Hansen has visited with the Yellowknife Indian First Nation and presented at a school in Dada, Dilo, as well as the high school in Yellowknife. Today, he just wrapped up a visit to Thutsake, Dene First Nation, and will conclude his tour with a public event at the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre this evening at 6 p.m. Certainly, alongside his passion for space exploration, Colonel Hansen's personal mission is to share his experience in aerospace, science, and leadership with students and educators and community members across Canada. He emphasizes the importance of STEM education as a pathway to exciting careers, including those in space exploration. I know his message to our youth will prove that to them that with dedication and perseverance, even the most ambitious dreams are possible. Mr. Speaker, our youth in the North have limited potential, but they need role models and opportunities to help them reach their goals. Colonel Hansen's visit is a reminder that the sky is not the limit, it's just the beginning. On behalf of the people of the Northwest Territories and my colleagues, I want to thank Colonel Jeremy Hansen and the Canadian Space Agency for visiting our communities and inspiring the next generation of leaders in science and exploration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad Wellade. Member statements. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the winter snowfall has not been at the levels we had hoped. I fear the Satu will suffer the same disastrous low water levels that forced marine transport services to halt all shipping to the Satu like previous summers. The communities of the Satu rely heavily on our winter road system and summer marine transportation for essential supplies. When either of these critical transportation networks fail, our communities face costly consequences. Mr. Speaker, what happens if we cannot complete all scheduled deliveries before the winter road closes? What happens if winter water levels this summer prevent barges from reaching our communities? Airlift of fuel and goods last year was not a plan. It was a last resort, which came with astronomical cost. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the Minister of Infrastructure to present a detailed contingency plan for the Satu region that addresses potential summer marine transportation challenges. The correspondence between community leaders, government officials, and myself highlights the urgent need for proactive measures. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this brings us to the Satu region and the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Inspirationally, 2025 will see the completion of the Mackenzie Valley Highway business case and conclusion of the environmental assessment. Mr. Speaker, with integrity, the people of the Satu deserve more than reactive crisis management. They deserve a government that plans ahead, that recognizes the unique challenges of northern transportation and works proactively to ensure the Satu communities have reliable, affordable access to essential supplies. Mr. Speaker, I will not have any questions to the Minister of Infrastructure, as I have confidence of support from previous deliberations. Merci.
Thank you, member from the Satu. Member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to follow up on my member statement from Tuesday, March 11, 2025. In my member statement, I referred to the legal drug trade within the community of Ted Leger and other small communities throughout the Northwest Territories. The Voice of Denendeh Myth is one of their stories, and it was placed on social media. I have received a lot of feedback from people throughout the NWT in my efforts to find ways to combat this criminal activity that is happening right within our backyard. Mr. Speaker, people from all walks of life gave me feedback on what they are witnessing within their own communities and what struggles they are facing in trying to combat this crisis that we are facing. One young lady in particular who has all the potential in the world to pursue anything she wants to and has a lot to offer her community has reached out and expressed the hardship that she is enduring in trying to overcome her addiction to this drug. This young lady is looking to take a treatment program to overcome her addictions, and she has my full support. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP, the Local Housing Authority, and other agencies that are in place to protect our residents cannot protect us because of policies and procedures. When a person tries to call the local RCMP, they are directed to the Yellowknife detachment and has to go through numerous questions before they hear the complaint. By this time, the individual who is trying to give the authority a tip feels frustrated and hangs up. Mr. Speaker, the Local Housing Authority has absolutely no authority to what is happening within their own public housing units. The public housing units are being used as a place to conduct these illegal drug activities. The Local Housing Authority has been approached to assist in combating this activity, but again, there are policies and procedures that are in place to seemingly protect the criminal. The community's hands are tied. They are fighting a losing battle. Mr. Speaker, going back to the young lady who wants to see the community heal from this crisis, states that more local community resources have to be made available. Mr. Speaker, can I have unanimous consent to conclude my statement, please?
Thank you. Member from Mackenzie Delta. Member from Mackenzie Delta is seeking unanimous consent. Here are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, going back to the young lady who wants to see the community heal from this crisis, states that more local community resources have to be made available. Those resources are our own people, not people with fancy degrees. The local residents of our community know who needs help. So we as a government should provide financial support to the smaller communities to help heal themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Member from Mackenzie Delta. Member statements. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you. Merci, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for the last 2 months. It has been a grueling session, but also rewarding. I also want to wish them safe travels to their home communities where celebrations are gearing up for the spring that is starting to unfold. I also want to take some time to highlight some wonderful local events that are coming up between now and the next sitting. Mr. Speaker, we have an absolutely amazing local burlesque and drag scene in Yellowknife right now, with monthly shows becoming the norm. Thunder norms, one could say. On April 3rd, the Northern Mosaic Network will be holding another community dinner at the Baker Centre, and I hope to see as many folks as possible at the event. And in late April, we will see Ecology North's Always Fantastic Earth Week celebrations this year from April 22nd to 30th. In 2024, there was 24 events and 1,100 participants, Mr. Speaker. Events in 2025 will see a bike tune-up, clothing swap, medicine walk, DIY workshops, and an open mic night and more. Mr. Speaker, Yellowknife comes alive at this time of year, and I'm looking forward to coming out of my post-session hibernation to enjoy all our city has to offer. Kwayanani, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Great Slave. Member statements. Member from Wolfley.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to send a positive message to our youth so that they stay away from the dangerous path some people are taking. Mr. Speaker, drugs are still affecting communities in the Klitschko region. On Tuesday, RCMP in Wati were told about drugs being sold out of a home with children. An Alberta youth was arrested for suspected crack cocaine trafficking and possessing a restricted handgun. In Betchako, one of my constituents said there has been a pandemic of overdoses recently. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing more young people using their income support payments, which are intended for essential needs, to buy drugs and fuel destructive behavior. This money is meant to help, not harm. In response, the Klitschko region is taking steps to offer support and recovery options. The Klitschko Addiction Recovery Project received a $1.9 million commitment from Ottawa and will help people. The program is led by the Klitschko Friendship Center. The money will help fund much-needed counseling, recovery, coaching, and aftercare services for individuals to start healing. Mr. Speaker, I want young people in all Klitschko communities to go down a path of recovery and wellness. We must continue to empower our youth with traditional knowledge, resources, and family support that they need to make positive choices. Maybe make a good career choice to be a Klitschko astronaut. Acknowledge that. I hope together we can guide young people in the territory towards a brighter, healthier future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Wolfgate. Member statements. Member from Framlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am happy to rise to recognize the dedicated volunteers of the Therapy Dog Program in the Northwest Territories. The Therapy Dog Program, overseen by St. John Ambulance, provides comfort, companionship, and emotional support to individuals in need. Certified therapy dogs and their volunteer handlers visit various community settings. These furry friends offer unconditional love and attention, helping to reduce feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and stress. In particular, the therapy dogs can offer a calming presence and companionship, especially for those who may feel isolated or lonely. The gentle nature of therapy dogs can help to lower stress levels and promote relaxation. Interacting with a friendly therapy dog can boost mood and increase feelings of happiness and well-being. And therapy dogs can serve as a catalyst for social interaction, helping people to connect with others and build relationships. In less than a year, this program in the Northwest Territories has grown from 2 volunteers to 21, with teams that have joined, provided support, have been tested, trained, and placed in various facilities. People may see therapy dogs doing their great work at locations such as the Avens, Yellowknife Education District No. 1 schools, Home Base Youth Center, North Slave Correctional Center, the City of Yellowknife Public Library, Aurora College, Yellowknife Airport, the courthouse, Legal Aid or the RCMP, and many other businesses, groups, organizations, and community centers. The Therapy Dog Program still has ambitions to grow the number of volunteers and to start placements in Stanton Territorial Hospital, the Long-Term Care Facility, and other healthcare facilities this year. I extend my heartfelt congratulations on the successful relaunch of the reinvigorated Therapy Dog Program. This program stands as a powerful testament to the unwavering commitment of dedicated volunteers who generously provide invaluable services, significantly enhancing the well-being of our community members. The dedication and compassion exhibited by both the volunteers and their cherished furry companions have undoubtedly brought immeasurable comfort and joy to countless individuals in our community. We wish you all the best for continued growth and keep those tails wagging. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Framley. Member statements. Member from the Deitcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to wish my number 1 supporter a very happy birthday, my husband Norman. He's at Happy birthday, Norman. I love you. Today, I'd like to talk about how climate change is impacting our important infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, last year, 3 of the government's 4 territorial-run ferries caused service disruptions because of mechanical issues and the timing of territorial and federal inspections. The Merv Hardy ferry was retired in Fort Providence in 2012. It could be time to consider bringing the ferry back into services and creating more jobs in the Deitcho region. Mr. Speaker, we need to adapt to changing environmental conditions. The last several years have seen more fires, floods, and fluctuating water levels than I can remember. When the Merv Hardy Ferry was retired, there was considerable discussion in this House about repurposing it, finding out alternative uses for it elsewhere on the river. But, Mr. Speaker, those discussions did not lead to any concrete actions. And now there is pressure on our transportation system due to climate change and aging infrastructure. Disruptive travel harms businesses and makes it more difficult for essential services to operate. I want to do something about the vulnerabilities we face with our current system. I would like to know what the plans are for the Merv Hardy Ferry moving forward. Is it salvageable? How much will it cost to repair? Mr. Speaker, breakup will happen in a few months. We need to ensure transportation runs smoothly. I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Deschaux. Member statements. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're coming to the end of a very long session. It's been interesting to say the least. We've had some interesting discussions in this House, and we've had some interesting discussions in our committees as well. But oftentimes we forget the backbone of what allows us to do this work, and that's our staff. And I'd like just to stand today and to recognise the hard-working staff, both on with Cadman, I'm sure, but certainly from our AOC side, from our committee side, all our committee clerks, and the staff that work behind the scenes to ensure that we get the information that we need to do the job that we do. And they do just an amazing job, Mr. Speaker. And I know I can't name them here in the House, but certainly they know who they are. And I just want to say a big congrats to them and a thanks to them as we clue up and get ready for our next spring setting. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Nunavut Lake. I couldn't echo your member statement any better. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about the Scientist Act, including its regulations. Now, it isn't necessarily the most exciting topic for most people. Now, even though we have millions of subscribers over social media and the press may not even care about this story, I can tell you right now, it is the foundation of some of the work we do in terms of respect and ability for Northerners to grow. Mr. Speaker, we get people from all over the world coming here to study climate change, permafrost, flora, even Santa Claus is tuning in on this. Maybe that's Rudolph, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. Mr. Speaker, we get people from all over the place coming here. But the challenge here, I find, is there's minimal collaboration with our northern scientists or experts, Mr. Speaker. I would say it's ideas or concepts of regs and guidelines. It says collaboration at best. No, it doesn't even suggest that. Mr. Speaker, where we're going wrong here is the fact that we're not working with our local talented scientists and experts in these fields. Mr. Speaker, our research is important. We need the money, we need the collaboration. Mr. Speaker, did I mention we need the money and the knowledge? Mr. Speaker, with that money and knowledge, we can grow strengths of Northerners, skills, and even interest youth in the future. You raised your hand?
You're getting scared.
It's so good.
That's twice.
It's a thumbs up.
That was the thumb, right? Mr. Speaker, the important part here is I'm trying to talk about we have important information and work going on here in the North, but it's not being collaborated in a meaningful way. Mr. Speaker, when I talk about partnerships, I look to the guidelines. It doesn't really do anything other than creating general suggestions about working with people. Where I see is here we've missed opportunities of sharing information, sharing areas of study, sharing areas of concerns that have previously been studied and we can work further on. Mr. Speaker, what I'm getting down to is respect for our science community so we can do more. So when we have one group coming from who knows where, Germany, whether the Netherlands or other friendly nations, of course, wanting to do work up north here, they may be overlapping and we're missing the great opportunity of our talented people, of being able to work together to get a common end and strengthen. Furthermore, the concepts and concerns outlined about IG or Indigenous government collaboration, again, thin at best. Here is the opportunity as I summarize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must have expectations in the guidelines that they share the raw data in real time, Mr. Speaker. There must be collaborations with northern scientists and our experts in our fields, in our departments, Mr. Speaker. And finally, we must at this moment recognize the important work and then celebrate what our northern scientists do for our northern youth and our northern careers and our northern future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Colleagues, past weekend, February 28th to March 2nd, was a very busy weekend for myself. As you're all aware, the King Charles III Coronation Medal presentation happened Friday evening with the Premier, Commissioner, Senator, and MP, and recipients that were in Yellowknife. I'd like to recognize the people that were nominated from the Nahindi riding, nominated by the Premier, Dennis A. James Nekako, Lucy Jane Simon, Soham Surhem, and nominated by the Senator, Chief Kaylee Antoine, Gilbert Kazon, and our own Mary Jane Kazon. I'd like to thank the Premier for allowing me the pleasure of handing out the medals to Lucy and Soham. Saturday morning, I had the pleasure of attending the NWTAC interactive sessions, the AGM, and the closing banquet and award ceremony. Much to my surprise, the Nahindi riding did well, receiving 3 awards. Margaret Ireland received the 2025 Community Service Award. Sambake First Nation received the 2025 Community Builder Award, and Jean Marie received the 2025 Climate Change Resilience Award. As well, a good friend of mine, Miss Eleanor Young, won the Evelyn Kruko Mighty Warrior Award, and I was honored to see her get this award. Colleagues at both events, each presenter provided a speech, and it was given to me, and I have attached them to the end of my statement, which I would like them deemed as read and printed in the answer. Sunday, I attended the NWT Speeds Championships to watch athletes from Fort Simpson participate. I'm proud to say that the team from Fort Simpson was the second largest team at the competition. When I spoke to some of the athletes, they were very happy with the results, the organizers, and the coaches for the special weekend. I've attached a list of the athletes and coaches, and I would like them deemed as read and printed in answer. Congratulations to all the residents of the Nahindi for representing us proudly. Thank you very much. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to detail a small selection of the contributions to the public service made by someone who, until quite recently, was a Yellowknife South resident. Mr. Stephen Ludit is a proud Métis, originally from Fort Smith, and who has been working for the public service in some form or another for over 37 years. In various roles to support the program delivery for people of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ludit loves session. He revels in the thrill and in the excitement it creates, and he had timed his retirement in a way to ensure he would support his team and infrastructure through session. Tomorrow is his official retirement. He is very sad that today is our last day. Mr. Ludit began his public service career with the city, then with Transport Canada, and then when the federal government devolved the airport responsibility to the GNWT, he became a GNWT public servant way back in 1995. He was a firefighter, ultimately fire chief, and if you have the opportunity, I would highly recommend asking Mr. Ludit what it was like to be the officer in charge when a missile fell off of a CF-18 onto the Yellowknife Golf Course, and also what it was like to be the officer in charge when there was an aborted landing 2 days later. Fun fact, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ludit's father was presented with the Fire Services Exemplary Service Medal in June of 1988. Mr. Stephen Ludit was presented with the very same honour by the Governor-General of Canada in February of 2009. Mr. Ludit eventually became the YZF Airport Manager, later the Director of Compliance and Licensing, and before taking on the role of ADM for Regional Operations, and eventually assuming his current position as the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure in 2020. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Mr. Ludit for his work that is not always publicly visible. It is the personal attention that he pays to his team. The size of the team for whom he was responsible has obviously grown significantly over the last 37 years of his career, but his care and his attention for every member has never wavered. I'd like to give a brief example, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Infrastructure had lost a member of our team not long ago. It was a difficult loss for many. And very shortly after that, Mr. Ludet and I were on duty travel to one of our regional communities. He asked if I would mind if he stepped away to spend time with some of the members of his team. He thought there were some who might have a particular connection to the event. These were not his direct reports, not even close. They were not staff that I believe he knew very well, but Mr. Ludet had an instinct that they needed extra support. And he was right. Not only did he take time out of the day, he then arranged extra time and made additional effort to ensure supports were available over the coming days for this member of the team and for others. And it's come back to us, Mr. Speaker, that this was extremely meaningful for those involved. It might seem like a small thing, but Mr. Speaker, I know you know, the constant barrage of demands on a deputy minister on any given day can be immense. There are always ongoing expectations to keep large projects moving, find solutions, an endless series of crises, and a few demands from ministers. And yet, Mr. Speaker, throughout my year in this role, never once has Mr. Ludet lost sight of the fact that it is the people around him who should be receiving his unwavering attention. He always knows what's going on throughout the entire huge, diverse Department of Infrastructure. But he has also shown me that sometimes the most confident thing that a leader can do is to empower his team to shine. Mr. Speaker, I want to issue and give my thanks, my congratulations to Mr. Ludet on the eve of his retirement and on his resumption of full-time duties as a proud father to Drew, Ellie, and Emmy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done, member from Yellowknife South. Member statements. Member statements. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request unanimous consent that we move item number 6, recognition of visitors in the gallery, up to item number 4, please. Thank you.
Frame Lake. Member from Frame Lake is asking unanimous consent to move recognition of visitors of the gallery up. See no nays. We'll move it up. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have some very special guests in the gallery today. I dare say this may be the first time we've recognized a dog in the assembly. But we have therapy dog Kit and her handler Joanne Chiquetto today in the chamber, and several officials visiting from the St. John Ambulance Priory headquarters, led by CEO Brent Fowler, Samantha Roddick, Director of Community Services, Laurie Anderson, Chancellor of St. John's Ambulance Priory of Canada, and Patricia Johnson, Regional Chair of Manitoba and Northwest Territories Council. I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to these guests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognitions of visitors in gallery. Member from Dunedin-Willity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Canadian Space Agency astronaut Colonel Jeremy Hansen, Andy Belanger from Canadian Space Agency, Ian Burrow, and Dave Sharp from Bear Claw Strategy. Also, Ted Setta, former Chief of YKDFN, Eliza Papatrarlo, Band Councillor from YKDFN. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Dunedin-Willity. Recognition of visitors gallery. Sorry. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to, oddly enough, I'll do it this way. I want to acknowledge the great statement by the member for Yellowknife South about our good friend Steve Ludet. She said much of what I would have liked to have said, but it is recognition of, so I'll say this to Mr. Steve Ludet, our retiring DM of infrastructure. I want to thank him for his many years of service, and I used to call him Director Ludet when he was a manager, and then guess what, he got appointed to Director. Then I used to call him Assistant Deputy Minister accidentally, and then he got bumped up Then I called him deputy minister, and then he got bumped again, and I've been calling him commissioner lately, so you never know. There might be, I might be the lucky rabbit's foot, but the only fault I find with Mr. Ludet is, and I'm darn well going to say this, Dallas is a terrible team. Go Green Bay.
Recognition of visitors and gallery. Member from Nuvik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a page from Inuvik Twin Lakes, Catalina Sabachi Raymond, who is here with us this week. And I'd like to recognize my Deputy Minister, who is here in the capacity as part of the St. John Ambulance and her dog Kit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Nuvik Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in a gallery. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to recognize former Chief Ted Seta and David Sharp and Ian Bailey. It's nice to see you here today. They're all friends of mine from my time working with YKTFN. I'd also like to recognize a very special person, fortunately for all of you, the reason I'm here today, so you can blame him, my father, Terry Testard. Thanks for being here, Dad.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize William Gagnon, who is the Executive Director of the NWT Medical Association, who's here with us today, and also thank two of our pages who are Yellowknife North constituents. We have Ace Wickens and Solomon Young, and they're both students at Willie Max School. So thanks to all the pages as well for your help this week.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors and gallery. Member from Nuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to recognize two hard-working pages from the Inuvik Boot Lake riding, Ms. Caitlin Wright and Mr. Willem Jellema, who've been here working all this week, and I'd like to thank them for their hard work. And I'd also like to recognize Mr. Lutet. I had an opportunity to work with Mr. Lutet a little in a previous life, and maybe we never always saw eye to eye, but certainly always had great respect and appreciated all the hard work he had done on behalf of GNWT. And to echo my friend from Yellowknife Centre, Mr. Lutet, go Packers.
Thank you, member from New Boot Lake. Recognition of visitors and gallery. Member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to recognize Deputy Minister Steve Ludet and all the wonderful work and support he has given the department, in particular to the Mackenzie Valley Highway and the other projects. And additionally, I would also like to recognize on our last day of the session the hardworking staff of the Assembly and our interpreters. I hope you enjoy the break spring. Mussy.
You're here.
Thank you, member from the Sawtooth. Recognition of visitors and gallery. Member from Wolfley.
Mussy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Hotits at the coconuts in Denny Dits in Wonte. Goit has again Telegai, don't look at that, Quehonte. Two alerts at the hint, didn't give us a Tehonte. You must eat a massy, therefore, he a tarty. Zuguyige, Quehe, Lana Sugira Honte. Quit a hick again, do Goyati hick again, Lana Su. Giga Lana Su gets as a honte. Honeycock, they are two when they get Kunso. Gorala get the Inslago get there. It a massy get who hot it do yet, and let him go at you when it's at 2 never gets as on. He got do let's at in now with on Keradi de Liza Charla, he go yet that he must see we see. Astronaut, Clinton Radin de Dega as Honeycock, yet do a lada do. Hanya gidi la ko kesla hani ko iya tiwo go atintena ila iso ihimasi wisi ihinzun koda igot yen nurse hut izunguige ko nek ala gide hutena so ita ihin masi gepo igot St. John Ambulance inguige ko di Steve Ludet ihin not ahute ita ihut I masi gepo ko gage ko Igots di had Sontlahuni desene hink Egejit nuhu wiahun te dai zentso. Eyehi dut Allah hits on hain tuame gaita ni wohi ita masi de ko hoti tsa da go kunats in deni de. Masi.
Thank you, member from Mophie. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to recognize my constituent, William Gagnon, who is back from his international travels, and welcome back to the Assembly. And I too would like to recognize Mr. Steve Ludet, who I did not have the pleasure of working with in my time in the public service, but was very much far and away the most welcoming deputy minister since I took on this role, and I believe we have become fast friends, and I look forward to having a beer with him tomorrow night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to recognize Mr. Terry Testart, a resident of Fort McPherson and Senior Administrative Officer for the hamlet of Fort McPherson. I worked with Terry several years ago to welcome Terry, and also to Mr. Lutet for his many years of service, and to the interpreters for their dedicated service while we were conducting our work here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Mackenzie Delta. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitor gallery. Member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a busy day like today, I'm afraid I might be missing Yellowknife South residents who I can't see from behind me. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are a family-friendly neighborhood, and I'm happy to say we have two youth here that I will recognize from Yellowknife South. Ima Taba and Olivia Kostach. Thank you for helping us as pages here in the House.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife South. Recognition of visitors gallery. Member from Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Terry's going to feel very special today because we're all fighting over him, but I'd like to say a warm welcome to my constituent, and we might need some proof of residency now to Mr. Terry Testart. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge Steve Ludet in the House today. I started my journey with the GNWT as an intern for the Department of Transportation, spent many a days on the tarmac with Mr. Ludet, including the year where a missile hit the golf course. What a time to start in communications, but very much my best memories of him were certainly at the hockey arena watching our children grow into goalies together. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Kamloops. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Tunaday Willaday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my beautiful darling wife, Elena Jerican, and children for putting up with me while she takes care of the homestead. I also want to recognize my constituents in Data Dilo Tlitsake for this resolution. Also, I want to recognize my constituent assistant, Taylor Pagado and Warren DeLorme, for all their hard work. And I want to thank my colleagues and ledge staff and cooks and technical people. And finally, I want to recognize Mary Rose Sundberg, Jonas Lafferty, Dennis Dragies, and the interpreters. Without you, this would never be possible. I want to say Mussy. And finally, Steve Ludet and Terry Testart, I want to recognize you, and everybody else in the House. Mussy.
Thank you, member from Tunaday Willaday. I apologize that I gave him a second shot, but he had a long list. So, recognition of visitor gallery. Member from Tabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to recognize my cousin Steve Ludet and thank him for his many years of service in the NWT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Tabacha. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitor gallery. Member from Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a minute to recognize some people who've been here with us for the past 6 weeks while I've been in the House. All of the interpreters who do the good work of letting the people of the territory know what we're up to. We were lucky enough to be invited to a potluck that they put on today, and it was a wonderful experience. And of course, I also want to recognize the Troy Aikman of the Department of Infrastructure, Mr. Steve Ludet. One of the the hardest working people that I've ever met. One of the most positive. He's a great member of our team, and very, very supportive of his team. And that's really, what we need in this territory and in this government is those kind of folks and individuals. And we are indebted to him for his 37 years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors to gallery. I guess it's my turn to recognize Deputy Minister Mr. Ludit. Great taste in football players. Oh, what a team, those Green Bay Packer fans, well, they don't have the taste that you do. So I welcome you in your retirement. I know we will see some posts of your new abode with the Dallas Stars up there. So we all have faith. As well, I'd like to recognize Mr. Testart. I recognize Mr. Terry Testart because he was the first person I got to work with when I began working for the government of Northwest Territories when he was in Betchico. So that doesn't mean he's aged at all. I did. He's looked as young as he was before. So welcome here. As well, I'd like to recognize Mary Jane Kazon, our interpreter that does Denijati, as well as, as the Premier said, the interpreters. They had our first potluck and we got to share it with them today at lunchtime. So thank you very much for that. If we've missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your chambers. I greatly appreciate the fact that you allow us to represent the people in the Northwest Territories, even though it's for a short period of time. I hope you are enjoying the proceedings. It's always nice to see people in the gallery. With that being said, we'll take a 5-minute adjournment, please. Thank you, colleagues. Motions. Member from Elney Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas the affirmative action policy was established in the late 80s, and whereas the affirmative action policy was intended to support Northern employment by creating and strengthening opportunities for Northern Indigenous people, and whereas the affirmative action policy was intended to support and recognize long-term commitment of non-Indigenous people, and whereas the affirmative action policy was intended to support women and persons with disabilities, and whereas the affirmative action policy is a policy and requires periodic evaluation and updating from time to time, and whereas the Indigenous employment policy has had a number of concerns highlighted by committees of the Assembly, of this Assembly, and whereas the Indigenous employment policy has received enormous negative feedback from the public, and whereas the Indigenous employment policy has not been received by the public in a positive way, and whereas more than one committee has requested that the government not proceed with the Indigenous employment policy, or at the very least, to pause the policy until it is until a clear consensus of members has been reached. Sorry, I don't have my spectacles today. And now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Range Lake, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the government of the Northwest Territories to immediately halt any further advancement and implementation of the new Indigenous employment policy, also known as the IEP, and returned to using the affirmative action policy without delay as the primary hiring guidelines of the Northwest Territories, and further that the Minister of Finance engage with the Standing Committee on Government Operations prior to any further changes to the government of the Northwest Territories hiring policy to discuss and seek guidance that can improve the affirmative action policy, which ultimately strengthens the government of Northwest Territories hiring practices with the intent to support Northern Indigenous, long-term Northerners, women, persons with disabilities, as well as other marginalized communities, and furthermore that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Elney Centre. Motion is in order to the motion. Member from Elney Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about this since it's been, in my humble opinion, rammed through. This policy change is quite frustrating. Many committees have already spoken against this and want it to be slowed down. Recently, one of the committees, although I won't speak to it because it was an in-camera confidential meeting, but I'll say it received a lot of feedback and it was overwhelmingly concerned in the manner of the change and wanted it to, the territorial's hiring policy stay as the affirmative action policy, which we've seen for over 35 years. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the importance of it is no policy should go without review. I definitely believe in that. And there were changes, and I'd like to highlight one for the public's benefit to appreciate some of the changes that could have happened and should have happened and need part of the periodic details of what we're talking about. So by way of example, Mr. Speaker, there is within the current policy, which ends according to the Minister and the government on April 1, if you were born in the Northwest Territories, you would be considered, if you are non-Indigenous that is, and you would be considered a P2. And if you left the day after you're born here, you could come back any time in your lifetime, be treated as a P2. And for the public, that's priority number 2, but again, most people really know what this means. That said, Mr. Speaker, I think that misses the intent of what the policy was about, and it was about inspiring and finding ways to recognize the importance of Northern people who've committed. So, first and foremost, no one I spoke to had any issues with Indigenous people from the Northwest Territories being treated as priority 1. As a matter of fact, the empowerment opportunity is absolutely critical to grow that. But there's elements about that find the frustration where Northerners feel betrayed by this process. I've heard from people from the top of the North to the south of the North that there are ways we could have tweaked the current policy in a progressive way. I realize that there are certain overlapping Indigenous relationships that needed to be recognized. I too think that that's important. What is problematic with the policy is I don't believe it's ever been used in the fullness of how it should have been used. That said, there are tweaks that could have been considered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand the problems. The government will say, well, we don't have enough Indigenous employment and it's not reaching the ratio of 50% of the North. That may be statistically true. Now, where my experience has been around these types of problems is, it always starts with, what do you want me to tell you on the statistics? And we'll find a way to tell you the story through the numbers. In other words, we could have found any answer we really wanted to, given the direction and the position. Also, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, is we're not recognizing key, fundamental, foundational problems with the Affirmative Action Program. It is a process of saving and recognize a problem. So what am I saying? Well, we have low education opportunities. We have high expectation of credentials. So we have to find a gateway to create opportunities. We have communities where graduation rates are below 50%. That is the true critical problem of what's happening here. Creating a new IEP program, Mr. Speaker, isn't solving these problems, Mr. Speaker. It's just a fundamental shell game of trying to say, statistically, we need to raise these up. Mr. Speaker, when people want to work for the Northwest Territories and they are Indigenous, they are supported. And I support that. And I think that we have programs through, and we certainly have exemptions through the Premier and Cabinet where we could do direct appointments. So if we need to improve the statistics, I'm certainly in favor of that. But kicking the door opening wide and saying anyone from Canada, from whether it's Nova Scotia all the way to BC, is now hit a priority on this new policy is quite frustrating. As a matter of fact, again, it feels, is the GNWT trying to save the national problem, given a local result? I'm not sure. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the government will tell you, well, it's always had legal issues. Well, I think there's always legal issues with a lot of policies. This one in particular, I'm not confident it's there. I'm not aware of it's ever been publicly challenged. In other words, tested in court, received any judicial guidance saying that. Now, every minister will say somebody in the background says there's questions about it. Well, that may be true. There's questions about our BIP. There's always questions about the BIP. And you know what? Fundamentally, Northerners have grown to appreciate that and recognize they have limits, and sometimes it doesn't work out in their favor. That said, they do recognize how important some of these little nuggets of being a Northern are represented and respected. Mr. Speaker, the Affirmative Action Program has been bought in for a generation or more. If not, we're getting close to 2 generations who've understood the importance of the value of that particular program. And to throw it out, again, feels like a frustration. Now, let's talk about other areas of aspects, Mr. Speaker, that actually are foundational to this issue. So I've talked to mining companies, and they're frustrated too. They're hearing, wow, we have to hire more Indigenous people, which is fantastic. They go, so if the GNWT gets to change its policy, how does it affect their socioeconomic agreements? They're like, well, so if it's not good for the GNWT, is it good for us? Where is this fairness? Mr. Speaker, it's about fair application and reasonable application that respect Northerners' commitments. The other aspect is, Mr. Speaker, not everyone wants to work for the government of the Northwest Territories. I know there are a lot of people in various communities that don't want to work for the GNWT. And believe it or not, I know this is hard to believe, but the GNWT has long left the title or honor or pillar of opportunity as the employer of choice. It is no longer that. Yes, some people have enjoyed a great career here. Some have had great advancement. Some have, had these dynamic experiences that all they do is talk about, it's great going to work every day. I'm happy for them. But not everyone wants to work for the government. We have a federal government that's constantly competing for Indigenous people. We have Indigenous governments constantly competing for them. So it makes only perfect sense. Wait a minute, here's statistics again. That Indigenous people are being hired in their community government organizations, which I think is incredible, but yet the GNWT is not getting those people applying there. So I think it's one of these narratives that you have to drill down and ask, what question are we really asking? Or do we already have the answer and we're just trying to find the facts through the back door of statistics? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, broader now I'm going to speak, you have communities. And I've been to every community of the North, except for Sax, but I've been to every community of the North, and I can tell you jobs are tough in a small community. It's tough to find them, it's tough to find employment, and we don't do enough to inspire, create creative opportunities to get that. So if employment is the issue, why don't we have a jobs mandate, a wartime mandate to say we're going to put employment and we're going to raise education standards and we're going to throw everything at these opportunities we can get. So back to where's the fundamental problem? We'll call these the cornerstones of this issue, which is education and opportunities. And that's really what we're having here, is this, and that's what this process was trying to identify new ways to advance. Mr. Speaker, I have more to say, and like most people know, I could probably go on for quite a while, but this is a very serious topic, and it's very frustrating. And I've had people from all ranges of support, so don't think it's just the P2 candidates that are mad. It's also Indigenous people that I've spoken to feel that the recognition and commitment of Northerners have made has been lost. And it's unfortunate that the way that these conversations get talked about, they could be misconstrued in other ways. And it's very frustrating and it's very difficult. I've heard from many GNWT employees who are afraid to comment because they're GNWT employees. Their democratic right to communicate to their elected officials, either written and even in sometimes verbal, are very frustrating for them because they don't feel that their voices could be heard. And so we may have received an overwhelming amount of feedback at committee, at the call of committee. But I wish we could have this public, so the government could have that. I wish government employees could feel safe to say, you know what, I'm upset or frustrated by this. But we can't in this environment. And I wouldn't want anything else be portrayed, just to be clear, that people just feel left out by this government. Mr. Speaker, I will be requesting a recorded vote when we do come to that particular time. And I think what's key to me here is the fact that this government can reverse this, pause it. I've asked them to halt it through the motion. I thank the seconder who's supported the motion to get it on the floor. I encourage people to continue to open their mind and see the opportunity that's being walked away from, and respect of people who've committed their lives, their families to the North, who invest in the North, who want this to be part of their future. And by walking away from them, it's that empty feeling that your government is walking away from you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Or sorry, Yellowknife Centre. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our sister territory, Yukon, Yukoners are only officially known as sourdoughs until they've survived a full winter. Here in the Northwest Territories, it's a bit more complicated. You have to live half your life, and then you become a P2. This has been, for 30 years, this has been a cultural touchstone of the Northwest Territories, somewhat absurdly as well, because there's plenty of people who don't work for government. And of course, plenty of people who do work for government who don't occupy that status but enjoy their careers anyway. But no matter what, that idea of like when you officially graduate and become, a true blue Northerner, a true frozen Northerner, whatever we want to call it. So the idea to just take this away with the stroke of a pen after 30 years of this being, again, part of our culture, part of our workforce, part of our set of benefits that when Northerners think of themselves and think of the advantages they receive, this is one of them. SFA is another one. BIP is another one. The Northern tax deduction. These are things that are cherished, and people look to them as a competitive advantage to why we're here and why we stay here, because it's hard, and it's getting harder. Mr. Speaker, for 30 years, we've had a failed Indigenous hiring policy. That is not under debate. It hasn't been working. We have, I think the last public service report, it had the worst statistics we've ever seen. This is a problem that needs to be solved. But in trying to solve it, when departmental staff spoke to the Standing Committee on Government Operations just earlier this week, they acknowledged that the gaps that exist within this new policy, the Indigenous employment policy, have been created, brand new gaps that the old policy covered. And there's no plan yet to fill them. The language that was used at the presentation was taking away affirmative action. And I don't know if that was intentional, Mr. Speaker, but I knew that do know that that is how so many Northerners feel, that something is being taken away. And the minister disagrees that this is a benefit. I think Northerners would disagree. And they do feel like something's been taken away. In an effort to fill the gaps and improve Indigenous hiring, we're creating new ones. Persons with disabilities, visible other minority populations are not being covered by the new policy. And that was one of the first messages I got from the public, and I've had many, Mr. Speaker, and it was someone who works for the government, who was differently abled, and was furious that this change was made without any consultation, and implored MLAs to stand together and reverse the changes. Mr. Speaker, advocacy groups, to my knowledge, were not consulted on these changes. The people who were consulted on these changes were given a broad set of a problem statement and ways it could be solved, but not an actual definition of policy. The drive-by consultations, as my friend has said in the past from the Yellowknife Centre, were insufficient, insensitive, and wholly inadequate, because that's what we heard, and that's what we heard from our partner Indigenous governments in particular. We're not making this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. There's a difference between a big P policy of government that governs everything we do here, or everything, sorry, not here, but everything we do in the public service, and a framework. So the fact that a DEI framework is being pitched as a solution to these problems of the people who are left behind, a lot of those folks are not buying it, because it doesn't have the security that a big policy of government has. Hiring was ironclad. It followed these rules, P1, P2, P3, that was it. You couldn't get around it on paper. And we'll get into that, how people have gotten around it, because like I said, this has not been working. Mr. Speaker, Northerners deserve to be put first by their government. They deserve priority access to jobs that allowed them to make decisions for their territory and serve their communities. At a recent constituency meeting in the Range Lake riding, this was the #1 topic of concern, and it was around P2s. And look, there are a lot of different opinions around this and around the P2 status, where it came from. Is it constitutional? Is it racist? But for members of our community, our northern community, we're all Northerners, and we're all in this together. And no one there who was concerned about the loss of P2s and felt like it was an erosion of their identity as a Northerner said we don't want P1s. Everyone's okay with supporting each other and putting Indigenous people first, because that's what our policies should do. But to take away P2 with nothing to replace it, that's something that has them concerned. Mr. Speaker, in the Standing Committee of Government Operations public engagement, they received 50 respondents. Normally when we engage the public, if we get a dozen letters, that's pretty good. And usually they're being written in by advocacy groups and stakeholders and people with a vested interest in communicating with committee. This case, it was driven by citizens, Northerners. Only one of those pieces of correspondence was supportive of these changes. Mr. Speaker, the biggest issue was the elimination of P1s, followed by the elimination of P2s, and there was no support for prioritizing Southern Indigenous people over Northerners. It's rare we get so much public commentary on matters before this House. So I want to share some of those stories today. Before we began sitting, Mr. Speaker, I was approached by someone who's had 25 years in the public service, never raised a complaint, never been to the union, never been to an MLA, completely content with working for the public service, a career that made him feel proud and valued, and even though it's challenging at some times, it was something that got him out of bed and motivated to do every day. When this policy was announced, and there was no sense that it was coming, this was shocking to this individual, Mr. Speaker. They feel that they are no longer valued, and they're being pushed out of the North. Now, I know that's not the intent of the policy. Let's be very clear. But we're not talking about what's written on the page. We're talking about the message it sends to our people and the message it sends to public servants. Mr. Speaker, I have a lengthier quote from a former GNWT employee who worked for the public service for 35 years. They were a manager when they left the GNWT for a secondment to an Indigenous government, and at the end of the 2 years, this person resigned from the GNWT rather than go back. This individual says that they left the GNWT for many reasons. One was hiring and promoting practices in their department. Quote, as a GNWT manager for 3 years, I had no issues with external competition. I was always reminded by my human resources representative assisting me with the competition that I was required to hire a priority 1 Indigenous person if they successfully passed the competition process. It was drilled into me, so I assumed that it was drilled into other hiring managers. The problems that I saw personally were the hiring and promotional activities that happened within departments when there was no human resources representative oversight. People who had the right attitude were selected for transfer assignments into positions for the appropriate time to allow for these persons to gain enough experience to allow them to, scare quotes, apply on the job. There was a perception within at least my department that First Nations people made excellent support for frontline workers, but were not suitable for promotion. Since my resignation, I have met with a lot of other former GNWT employees of First Nations descent, and this has been a running theme. Mr. Speaker, this story, this work experience, is not one of people failing to follow the policy. It's one of personal workplace biases failing to promote and support Indigenous people through career advancement. That is a much deeper problem, and I know the government is working to fix that through other mechanisms. But this policy was not broken. This policy was just not being followed well enough. Mr. Speaker, more quotes from, or more feedback from the public. As the mother of a non-Indigenous child, I do not believe this policy is a very good idea. We have stayed here in the North because of the opportunities for people who have lived here for most or all of their lives. With this new policy, there is no advantage to living or going to school in the North. People who have lived here should have the first opportunity over anyone who does not live in the North, no matter if they are Indigenous or not. Mr. Speaker, another. I wholeheartedly support priority staffing for Indigenous staff and recognize a change is needed, but the other folks already living in the North having equal footing as a Southern candidate is not the right approach in employee retention, succession planning, continuity of services, and fiscal prudence in our current environment. Quote, this new proposed hiring policy seems like you're trying to achieve an Indigenous hiring quota without a plan to support Northern people. Quote, at a time of such economic uncertainty, why is the GNWT creating opportunities for people who aren't even NWT residents? This new proposed hiring policy seems like you're playing politics with my future to make a more positive government report. Quote, we have stayed here in the North because of the opportunities for people who have lived here most of their lives. With this new policy, there's no advantage to living or going to school in the North. Mr. Speaker, quote, if the GNWT is committed to human rights, equity, inclusion, economic stability, and workplace diversity, it should be expanding and strengthening protections for persons with disabilities rather than rolling them back. Finally, Mr. Speaker, quote, the morale of your frontline providers has never been so low, and many of us feel insulted and disgusted by this new directive, end quote. What is especially frustrating about this, Mr. Speaker, is how it came through, how this process came through. My friend from Yellowknife Centre mentioned that he used the word rammed through, and I would tend to agree. This was pushed through a process with little concern for the role of members of 2 standing committees, both as representatives of their constituents and active committee members who play an oversight role to government. Twice, the Standing Committee on Government Operations asked for the minister to pause changes to affirmative action and continue working with committee. Twice, the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight asked the minister to pause changes to the affirmative action policy and continue working with committee. 7 members took a major step of issuing a public letter to the Premier asking for the policy to be reversed and sent back to committee, the same thing this motion calls for. It was only after all of these actions and a public flogging in the media that the minister decided to compromise the policy and bring back Northern Indigenous hiring in a more limited capacity. Committees must be respected if this form of government that we have is going to work, Mr. Speaker. Ministers should be listening carefully to the concerns of committees and not ignoring them. That is not consensus government. How this matter has been handled sets a bad precedent for the role of committees in the oversight of major policy decisions going forward, Mr. Speaker. Changes to significant policies are also, this change to significant policy that again has so many people upset, it's not part of the priorities of the Assembly, it's not part of the mandate of the GNWT, and it's not present in the minister's mandate letter. Certainly I did not run to represent my constituents in this chamber on that promise. And I don't recall anyone else in this chamber saying they pledged to do that on the campaign trail. So why are we here, Mr. Speaker? Why have we spent so much time and energy on a policy that does little to improve the hiring of Indigenous people and is hugely frustrating to Northerners? No matter the minister's intention, Mr. Speaker, the results are clear to Northerners. You aren't valued, you aren't wanted, and you aren't a priority for this government. I didn't think this needed to be said, but as this government continues to make decisions that erode the advantages our people have enjoyed for 30 years or more, let me be clear. Every decision we make in this chamber should have one goal: Northerners first. We are sent here to solve problems, not to create them. By leaving so many gaps behind and non-Indigenous Northerners behind, we are actively adding to the challenges Northerners face every day in our communities. Working people deserve better, especially those in our public service and those aspiring to join it. If you value the work of committees, then you must support this motion. If you value accountability, then you must support this motion. If you value the concerns of dozens of working people who contacted their MLAs to reject these policy changes, then you must support this motion. If you value consensus government and working together and listening to one another, you must support this motion. And if you want to put Northerners first where they belong, you must support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. To the motion, member from Wati. Wolfrey. Close.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no disrespect. I sympathize with my colleague, and I hear the concerns that have been raised. I believe this Indigenous employment policy will help Indigenous people in the NWT. The minister has said 56% of employees currently categorized as P2 work in Yellowknife. Mr. Speaker, what I take from this is that most P2s live in the city or larger regional center. Their family members will always have a job to apply for and access to good education. I have heard numerous times from former teachers in Klitschko region that once their children were old enough to start elementary school, they moved to Yellowknife for better options. However, Indigenous people, Indigenous young people, and families in small communities do not have these options. We lack a lot of services in small communities. Some of our young people feel hopeless. Drugs are getting in, and the future generations is going to face addictions. I want change. I want to help solve these problems. I support a policy that is aimed at recruiting Indigenous employees from within present boundaries of their territory. So for this reason, I will not support this motion. Mr. Speaker.
Member from Oakville. To the motion, member from Tony De Willoughby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do have a problem with the GNWT affirmative action policy. It was created back when we were part of the Nunavut, and at the time it was done in a way that it catered to everybody that's working here in the Northwest Territories, P1, P2, P3. But my concern, Mr. Speaker, is that when this announcement came out, when the cabinet made a decision, I was surprised to hear it as well. That decision came from cabinet. I got calls from my leaders, my community members, and members from different ridings of the Northwest Territories expressing their concerns about how could this be. When this announcement came out, they were going to say that Aboriginal hires are going to be from people from southern Canada. So in other words, if the Aboriginal person that has a degree in education coming to Fort Resolution to fill a job in recreation, they get first priority. And our guy in the community who's been born and raised here would be left out for applying on that job. So I am concerned with that. But then when they went back and they made changes saying, oh, geez, now we're going to change it. It's going to be that Aboriginal people are going to be first hire, and then Southern people after that. I don't support this motion. I mean, I don't support the idea of bringing forward an Aboriginal policy. There are a lot of good people that I spoke to that created the GNWT Affirmative Action Policy. And it's been in place for over 30 years. It wasn't perfect. There were problems. And I agree with that. There should have been an oversight on that. I know a lot of good people applied on jobs and they were missed out on jobs because there was just the way it was at the time where there were problems identified, and I raised this on an issue. In the 19th Assembly, I was on a committee that went up and down the valley. My colleague from Monfie was part of that committee. Cabinet Minister across the road there was on that committee. And we heard from our people in the Northwest Territories that to increase the Aboriginal numbers in the GNWT, we have to take a look at these policies. So now, this motion that's here today, I keep thinking about it because I got calls from members. I could paint an old car. Even though it's broken down and everything painted, I'm going to try to sell it. It's still an old car. This policy, I'm deeply concerned. If we can't implement the Affirmative Action Policy after 30 years and fix the problems, then what do you think we're going to do with this policy? Is it going to be any better? I don't think so. It's going to be another 30 years before we finally catch up, figure out what the problems are. I wish we had more time to talk about this, but Cabinet made a decision. There was no consultation or accommodation with Indigenous governments throughout the Northwest Territories or groups throughout the Northwest Territories. They have a right to be heard. So this policy that the Minister of Finance announced, I can't support that policy. My chiefs were never consulted. The leaders of Northwest Territories were never consulted. Cabinet brought this forward in the 19th Assembly as well. It didn't go anywhere. So here today, I support this motion. We could fix it, but let's do it right. Right now, I come here to work for my people, my region, the communities throughout the Northwest Territories, and it seems like we have no voice. This Cabinet continues to make decisions on the best interests of the people in the Northwest Territories with no consultation or accommodation. And you think this policy now is going to go forward, an Aboriginal policy, there's going to be problems with it? Why we sit in a committee, we go up and down the valley to listen to people, and then this policy comes out, then what happens to all the hard work we did? It's out the door. I'm not going to tell all my colleagues to vote on this one here, but I'm going to ask them to vote with your heart. Because at the end of the day, I'm worried about my grandchildren and their other grandchildren's. So if we can't increase the Aboriginal hire in government and then we change the policy and call it a different name, the issues are still going to be there. We should have an oversight committee, independent, on all the hire, on all the appeals, That's what I said in the 19th Assembly when we did the committee on that. I can't remember what the bill number is, but we did the work. We did a lot of good work that time. So I'm deeply concerned that here we are today talking about this. And if this thing goes ahead, then what does that say to all the work we do in committee? It's all for nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to support this motion on behalf of my constituency who have issues, still trying to find jobs in government. And it's time that we start listening to the people here in Northwest Territories and take their voices and their issues and their concerns when we make decisions in this House. But this decision came without the consent of our own colleagues here. It just happened. We're caught off guard on that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to support this motion for my people in my riding. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Toonaday-Willety. To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot support a return to the old affirmative action policy. But I also cannot give my wholehearted endorsement of the new Indigenous employment policy because I do not believe it can achieve its intended objectives. Mr. Speaker, if this motion is asking me to take a position on which one do I support, the affirmative action policy or the Indigenous employment policy, I will do neither. Because I believe we are having the wrong conversation entirely. The few constituents who did reach out to me about the Indigenous employment policy expressed a common concern, and I think it was summed up well by one constituent who said, "What I have not seen or heard is anything that addresses why the existing affirmative action hiring policy failed to improve the representation of Indigenous Northerners. Changing the existing policy without addressing the reasons for failure would seem to miss the mark. Northern Indigenous applicants already are priority one. That policy has been in place for over 30 years and has little to no effect. If the root cause is not addressed, a new policy has little chance of success." My conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is that too much attention and airtime has been given to debating the government's policy on hiring priorities, and not enough attention has been given to the biggest barriers that Indigenous people and other marginalized groups actually face in securing good jobs with the government. I want to talk about how we can support community learning, new approaches to K-12 education, adult education that meets people where they're at, effective and culturally appropriate mental health supports at every age, innovative approaches to addictions treatment. I want to talk about how even when Indigenous individuals and people from marginalized groups get hired by the GNWT, there are barriers to them moving up in their careers, so many get discouraged and leave the government. I want to talk about more flexible and responsive professional development, mentorship, and mental health supports within GNWT workplaces. I want to talk about ways the GNWT can make its workplaces more welcoming and accommodating to people with disabilities. We should also be talking more about how lived experience and knowledge of Indigenous culture in northern communities is or can be accounted for in evaluating someone's qualifications when they apply for a job. I also want to acknowledge that many Indigenous residents may not want to work for the GNWT, regardless of how much the government wants them. Many are choosing to devote their talents instead to working with their own Indigenous governments or development corporations, and there's no reason that the GNWT should be trying or coming up with strategies to lure Indigenous Northerners away from Indigenous government employers. I've also heard from constituents about a number of barriers facing Northern-born students who want to return home to work, including sometimes specialized jobs are not available, sometimes salaries are not competitive, but again, these cannot be solved by a priority hiring policy. Mr. Speaker, this motion offers me a chance to take a position between going back to the affirmative action policy or accepting the Indigenous employment policy, and I choose neither. I want to have entirely different conversations. So for that reason, I will be abstaining on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate my colleague from Yellowknife North's position. I share a lot of her sentiments when it comes to the underlying causes of why we don't see more Indigenous representation in our public service. Mr. Speaker, if we keep what we have always had, then we will keep getting what we have always got. I'm going to say a little bit of what I said at the briefing earlier this week because I had to rush through my comments due to time constraints. I don't have that here. My colleague from Montfouet is relentless, with good reason, when she speaks about education for youth. Improving our educational outcomes are how you change the workforce in the long term. It's crucial we don't forget this. Systemic changes to education access and outcomes can easily become generational and doesn't allow the GNWT to aim for better Indigenous representation right now. If my Indigenous colleagues on the whole are comfortable with this amended IEP moving forward, I support them. What I do want to state unequivocally is that diversity, equity, and inclusion is fundamentally about prioritizing equity for underrepresented groups within the employer, especially underrepresented groups that have historical barriers to employment. That is what affirmative action tried to accomplish, but failed, and what now IEP seeks to address. I think there is value of having long-term Northerners in the public service, but I do not feel that they are underrepresented as an equity group. To say that they are is disingenuous. At the public briefing with the minister this week, I highlighted my main concern, which is what I hear from my constituents, around the lack of an employment equity policy going ahead at this time. When affirmative action ceases to exist on April 1, so goes preferential hiring for folks with disabilities, for example. This work was originally in scope for the reworking of an affirmative action policy, but was halted due to public feedback. I fully accept that many people are not comfortable around self-identifying various characteristics about themselves in a hiring process. Sometimes this is an extremely personal information that they don't wish to share, and it seems invasive. I'm still confident that the work can be done to ensure hiring equity for historically underrepresented folks is appropriate and inclusive. I have heard from the minister and her staff that they continue to prioritize this work, and most importantly, will work with stakeholders on this work. At this time, I'm satisfied that the GNWT is hearing that historical inequities need to be addressed. And if it means taking apart the functions of the original affirmative action policy and dealing with them one at a time, I am all right with this. Back in January, I had a conversation after the letters from some members to the Premier came out. And my friends told me this, and I want to share it with the House today. All equity work is frustrating. It triggers our most primal survival responses. When we are triggered, we are taught our options are flight, fight, freeze, and fawn. But we have another option, Mr. Speaker: surrender. That seems to be a reoccurring lesson for me for the last few months. Surrendering is accepting what is and to give space to other people's stories, other people's truths. It is to know that my truth is not the objective truth. It's giving space for other people's stories to model for them how we give space for our own. The irony of race equity work is constantly fighting not to become the very thing we're resisting. So I cannot speak to whether or not an Indigenous employment policy is right for Indigenous people. Only Indigenous people can do that, Mr. Speaker, and what I am hearing is they want to see this go ahead. So at this time, I will not support this motion.
Member from Great Slave. To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's much disagreement in this room about the problem that is trying to be solved through implementation of this new policy. In fact, I haven't heard any disagreement about that. The problem of underrepresentation of Indigenous persons in the public service. So, to give a little bit of history on this, the department during the last term of the Assembly went out and did engagement with the public on changing the affirmative action policy and fixing the issues that are at hand. What came back was quite complex. It produced a lot of results with a number of different recommendations, and I would say that there was not a clear path identified, which put the department in a difficult position. And I would note that much of what was said in that engagement was spoken to by the member for Yellowknife North just now. The various challenges that Indigenous persons and persons with disabilities, people in minority groups face in terms of the barriers to their advancement within the government, to their entry into the workforce, education outcomes, which the member for Montfouille has spoken eloquently about, and I agree with completely, and I have more to say about education outcomes in a different item that we're considering today. And so the department was faced with something difficult. How do we get at this issue? And they brought forward what we saw as the first iteration of the Indigenous employment policy. And so committee responded to that, wrote to the minister. It ended up, as was pointed out by other members, wrote to the minister multiple times. First, sort of critiquing the initial attempt and saying we wanted to engage further and consider other options. And one of the things that committee pointed out that I'm going to speak to a bit further in a second here is that the new Indigenous employment policy as presented addressed 3 out of the 17 recommendations that came out of the What We Heard report of the department's engagement on this issue. And so even with this new policy, are a huge number of gaps that still need to be filled. Again, the member for Yellowknife North spoke well to those gaps, and so I don't want to stand here and repeat those. And so the other thing that committee did is that, with the department, ultimately we came to a place where committee wrote the minister asking her to pause this process and say, we need to do more work on this. And the committee also went out to the public and said, now that the policy's out, what do you think? And committee received a significant number of responses, far more than we usually do. We received 50 written responses from the public, raising a number of different issues, raising issues with the way the policy was being implemented, concerns about it, but in particular, noting again the gaps in education, the gaps that are not being filled with this policy, and all the different elements that lead to barriers to advancement and barriers to entry into jobs with the government. And so my main takeaway right now is that there is still a lot of work left to be done. And I would note that when the minister came before committee just the other day, staff acknowledged that fact, acknowledged that there's a lot of work to do, acknowledged that when it comes to diversity and inclusion, all the groups that have been left out of the new policy, there's a lot of work left to be done. And so what I've come away with from this process is just, I don't really understand why this had to be rushed, why it had to be done now. Considering that this is a policy that's 30 years old, it's taken a long time for us to get here, and why the minister couldn't take more time to work with committee, help build consensus around a new policy and a set of actions and changes that we can all agree on that comprehensively get at the various issues that came up during engagement. And I think that's why we're having so much difficulty with this now, is that this policy as it stands alone doesn't solve all those problems. And I want to acknowledge that there was some concession by the minister. The minister did change the policy to recognize that the real goal here, the real outcome that we're looking for is increased employment of Northerners, Indigenous Northerners in particular, from the territory or from groups represented in the territory if they didn't necessarily grow up here. And I don't disagree with that. I think it's a good goal, and I think most people do. But where I do have concerns is all the folks who were left out, and the 14 other recommendations that haven't been addressed by this particular policy. Now, the minister has assured us, and minister's staff have assured us that work is ongoing on that, and I appreciate that. But again, I still just don't understand why we couldn't bring forward something more holistic that acknowledges all these issues, particularly the one that I think was highlighted by the sorry, Mr. Speaker, the name is, but something that's been highlighted is the enormous education gap between Indigenous youth and non-Indigenous youth in this territory, and the fact that education outcomes are so different. I think that is one of the key issues. We have got to get at that, and I certainly hope that becomes one of the next big priorities of the Assembly is addressing that issue head on. So that's really where I'm left here. As chair of the committee that wrote to the minister multiple times, I would just say, I'm standing in support of this motion today in good faith with Cabinet, in the sense that what I'm really trying to say here is we wanted to work with Cabinet on developing a more fulsome solution. We wrote to Cabinet and asked to do that, and we're not met with that willingness. Now, I want to acknowledge a few things. The minister has reached out to committee and suggested that we form a working group and that we work on this issue on a go-forward basis. I appreciate that, and certainly look forward to doing that work. The other thing I wanted to know is, some of the questions that I asked yesterday in the House were about how this is going to affect students, and I would just note that I think it'll bring some of my constituents a fair bit of comfort knowing that students that go away and have been educated in the territory and go off to university will still be able to receive a form of preference hiring when they apply for their jobs in the Northwest Territories. And those are folks that I'm concerned about, people who are just entering their careers. So I appreciate that reassurance from the minister. And, I look forward in whichever way this goes down. I look forward to working with the minister further on this issue. We are certainly not done. There's a lot more work to be done, as was highlighted by the member for Yellowknife North, by the member for Montfleet, by all the members who have spoken, that there's a lot more work to do. So I look forward to doing that work. And again, I just say, in good faith, I support this motion asking for a pause, as I had done as chair of the committee, writing, just saying, we need to take more time to do this. And I certainly respect the members who have come around and support the policy in its current form. Either way, always look forward to working with my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Member from Nuvik Range Lake. So how about try this? How about I moved Range Lake to Nuvik. Nuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had a lot of conversation around this issue. We've taken it back to our ridings for sure. I've had conversations with members of my riding. It ranged from agnostic, where it doesn't matter, it doesn't work anyway, to we want to see Northerners first, this should be about Indigenous people. And I've had also some people who are P2s coming in. And P2s I've had a conversation with who have, by the way, been gainfully employed because they likely have letters after their name, or they've got the education, they've been working in the North a long time, and indeed helped build the North. And have been paid to help build the North, and have done quite well for themselves, and are going to stay here and enjoy the benefits of living in the North. But for me, Mr. Speaker, this has to be about Indigenous employment, period. That, for me, Mr. Speaker, is what it's about. It's about having a policy and, more importantly, following that policy. Some of our issues around affirmative action, as again, we've had this thing for 30 years. It hasn't really worked. We have a 1% unemployment rate in non-Indigenous and a 14% unemployment rate with Indigenous. So something is not working. So we need to make a change. Do I agree 100% with the with the new Indigenous employment policy, no. And I've had several conversations with the minister about that. She's been kind enough to sit down and answer some questions. One of the concerns I did have in my writing was that it has to be Northern Indigenous first. That's the change that was made, and that was the change that was explained when we had our public hearing on that earlier this week. That was likely for me, Mr. Speaker, the number one issue that I had heard in my writing, that it has to be Northern Indigenous first. I don't know if the new policy is going to be better than the old one. I do know the old one hasn't been working. We have stats to show that. I don't think this is going to have a huge impact on non-Indigenous. Again, the stats don't lie. If you look at the unemployment rates, you can see that. I do think there are gaps in our system, and for me, it's about equivalencies. It's about people that are working in the government, Indigenous people working in the government that have been in roles for a long time, and I've said this before, have equivalencies, who have done the job, but yet not gotten that additional promotion to get them at that next level, that senior level. Instead, you've brought in other people to do that job, may or may not have been from the territory, may not have worked out. Again, the person acts in that position for a long time, but the equivalencies aren't being recognized, either because the policy is not being followed correctly, or there's lateral violence, there's things that happens within the workforce, but there's that gap that people are sat there that should be promoted that are Indigenous people that aren't, and that's likely the biggest concern for me, Mr. Speaker. That's where I see a gap that has to be filled and has to be looked at. Can the new policy do that? I mean, I hope so. For me, we have to try and do something different, and it's a policy, and I appreciate that the ministers has talked about a working group that we can work on this together with committee, with cabinet, with the minister's department, to find out indeed if this is working, if this something can work better than the policy that we know hasn't worked for 30 years. I think everyone in this room has either mentioned that or agreed to that. What we had has not been working. And so to try something different, and if the new policy doesn't work, then we go back and we try something again. But again, for me, it's about Indigenous employment. That's the goal here. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what I've heard in my writing that people want to hear. It's about how do we, and we're just talking in public service here, of course, Mr. Speaker. How do we increase Indigenous employment in public service? The policy we have hasn't gotten us there. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, and again, we need workers. I mean, listen, to be a nurse or to be a teacher, to be a doctor, to be an accountant, to be a lab tech, you have to have those qualifications. So it doesn't matter, who you are, Mr. Speaker. You have to have that. We're not talking about positions, and we need those in every jurisdiction right now. We know that. I mean, we're looking to bring people in. We're bringing the agency nurses in. We need people. We have, So, again, for me, our focus has to be in the public service on Indigenous employment. Mr. Speaker, as my friend from Homefield said, I'm willing to give this a shot. The new policy, I think committee needs to work with the government on this to ensure that if there's an opportunity in the new IEP that we're taking full advantage of that we're actually implementing and following up on the policies as they are presented. Because again, I think, Mr. Speaker, that's been one of the things that we haven't done a good job with in the past. So willing to give that an opportunity. I appreciate what my colleague from Yellowknife Centre, Yellowknife Range Lake as well. I mean, yeah, and I've heard some of those concerns in my writing as well. But the overwhelming thing I heard in my writing was that it has to be Indigenous Northern first, and that's the change that the minister had made, and I'm willing to give this a shot, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Nunavut Lake. To the motion. Member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This policy is a revised policy from the 30-year-old one. And I've seen a number of changes in positions, Northern Indigenous positions, in the Sawtooth. I recall years ago, we never had a regional superintendent from the region. Now we do. So that tells me that things have changed since way back then. However, there's always room for improvements on efficiencies. And certainly similar to this policy and every policy that this government has. It's only good as the implementation. And if you want to measure that success, then we can do a survey and analysis on the improvements to measure the policy is actually working, whether it's this one or others. So, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, this policy has really created an opening door of reviews and efficiencies and what we heard, engagements from the public. We've got that. As previous speakers mentioned, there's parts of recommendations that are identifying missing gaps. So to that, moving forward for the remaining term of this Assembly opens the doors for further collaboration on efficiencies. And I'm also mindful that the multi-jurisdictions of our Northwest Territories is different. In Satu, similar to the other three neighboring settlement areas, have various provisions of government benefits to the beneficiaries of the land claim. So given that, and also being respectful on what we had said in the beginning of this Assembly, there's going to be days that we are here today making a decision on what you think is right for the people that put you in this House. But also, I'm mindful of outside the land claim. This policy is a territorial one, not a land claim one, but it also applies to the jurisdiction I represent. Now, if we look at efficiencies and reviews and say, okay, well, can we improve that? As my colleague from Bootleg mentioned, okay, you got 1% and you got 14%. Okay, those are numbers to sit back and say, okay, let's analyze this. Why isn't it working? So there's certainly room for improvements. To make my long presentation short, I'm willing to give this new policy a chance. However, I want a midterm review to the remaining term of our Assembly. We can say midterm, or we can say an annual review. Is it really working come next fiscal year? Let's look at it. Don't develop a policy and put it on the desk and it stays there. So for the record, I'm willing to give this new revised policy a chance, and let's tweak it, let's improve it, and let's move on. Thank you.
Member from Satu. To the motion. To the motion, member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a policy whose purpose is to improve equity must focus on areas where there is inequity. To be effective, we need to ask ourselves who is not being treated with equity if we're going to make a difference. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is now the focus of the new Indigenous employment policy. It is focusing on those persons who we know have not been historically and systemically been treated with equity in the Northwest Territories and also in Canada. The policy, though, is and always has been about hiring for the GNWT for the Northwest Territories, and it has focused always and intended always to benefit and support Indigenous persons living in the Northwest Territories. Some of those Indigenous people who live here, who reached out to the GNWT during the course of our engagement, are not members of the Indigenous nations who find themselves, Indigenous First Nations and Inuit and Métis, who are within the present boundaries of the Northwest Territories. Some of them are from communities that may straddle the boundary. Others have moved here, or maybe were born here, and are members of Indigenous nations from elsewhere in Canada. And the Indigenous employment policy, after the engagement sessions, was meant to capture that in a very simple and focused way. And so, Mr. Speaker, we went through a fairly extensive engagement process. It did not begin this Assembly. Arguably, it did not even begin last Assembly, because for 30 years, perhaps for the reasons we are all here speaking today, this policy has been political and not one on which it is easy to find consensus. So back all the way in 2005, work was done to try to review the policy, to update it, because we're out of step with the rest of Canada. No one else is doing affirmative action policies anymore, but we just can't seem to change this one. 2014, it comes forward again. Just can't get it over the line, can't agree, and it gets ended, it gets stopped. So we move it forward, last government, and did an extensive engagement. There were special theme days in this House about human resources and hiring of Indigenous people. I believe not just once, but more than once. It was one of the hottest topics in this building in the last government, about hiring of Indigenous people into the public service. And so the engagement process that we embarked on involved the Indigenous NDBT Council of Leaders, the IGC Secretariat, multiple in-person sessions in multiple communities, and the Indigenous Employment Advisory Committee, multiple outreaches directly to myself as well as to other members. Mr. Speaker, one of our standing committees in the 19th Assembly also engaged at length in human resources, examining how they could better match the fact that we are not representing the Northwest Territories in the government's public service. Members of this room were on that committee, and that brings, of course, to where we are today and the What We Heard report, and looking at how we were going to try our best to find a path forward on something that is not easily agreed upon, because it does touch on a deep inequity in our society that is reflected in the public service. But that inequity is much deeper than just the public service, and this public service hiring policy will not fix it by itself. But we can be honest about it. And so, Mr. Speaker, we did, almost a year ago, in fact, March of last year, go with this new Assembly to standing committee and presented on the proposed changes, received letters, and Mr. Speaker, I don't actually want this to be about the back and forth of that. I have been to committee now several times and have noted and will say here, I regret the falling out that we have had on this policy. It didn't have to be that way, and I acknowledge that. And it shouldn't be that way. That is, in fact, very rare in terms of how this House and all 19 of us speak and collaborate, whether it's about policies, legislation, the budget. It is not generally how we do things, that there's such a deep divide between us. I am regretful that that's the situation we find ourselves in. But we did go back as the department, I believe, made efforts to answer the concerns that were being raised about the policy, because the concerns that are being raised about the policy are not just about the words on the page of how we screen in candidates to be in public service. The bigger issues are about education outcomes, schools, training, racism, unconscious bias, cultural training, language. Those are the really big issues, and they're difficult. So we did appear again and tried to provide detail about the Indigenous recruitment and retention framework, because that, along with the diversity and inclusion framework, the human resource, the strategic plans, the cultural training, the context that we are trying to create, the culture that we are trying to create within human resources has changed, and I hope is changing. There's an entire suite of things that we are rolling out over the last few years. This is now but one policy, not the only policy, that is meant to govern and direct how we behave and how we act in human resources vis-a-vis the creation of a public service that is more inclusive, more diverse, and more reflective of the public that we serve. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Indigenous employment policy now is one that focuses on equity, but it is again not one that is meant to focus only on Southern hires or one group or one group of Indigenous persons. It really is now focusing with the amendments on, of course, firstly and foremost, those Indigenous people who have the tie to a community or group or nation within the present boundaries of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, I've had questions about why that back and forth. Again, we were trying to be inclusive of all Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories and just be simple and direct. But I recognize, and we should all recognize, that we have treaty obligations. We have treaty obligations to nations within the present boundaries that we are in, and we're going to respect them, and we're going to put those as being a priority tier. But then we want to make sure that there's all the other people who are Indigenous Canadians living here who may not be members of those groups, but who we still want to see reflected in the public service. And Mr. Speaker, the most recent public hearing that I had the opportunity to attend just a few days ago with my colleagues from the Standing Committee, after which I did receive feedback from the public service, from a member of the public service directly to me, who is a member of the public service, who is an Indigenous Canadian, who is not a member of one of the groups from the present boundaries of the Northwest Territories. So I want all of the folks who may find themselves as Indigenous Canadians living here in the Northwest Territories to consider applying to the public service and to hopefully see that we want to prioritize their presence within the ranks of the public service. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are implementing this policy. We want to be laser focused. We want to ensure that we are focusing on a group that has not seen equity and that has not benefited. There are some who have benefited from the old affirmative action policy, where there was priority given to women in non-traditional roles, and in this respect, the policy was successful. The percentage of women in the government of the Northwest Territories has risen from 59.3% back in 2000 to now 65.5% of the public service are women. Since 2007, women's representation among senior management has nearly doubled. We are now at 61.4% women in the senior management. So it is fortunate from that perspective that this is no longer a group, and has not been for some time, that requires an equity approach in order to achieve equity. That's never to say that we don't want to continue to look for diversity and inclusion, but there are different tools that we can use to ensure that we maintain these gains. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting if we look too at the labor force. So women are actually slightly less than half of the labor force, but make up almost 2/3 of the public service. They're not underrepresented. And so the affirmative action policy may have played a role in changing those numbers around over the last 25 years, but there's certainly no likewise improvements for people who identify as Indigenous Canadians. But similarly, Mr. Speaker, there's no evidence to suggest that non-Indigenous Northerners are disadvantaged or in need of the priority hiring in order to gain employment within the public service. In 2024, the unemployment rate for Indigenous residents averaged 12%. It was at around 2% for non-Indigenous residents. Residents and employees also, of course, now we note who may be having other identity features, who maybe have maybe from a marginalized or a vulnerable group, maybe from a minority group. This is now a group that we do want to ensure see themselves focused upon, but there are other more modern tools by which we can achieve that, and that's the work of the Diversity and Inclusion Unit within the Department of Finance. And again, Mr. Speaker, the landscape that we operate in truly has changed, and we hope will continue to change within human resources. So I would also take this chance, Mr. Speaker, to note that the duty to accommodate begins at the time that a person is applying for their position, not after. At the time that they are applying, anyone who is qualified for a position should be able to apply for that job, feel themselves have that opportunity, have the ability to receive whatever accommodation might be necessary so that they can show that their skills, abilities, and qualifications meet the needs of a position. There should not be, if we are truly a public service that is representative and inclusive, then we should be able to provide those accommodations in a proactive and positive way and not wait for people to have to self-identify. There's work still to be done here, Mr. Speaker. There's no denying that, but that's the path that we want to be on. These are the values that we want to have in the government of the Northwest Territories as our public service. I also want to acknowledge that there are a number of processes to get at again some of the challenges that have been raised, which is how we value and recognize the contribution of Northern residents and Northern knowledge. It's not necessarily determined by how long someone lives here. What we are doing now, which has not been done in the past, certainly not in a widespread or organized fashion, and certainly not made as public as it is now, is changing some of our processes to reward and to categorize and prioritize Northern knowledge as one of the skill sets that we would hire for. Northern values, Northern experience, Northern languages. We have 11 official languages, Mr. Speaker, and we can do an awfully good job now in recognizing that as a skill when we are hiring. We can build a workforce of people who appreciate the significance and importance of this territory. And it doesn't necessarily matter how long you've lived here. But we can include provisions when we begin our hiring for local knowledge in the job description. We can have a geographically limited competition if there's a concern around making sure that someone has a very specific knowledge and a specific commitment and connection to a community. These are all tools that we can start to use. And Mr. Speaker, I know I've answered this many times, but if people are tuning in today, the summer student program and the intern program is open to people who are ordinarily resident. Doesn't matter how long, but at least ordinarily resident when they're coming back. Similarly, the SFA program is one that is also open as to ordinary residents. So there are advantages for young people who may just be entering their career stage. The new Indigenous employment policy does involve mandatory reporting, as does the Indigenous recruitment and retention framework. There are targets that are broken down by division, by types of positions, and Mr. Speaker, that's a much different type of approach than just a blanket decision about how many peer numbers we want to get. We are trying to do a better job now, Mr. Speaker, of looking at the workforce, looking who is out there looking for work, who different groups may be, and when we do reporting and set targets, to do so in a much more measured and targeted way. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to engage with Indigenous governments. Certainly over the last few months, I've had myself many conversations personally, as have the officials in the Department of Finance, with representatives of Indigenous governments about the importance and the value of prioritizing those groups who are here within the Northwest Territories first and foremost. And that is the amendment that was made and approved by Cabinet, and that's now set to go out on April 1st. But again, Mr. Speaker, it is a whole package of cultural shift that we are putting forward, this being but one part. I'm pleased to hear some mention of the offer that we've made to collaborate with the Standing Committee on Government Operations. As I say, I would like this to be something, as we roll out, given the importance and the value of speaking about representing Indigenous people and getting to a place of equity with people who have been systemically disadvantaged and discriminated against, that we do that as a collective, that we have the opportunity to share and to learn, and that some of the various tools that I'm describing and discussing don't have to be unknown. They should be better known, and we should be held to use them. That is the ideal, Mr. Speaker. Don't need to wait 30 years for review. Happy to do this over the course of the life of this government. Couldn't agree more. Being held to account for it can only be a good thing. Mr. Speaker, my own riding is one that has a lot of public servants. It is one that is, I strongly suspect, not a majority Indigenous Canadian. Mr. Speaker, and I've heard from my own residents on this. This notion that something's being taken away from them, Mr. Speaker, saddens me because it's not, in my view, what defines us as Northerners, whether or not you have access to a priority attempt to maybe get a job. Mr. Speaker, it is not what defines us as Northerners. What defines us as Northerners is our connection to this place, our connection to the land, our connection to friends and to family and to neighbors. That's why, certainly why I think most people live here, and why they have opportunities here, why there is such a strong connection by many here. Mr. Speaker, I had yesterday the opportunity to meet with the Arctic Economic Council that was visiting here in Yellowknife, and they were asking about, why people are living here and what their connections are. Mr. Speaker, from what I was hearing, and certainly from the reaction that most people would give, it's not because there's the possibility that there might someday be the advanced screening on a GNWT public servant's job. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that we don't get to that place. That's the reason people are living here. There's so much more in the north to keep people here, to bring them here, and to bring them home. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, this is a policy of the Government of the Northwest Territories. It's a policy of Cabinet. It has been reviewed at length. It's been reviewed at length by many years, including by this Cabinet. And again, we appreciate the feedback that was had since December to now, and that's why the changes were made as they were, to reflect our Northern Indigenous context and the treaty obligations and connections we have to Northern governments. But with that, Mr. Speaker, in light of it, Cabinet will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife South. To the motion. Question's been called. Does the member from Yellowknife Centre wish to conclude debate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. First of all, I was quite shocked by the last statement by the Finance Minister. The Cabinet was going to vote against this motion because, I mean, tradition has it that when we provide motions, they're treated as advice and they abstain from motions. So this is clearly a sense of maybe, I don't know, is it a new form of working as a party? I mean, they never vote against motions, and it's a disappointment. So when they talk about working together, this would have just been heeded as advice. And again, the Premier can laugh all he wants about this, but I mean, maybe this is an impression of what maybe party politics is happening under the skin or under the guise or under whatever. I don't know. Yeah, there we go.
Member from Hero North is point of order. Member from Hero North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What it sounded like to me is the member was imputing motives, stating that this is an attempt at party politics and we're working as a party. I will let you know that I will never in this assembly work in a party system or strive to work in a party system or support the party system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Hero North. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Well, I appreciate the Premier's creative imagination, but I wasn't formalizing there's a party politics. I'm talking about the guise of the government collaborating together in a manner that they never do. So the Premier does have an imagination on this particular regard. I didn't specifically make that illustration clear enough, and I didn't say the party of one that already acts like that. I mean, I am making a clear point of the impression. So he can be creative in his thoughts and his imagination, but he's completely wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Colleagues, I'm going to have to review what was actually said with the hand search and that before I make a formal decision on this. But colleagues, please remember when we're in this House debating that we are respectful to one another and that we move forward in a positive manner so that we can have honest debate here. Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to your ruling when it does come, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the latest revision of this particular policy by the government has eked out. 7 members of this side of the House spoke against it. Guess what happens? The typical going down the hall or whatever the calls are, right? I mean, how do you describe this as?
On the motion. Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Sorry. And hence, Mr. Speaker, we have the policy now before us, and hence that's why this motion is coming forward. Mr. Speaker, I have asked different times at committee, when did they review the affirmative action policy? They have not. There's no answers. That's why this motion exists. Mr. Speaker, the Premier and everyone else can talk about the impacts on these people, on folks, but there are equity groups that are being impacted by this. That's why it needs to go back to committee. Mr. Speaker, there was at least 4 letters that said, slow down, have consultation. That's what this motion's all about. Mr. Speaker, as the motion and my colleagues have said, many Indigenous governments feel steamrolled by this process, this drive-by consultation. Back in 2022, there was never a detailed consultation as to what you're getting. That's why this motion is being sent back, Mr. Speaker. At the heart of the issue, as I said in my original comments, this is about problems with education, as people mentioned, credentials, job opportunities, and even, let us not forget, not everyone wants to work for the GNWT. Mr. Speaker, the Affirmative Action Program wasn't meant to solve every problem, but what worked in it allowed it, there were things that could have worked, and we could have modified the current policy to fix the small gaps. And sure, there may have been larger gaps, that's true, but we wouldn't know because it's never been reviewed. Now, it's often been brought up as the issue of it needs to go back because, oh my goodness, if we don't follow the new direction of the government, it's unconstitutional, yet unproven, other than a statement, Mr. Speaker. So specific to committee comments, the policy may never have been perfect, but ultimately the affirmative action policy was an important foundation in the North. That's why it needs to go back to committee to talk about it. The EIP program isn't making things better. It's just a reinvention of something that I'm not sure what's happening. Mr. Speaker, sure, I agree that we could do better. We've heard people say that their Indigenous colleagues, they want to follow their direction. Some have said yes. Some will say they support this motion going back to committee. Mr. Speaker, much work has to be done, as pointed out by member for Frame Lake. Hence, it needs to go back to the committee. Mr. Speaker, this current policy, the Affirmative Action Program, hasn't made things worse. The problem is the application hasn't had the reviews and statistics and measurements, as my colleague from the Sahtu has pointed out, are key. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why it needs to go back. Mr. Speaker, the minister says this isn't an equity policy. Yes, if it was, then we'd be talking about something different. She's right that there might be Northerners who are Indigenous, but not Indigenous to the Northwest Territories, who are impacted by the current policy of the Affirmative Action Policy. But there's nothing stopping us from editing that and making that contribution acknowledged. Mr. Speaker, I like the fact that she pointed out that women, statistics on women in the government employment sector have increased. Fantastic, empowering people. Mr. Speaker, taking away P2s is not disenfranchising Northerners because they came after them. So this new policy rendition doesn't change anything. It doesn't fix anything either. Mr. Speaker, she highlighted in 2005 and 2014, which actually I happened to be there at the same time, I can tell you right now that everybody fought for the recognition of long-term Northerners. And even the finance ministers of those days were Indigenous, fighting for long-term Northerners to ensure that they get appreciated. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister pointed out this work was, some of it, or maybe largely or whatnot, or you could say it's a continuation, but a lot of work was done last term. So back to my point, my colleague from Range Lake had said there was no mandate. So are we just simply doing the work of the last term because the minister didn't get it through in the last time? I mean, it sort of makes you wonder what's the value of elections if the cabinet's going to just keep dredging up old work that used to be done. We had a reset a year and a half ago, and again, it wasn't in the mandate as pointed out. It wasn't in the ministerial letters that isn't pointed out. It wasn't even on the campaign trail by anybody, Mr. Speaker. There's frustration abound. That's why this needs to be done. There have been many P1s who've told me that they don't want to see that it's lost. I agree there are ways to fix the current policy, which is exactly why it needs to go back. My colleague from Tuna Days, brought up the issue of what's the point of committee advice if it's just going to be ignored? It makes you wonder what is happening. Mr. Speaker, to wrap up this is that what it does is it creates a new format that we're trying to solve Southern Indigenous hiring problems. I support Northern Indigenous empowerment, hiring opportunities, whether it's education or jobs. I've always held the line that I would do what I can to be a champion of their causes and certainly a champion of their success. And that doesn't change today. To my last breath, I'll be working to support the North, its people, its Indigenous people. But it feels like when we have such overwhelming criticism, it makes you wonder, are we not following the direction of the people? Or are we following the direction of the finance minister and cabinet? Mr. Speaker, the people of the North don't like this. The finance minister likes this. The cabinet likes this. And it's been tweaked in a manner that a few of my Indigenous colleagues feel like at least their groups are protected, and I'm glad it can be. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I will heed your advice and finish with, this is frustrating, this is divisive, and it's been led by the government, and our committee colleagues wanted to be part of the solution. This is how we get it back on track, working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member from Yelnley Centre. The member from Yelnley Centre has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Range Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Tunade Willade.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave. The member for Mackenzie Delta. The member for Thabatcha. The member for Yellowknife North. South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Nunakput. The member for Detcho. The member for Satu.
All those abstaining, please stand.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. Those in favor 4, opposed 13, 1 abstention. Motion is defeated. Colleagues, we will take a brief recess to deal with the other motions. We have to give the translators a bit of a break. Thank you. Motions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas nurses and healthcare workers deliver essential healthcare services to residents of the Northwest Territories, including in rural and remote communities that present challenging operating conditions, and whereas the delivery of quality healthcare in the Northwest Territories depends on a stable, well-supported workforce of regulated healthcare professionals, including nurses and allied health workers, and whereas healthcare workers are suffering from increased workloads and staffing shortages that contribute to low morale, burnout, and reduced staff retention, which in turn leads to disruptions in continuity of patient care. And whereas management practices of the Northwest Territories healthcare system are currently under review through the appointment of a public administrator, and whereas recruitment and retention of nurses and healthcare workers remain a serious challenge and require proactive review of management and labor policies to ensure fair treatment, safe working conditions, and adequate professional support to improve working conditions and job satisfaction. And whereas access to healthcare and addressing the effects of trauma is a priority of the 20th Assembly, now therefore I move, seconded by the member for Montfouille, that the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly undertake a comprehensive review of healthcare management practices, bargaining structures, and labor policies in consultation with nurses, labor unions, independent professional associations, frontline healthcare workers, and other key stakeholders to identify and recommend measures that 1. Reinforce workplace protections for nurses and healthcare workers, including improved work-life balance initiatives, competitive compensation, and mental health supports. 2. Address management practices that contribute to low workplace morale, fostering a supportive and collaborative working environment. 3. Strengthen recruitment and retention strategies for nurses and healthcare staff through focused incentives and stable workforce planning. 4. Increase accountability in the administration of healthcare in the Northwest Territories to ensure that policies reflect the realities of frontline work and lead to real improvements in working conditions in all healthcare settings, including hospitals, health centres, and health cabins. And further, that the Legislative Assembly engage thoroughly with labour unions, professional associations, health agencies, and Indigenous governments to ensure that these measures accurately reflect the needs of healthcare workers in the Northwest Territories, and furthermore, that the comprehensive review of healthcare management practices, bargaining structures, and labour policies be referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for further study.
Member from Yellowknife North. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member from Yellowknife North.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the member from Montfouille for seconding the motion, and I want to thank the member from Range Lake for coming up with the idea for this motion in the first place as a way to show nurses and healthcare workers that we see their struggle. We see the pain they endure amid staff shortages and increased demands, trying to keep our healthcare system afloat and do right by the patients that they try to help day after day after night after night. Mr. Speaker, we cannot run a good quality healthcare system if the majority of our nurses and doctors are temporary contract workers. We need a stable workforce who live in our communities, know their patients, understand cultural safety, and understand who else to reach out to within our health and social services system to make referrals and help patients access the more holistic supports they need. Temporary workers just can't do those things well. Now, we've spoken many times in this House about the need for healthcare worker recruitment and retention. We've talked about policies and strategies and statistics, the cost of agency nurses and contract workers in terms of our budget and the health authority's deficit, but we rarely put our healthcare workers themselves at the center of the solution. We rarely give them a platform to have their voices heard, to have their ideas considered, to let them be co-designers of the system we want to see, to empower them to be leaders in healthcare system reform. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Standing Committee on Social Development, and the seconder of this motion from Montfouille is the chair. And the committee already has identified it wants to broadly examine how to make our entire healthcare system more sustainable. This motion is asking the committee to take a deeper dive into examining healthcare recruitment and retention from the perspective of its workers, to hear from them directly so that our recommendations better reflect the realities of frontline work. The committee, of course, should focus on the things that we as MLAs have some control or influence over. Our government and health authorities' policies and management practices, and our own government's legislation, including how we legislate bargaining structures and regulation of healthcare professionals. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues on how they envision this Assembly and our committees moving forward to address this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am making a motion to amend Motion 5220-20(1), strengthening support for nurses and healthcare workers. I move, seconded by the member for Nunavik-Boot-Lake, to amend Motion 52-20(1), strengthening support for nurses and healthcare workers by adding the words, the employers, possessive, between the words of and management in the 5th clause of the preamble, such that the clause reads, and whereas recruitment and retention of nurses and healthcare workers remain a serious challenge and require proactive review of the employer's management and labor policies to ensure fair treatment, safe working conditions, and adequate professional support to improve working conditions and job satisfaction.
Slave. The motion to amend the motion, or the motion to amend the motion is in order. The question before the House is now the amendment debate must be on the amendment and not the main motion. To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment and the two that follow are simply to clarify that it is not the intent of the motion to interfere with how the union conducts its internal business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave. To the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will support the amendment, as it was always my intention for the committee to focus its work on the government's own legislation and policies. Thank you.
From Yellowknife North. To the motion. Question has been called. The motion to amend the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion has passed. What? To the motion as amended. Member from Great Slave.
For the next one. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Nunavik-Boot-Lake, to amend Motion 52-20(1), strengthening support for nurses and healthcare workers as amended by adding the words the employers, possessive, between the words practices and bargaining in the 1st clause, such that the clause reads, now therefore I move, seconded by the member for Montfouille, the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly undertake a comprehensive review of healthcare management practices, the employers' bargaining structures and labor policies in consultation with nurses, labor unions, independent professional associations, frontline healthcare workers, and other key stakeholders to identify and recommend measures that 1. Reinforce workplace protections for nurses and healthcare workers, including improved work-life balance initiatives, competitive compensation, and mental health supports. 2. Address management practices that contribute to low workplace morale, for us fostering a supportive and collaborative working environment. 3. Strengthen recruitment and retention strategies for nurses and healthcare staff through focused incentives and stable workforce planning. And 4, increase accountability in the administration of healthcare in the Northwest Territories to ensure that policies reflect the realities of frontline work and lead to real improvements in working conditions in all healthcare settings, including hospitals, health centers, and health cabins.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. The motion to amend the motion is in order. The question before the House is now the amendment debate must be on the amendment and not the main motion. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motions passed as amended. To the motion as amended. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last one. I move, seconded by the member for Nunavik-Boot-Lake, to amend Motion 52-20(1), strengthening support for nurses and healthcare workers as amended by adding the words "the employer's possessive" between the words "practices" and "bargaining" in the third clause, such that the clause reads, "And furthermore, that the comprehensive review of healthcare management practices, the employer's bargaining structures, and labor policies be referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for further study."
Thank you, member from Great Slate. To the amended motion. Member from Great Slate.
Don't have anything further to add, simply just that these amendments are to clarify what I previously stated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Slate. Member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was going to let this one go, but I think to be true to myself, I had mentioned in committee, and this is when we talk about trying to figure out ways to work collaboratively, I felt that this type of direction to the Standing Committee is actually a disappointment, a waste of time in my perspective, because you don't need the House of members referring it to yourself. And if this is work already going on in the committee or work that's anticipated to go on in the committee that's known, it seems unusual that the House would have to refer it to itself. It's not a direction of government, and in my sort of, I'll call it straw poll around the room of support for this initiative at large, it seems unusual that if everyone supports it, why are we going to the House to pass a motion to say we're sending it to ourselves in committee? It just seems like the weirdest experience that I've seen in my, am I at year 16 now? Something like that? No longer than that. No, not yet, almost. Anyway, that's how frustrating and exhausting this is getting, this process. So, Mr. Speaker, this motion in some ways is confusing in the sense of I think it's misplaced, because the committee's already agreed that this is going. So, I mean, I think, I don't know what to say. It just seems wrong. Thank you.
From Yellowknife Center. To the motion. Member from Frameland.
Sorry?
Did we vote on the third amendment? No. We're still supposed to be debating the amendment.
We're debating the amendment. Okay, sorry. To debating the amendment. To the amendment. Question has been called. All those in favor of the amendment as presented? Opposed? Abstention? Motion has passed. Members, please return to motion 52-20(1) as amended, to the motion as amended. Member from Moultrie.
Mr. Speaker, I do support this motion because at this time we are having difficult times to retain and to hire nurses and other medical professionals in small communities. This motion is good. It will help meet the needs and to support the nurses and other professionals, other health professionals, to help these nurses and health professionals who wants to live in the small communities, make small communities or make NWT their home. So I do support this motion. Hopefully it will help alleviate lots of problems, the challenges that we are facing, and I'm sure the nurses are facing as well, in small communities. I'm worried about the small communities because if we don't have any nurses in small communities, we're going to conform to having more agency nurses. And I think this motion is really going to help the nurses meet their needs. Thank you.
Move to the motion as amended. Member from Frameland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day already, so I'm just going to be very brief. I spoke quite extensively to my concerns about issues in the healthcare system and ways that we can go about solving them. And one of the key things that I shared at that time was listening to healthcare workers, listening to our frontline workers. And so I think that is ultimately the the aim of this motion. I think the motion speaks for itself. I'm in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Frame Lake. To the motion. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too stand in support of this motion. Nurses, there are a lot of nurses who live in my riding of Range Lake, and since even before we were elected, they were sharing their concerns with me at the doorsteps on the campaign trail. It's clear that what is going on in the health authority is just not working. It's not working for nurses. It's not working for physicians. It's not working for allied health care professionals. I think that we've heard a lot of these concerns. We've heard about agency nurses that are continuing to be a costly short-term solution that depletes morale and precious treasure. A hospital that's under gridlock half of the time every month. Health and safety issues where staff are still waiting for the proper security procedures to be implemented with no idea when that's coming. We have a dedicated recruitment and retention unit called the Health Recruitment Unit of the Department of Finance. It's great at recruiting nurses. The problem is they don't stick around. The retention is very poor. So these are all issues that we know about. I know the ministers are aware of it as well, but we really need to dig down and see how we can better support nurses and really come to the same conclusion that this is a problem and that we need to address it as a government, because if it continues, it's going to continue to drag down the quality of care that Northerners have come to expect from their nurses, their doctors, their health centers. And this is mostly what I hear about is in Yellowknife, where we have a nice hospital and a nice, the Claywaganti building as well. You know, we have a lot of resources here compared to the smaller communities. So the issues, and these are issues in Yellowknife, so the issues that I hear from my colleagues from the smaller communities are nowhere near are beyond the pale of what, folks are putting up with here in Yellowknife. And when you hear stories of, people who are otherwise preventable deaths happening in smaller communities, when you hear challenges of paramedics who, don't have the regulations and the legislation to properly do their jobs as they join other jurisdictions. There's a whole spectrum of healthcare workers, and although nurses are near and dear to all of our hearts, all the allied workers as well and healthcare workers really need to be represented in this work that's being referred to the standing committee, so no one is left out of their concerns, because we hear from lab techs too. They've been running short for years. And that just adds to more and more frustrations, more and more backlogs, and less quality of care. So again, we need to be able to dig down as an assembly into these problems. We need to be able to talk to the people on the ground. We need to be able to talk to the people in management. We need to be able to talk to the people across the aisle, across the floor, so we can come to a set of clear and meaningful recommendations that support nurses and healthcare workers in the Northwest Territories. I was pleased to help inspire this motion and draft a lot of the language in it. It does show that this is an area of mutual concern from a whole lot of members, and we need to work together to solve these challenges. Again, Northerners send us here to solve problems, and this is a problem that is in desperate need of solving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake. To the motion, as amended. Member from Haverhill North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is a motion that is going to be directing standing committee to do work, it is essentially, the committee could do this work without this motion, so there's really not a purpose for cabinet to vote on this. I don't want to begin meddling into the inner operations of standing committee, so cabinet will be abstaining for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Haverhill North. To the motion, as amended. To the motion, as amended. No, member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this case, I appreciate the Premier's statement because he saw exactly what I see. It's weird. So it's weird that we're collaborative in that sense. So seeing the issue that he's pointed out, and I agree, it just seems weird. That said, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the motion, what I want to say is this. I wish there was more of a collaborative process. I'm I'm not going to speak against the motion. It's very difficult to do that. I mean, there's everything in here I like. The only thing I didn't like is the process on how we were told this, and of course the final process of instructing committee when committee could do this anyway. And as I pointed out, committee's already on this, so it's just a bit unusual. However, that said, I have been an advocate for the nursing and healthcare community since I came here, not to mention my previous years, so I mean, I can't imagine me not supporting this in some way. And as a matter of fact, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, maybe we should create an HEP, maybe a healthcare employment policy that changes the narrative for this, because we have so many other problems we need to solve. That said, I'll be voting in favor. Cheers.
Member from Illinois Centre. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Member from Illinois North, you may conclude this. Do you wish to conclude debate?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have anything more to add. I'll just ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member from Yellowknife North has asked for a recorded vote. For all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Trinidad-Willowday. The member for Detroit. The member for Sawtoo. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik-Boot Lake. The member for Montfouille. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Great Slave. The member for Mackenzie Delta.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Thabatcha. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Nunavut.
Vote in favor 11, opposed 0, abstentions 7. The motion as amended has passed. Motions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the honourable member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 2.1, when the House adjourns on Thursday, March 13th, 2025, it shall be adjourned until Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, and further that any time prior to May 22nd, 2025, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, the Speaker may give notice. And thereupon, the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as it has been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from Mackenzie Delta. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member of Hay River North, to amend motion 54-20(1), extended adjournment of the House to May 22nd, 2025 by changing all references of Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 to Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. Thank you.
Mackenzie Delta. To the motion. Or to the motion or as amended. Yes, amendment to the amended motion. To the amendment, sorry. Question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion amendment as passed. Now to the motion as amended. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion has passed. Oh my God. I mean, alrighty. Motions. No motions. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Frame Lake constituent Yvonne Quick, who received the King Charles III Coronation Medal. This medal, which was awarded in recognition of Ms. Quick's remarkable legacy and career in Canadian aviation and her dedication to northern tourism, is a testament to her incredible dedication and support of the aviation and tourism industries in the Northwest Territories. I am honored to acknowledge Ms. Quick, a true northern icon, for this achievement and thank her for her dedication to and love of the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yelnley Centre.
All right. Hopefully I'll have the whole question period to myself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during PDAC, the Minister of ITI announced the North of 60 mining incentive program, and I'm curious our collaboration between the two territories. Can the Minister bring the House up to speed as to what success or groundwork and collaboration with Canada have we received? Thank you.
Yelnley Centre, Minister of ITI.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this program was just recently announced. The member is right, when we were at PDAC. It's an investment from Canor of $460,000 between the three territories to invest in essentially a promotional campaign to attract investment to the three territories specific to critical mineral mining. Thank you.
Minister of ITI, member from Yelnley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it targeting specifically critical minerals? Is it targeting a specific sector in the mining industry? And where should we see sort of some dynamic results, and when should we see them? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yelnley Centre. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, overall the initiative is focused on critical minerals, and then from there on mineral resource development and really investment attraction in the territory. But our focus is certainly these days on critical minerals, given that's where the world is really turning its attention these days. This program is certainly just in its infancy, and over our time we will certainly continue to track, as we already do, exploration in the territories, projects moving forward in the territories, and of course GDP from our mineral projects. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Final supplementary, member from Yelnley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When can the public see action of this actual policy, or push out or roll out of what's actually happening? And if it is already out, where can we go to see it? Thank you.
Member from Yelnley Centre, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this was a soft launch at PDAC, where we were able to attract different ambassadors from different countries who have now their own critical mineral funds, their own raw materials funds. We were able to attract different investors, mining companies, exploration companies, and really were able to start by rolling this out. We do have some collateral, and there will also be a web page that I would be more than happy to share on social media to ensure that Northerners also have access to it as well. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Oral questions. Member from Ranger Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the outgoing Prime Minister has released a white paper on RCMP reform. It has significant consequences for the Northwest Territories if these changes go through, which would see the force transition to a national intelligence and security force. I know the RCMP has concerns around this. We've heard some jurisdictions have concerns around this. Yesterday we talked about setting funding for community safety officer programs, the need potentially for a new police act. Now it sounds like we need to have our own police force. So what is the Premier's approach to solve this challenge? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the federal government on March 10th released a paper about the future of the RCMP, or at least this existing administration's take on the future of the RCMP, understanding there is a change of government happening tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. And that paper said that the federal government should be committed to working closely with the provinces to support a transition away from contract policing. Of course, here in the Northwest Territories, we contract the RCMP to do our policing. But in that same paper, it said that Canada should also collaborate with territorial leaders and Indigenous partners to define a new policing model. So while the provinces, this paper talks about transitioning the provinces away from contract policing with the RCMP, it recognizes that the territories are in a different position. And this is similar to the conversation I had with the Minister of Public Safety. Admittedly, it was a few public safety ministers ago, but it wasn't that long ago, where Minister Blair, who was Public Safety Minister at the time, acknowledged that there's a different relationship with the territories, and that the federal government does have a responsibility for policing, a shared responsibility for policing in the territory, which is different from the provinces. So we will continue to work with the federal government on this. Thank you.
Mr. Premier, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to that clarity. I did note that the territories are being treated differently, but this new model of policing, one of the perhaps benefits is to start the discussion on how we can change community policing in the Northwest Territories, indigenize it, and certainly make the service even more representative of the communities it serves, and of course perhaps deal with some of the historic inequities of communities that haven't had RCMP officers or things like that. So is there, in the discussions the Premier's had in the past about a new policing model, can you shed some light on what new options there could be? Because we've heard members on the floor here have been advocating for police officers in their small, rural, and remote communities for 30 years. So is there a way we can use this opportunity to bring more policing resources into the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So our current agreement with the RCMP is for another 7 years. So this is a long ways out. That being said, for a new model to be developed and fleshed out, it's going to take some time. And so this white paper came out 3 days ago. No one that I know was expecting it. I don't believe the RCMP were part of the development of it. And so there hasn't been a lot of discussions on this. And so I don't really have any insight into what the model could look like, because those conversations haven't started. That being said, it is an opportunity to address some of the issues that have been ongoing issues in the territory in terms of the coverage of policing services and things like that. It will come with challenges, there's no doubt about that, but there's always an opportunity to improve something when we're starting fresh with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier, final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly with there are always new opportunities, and perhaps this is one of them. That being said, the RCMP is saying loud and clear that they feel they've been under-resourced by Parliament. The Premier joined me in calling for more resources for the RCMP so we can keep our communities safe here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have a contract with the RCMP, and that lays out the resourcing. And it's clear of the cost share breakdown. We pay 70%, the federal government pays 30%. We have advocated for more resources, and we were successful in that advocacy by receiving more funding through the First Nation and Inuit policing program, which has closer to a 50-50 cost share. And so we have been successful in that regard. But that being said, we do have a contract, we do have a requirement to pay a certain amount, and so we can get more resources from the federal government, but it would mean that we would put in our portion of those resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully we still have some healthcare workers that have hung on and are continuing to watch, because I would like to ask some questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services around healthcare workforce planning. So we know that there are almost 50% vacancy rates for local family physicians and specialists in the territory. And the Health Authority has been saying that that might not be a problem because maybe we don't need that many doctors if patients are sometimes better off seeing another practitioner instead, such as a nurse. My question, first, when will we know exactly how many doctor positions we should be aiming for and how many of each kind of nurse positions we should be aiming for in each community, region, and across the NWT as a whole? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always the aim of the NTHSSA to fill all funded position vacancies. First, with permanent staff living in the territory, and where that's not possible, to try to attempt to hire recurrent locums. The work of the primary care reform is to match primary care needs of the communities with access to the right providers to meet those needs. And as needs change, like aging population, chronic disease burdens, mental health conditions, practices change. Expanded scope of providers, new technologies, the mix and number of people to deliver that care will shift. But right now it's too early to determine the future for family physicians given the changes in our primary care model. More funded positions for family physicians may be needed, but it's also possible that they won't. While there's currently vacancies, we aren't turning any primary care physicians away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we also know that as of June of last year, nurse vacancy rates ranged from 23% to 36%, depending on the type of nurse. And that's alarming enough, but if nurses are now expected to take on even more of a role in seeing patients, if there's a shortage of doctors, is the minister confident that we currently even have enough nurse positions established, let alone the ability to fill them? So in other words, could the gap between the number of nurses we have and the number of nurses we need be even greater than those vacancy rates are showing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned with the physicians, we aim to fill all funded nursing vacancies, but as we continue to refine the models of care and move forward with primary care reform, we'll be in a better position to ensure that staffing reflects the needs of the community. And as I had mentioned in this House many times, changing in the small communities, nursing has changed over many, many years. So whereas before, when I started in my career 20 years ago, the nurses in all of the Beaufort Delta, when I used to be able to be on the phone with them, talk with them in the emergency department, they had been in those communities, they were living in those communities, they were permanent living in those communities, and now what we're seeing is many people do not come and move to those communities. And that's why the effort of trying to promote and work with Indigenous people that are from those communities to go to school, to get trained, and go back to their communities. We have some great success stories in the Northwest Territories, but in the regional centers, you don't see, the vacancies are not as high. In the capital, they're, in the 8:30 to 5 clinics, those kind of positions, they're not as high. It is a lot of work for shift workers, and some shift workers, nurses come into to nursing and they leave within a couple of years because it's just not for them. Many people do that in many careers, and right now, healthcare is hard work. It is busy. There is a lot. People are sicker. Rooms are full. Emergencies are full. So it is going to take there's a lot of work to do with primary care, and it's got to also, where we're trying to focus is in the small communities, because that is where we see the biggest gaps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Health Authority tracking the number of expected retirements of doctors and nurses over the next 3 years in order to target its recruitment and workforce planning efforts appropriately? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, GNWT regularly tracks current and historical retirement rates, as well as current retirement eligibility and retirement eligibility in the next 5 to 10 years, as it reflects in the GNWT Public Service Annual Report. The NTHSSA also tracks staffing levels throughout quarterly vacancy reviews. Managers are asked to identify any current or anticipated vacancies within a 6-month time frame to support proactive recruitment, minimize service disruptions, and facilitate smooth transition and handover periods. And I can contest to that because I used to do that. Part of this upcoming 2025-2028 People Strategy is scheduled for launch next fiscal year. NTHSSA is exploring opportunities to strengthen succession planning and support staff development within the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my member statement, can you imagine that there are numerous people out there, like the young lady I was referring to, who wants help to overcome their addictions, but they need the help from their own people within their own communities. Trust is a huge factor when you're dealing with addiction recovery. Will the minister look at having her department look at supporting the residents of our smaller communities with financial resources to heal the residents of our smaller communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, exactly what the member is talking about. In the last couple years, the Community Wellness and Recovery Addictions funding is specifically to application-based from Indigenous governments or groups in the community that can apply for any type of programming that they want to offer in their community. And as it is right now today in the members' riding, the Gwich'in Tribal Council has received $303,000 from that fund, and the Tetlet Gwich'in Band has also received $24,200 for that fund for this fiscal year. As well as there are funding for those youth or that are struggling and possibly with our small communities, there's a high risk for suicide. So suicide prevention fund within the community, GTC receives $72,500 towards the Gwich'in communities, and the Tetlet Gwich'in also gets $71,533 directly into the Tetlet Gwich'in Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the response. When I referred to addictions recovery, it's specifically to addictions recovery, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister take the lead and help heal our residents within our communities and meet personally with the interested community agencies who want to heal their communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm more than willing to always go in and speak with the community members. However, when it comes to the area where if they want community-based programs that are those funds have been requested by the Indigenous governments to go through this process. So what we do as the GNWT provide mental health supports. There is a counselor position in Fort McPherson. There's addiction support that's provided through this program. There are and if there's discussion between the Indigenous groups in that region and my office and my staff, I'm more than willing to have those conversations on how we can work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our last minister's visit did not go well in Fort McPherson due to death, will the minister commit to visiting Fort McPherson in April of 2025 to address some of the concerns of the residents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. Minister of Health and Social Services.
If the member is asking me to do another constituency tour, yes, I will commit to doing that. However, the dates our offices can work together with those dates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. A member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Premier, who also is the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, last budget we had a rollout, I believe, of 9 policing officers under the Indigenous Policing Initiative. I'm curious as to what the actual rollout looks like, where they are, where did they go to, and where they didn't go to with respect to the 9 that the territorial government was getting. Thank you.
Member from Range Lake. Minister of Justice.
So there were not 9 positions rolled out I guess the member's talking about last fiscal year, so that would have been 23-24. We're still in the 24-25 fiscal year. So in the 23-24 fiscal year, the member is correct, there were 9 positions. Those were allocated to Aklavik, Deda and Delo, based in Yellowknife, Fort Good Hope, Fort McPherson, Fort Simpson, 2 to Fort Smith, 1 to the Cutler Diche First Nation stationed in Hay River Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the kindness of that moment where the Premier could have made a bigger deal of it. I misread my note. That said, has the department applied for any more policing officers under that initiative? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that information on hand. What I will say is that we do have a significant number of RCMP officers. The RCMP budget has increased faster than really most other budgets in the government, and that's because we put a lot of emphasis on it. And so at some point we do have to stop the expansion and look at other priorities. That being said, there's always conversations going on, and when opportunities arise where it looks like we can get a good deal from the federal government, we like to explore those. And so there could be some of those talks happening, but I'm happy to get back to the member. Thank you.
Mr. Justice, final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges I see is the downtown MLA, that we see a lot of, we'll call it social problems, and unfortunately police officers are being used as social workers to deal with them. But the reality is they are being called on more and more and taken away from the primary job for general public safety and general duty stuff. Mr. Speaker, would the Premier be willing to look at some type of way of increasing the police presence in the downtown of Yellowknife? I know he doesn't instruct the chief superintendent, but he does have sway with respect to influence of policing. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the way that the Minister of Justice influences policing in the Northwest Territories is through resourcing and through the policing priorities that are issued to the RCMP. And so it's probably a bit beyond my ability to increase police presence in a particular community in a particular part of that community. And that being said, I've had conversations with the RCMP about Yellowknife and about downtown Yellowknife. And so I know they're well aware of the situation. And when the RCMP wants to bring forward requests for new resources, there's a process through which they do that. And when they identify Yellowknife as the place where they want to see those resources, they will bring forward that request to us. Thank you.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister of NWT Housing, how many new homes will the NWT build over the remainder of this term of government? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit sleepy here, but I don't have those numbers on hand, but I can provide the member with that information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you. No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I guess we can't ballpark things here. When we're talking about new homes, can the Minister just define what NWT housing means by new home, just so the public is aware of when we're talking about housing and creating doors and things like that for people to live in? It doesn't always have to be brand new. Sometimes it can be reno. So what does new home mean in the context of this conversation? Thank you.
Range Lake, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand the question, what does a new home mean? A new home means a new build within Housing NWT and brought into a community as a new home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Is the Minister aware of the current core need for homeowners in the Northwest Territories? What the statistic is? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand core need is very high We have over 900 families in the Northwest Territories that need homes. This is the waiting list across the north. We're doing a territorial housing needs assessment, and this is important work because it offers us both a qualitative look and a quantitative look. Right now, we've done the quantitative, and we're working towards the qualitative. We're working with the University of British Columbia, and they have a HEART tool. It's a housing assessment resource tool, and this tool is working with Housing NWT to go across and engage with communities with this tool, using this tool to look at homes across the north, the quality of homes. Because we can continue to put quantity of homes, but the quality inside that home is really important. I've been into homes from Sachs Harbor to Fort Resolution, and I see the disparity, especially with public housing. So when you talk quality of homes, this is important work that they're going to do, and we're hoping to have this done by fall of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing and NWT. Oral questions. Member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my member statement, can the Minister of Infrastructure say what the department's current plans are for the Merv Hardy Ferry? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Date Show. Minister of Finance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the department at this time and MTS through the department doesn't have specific plans to attempt to refurbish the Merv Hardy or to get it back up to speed. What investigation there has been has given a fairly high cost estimate to get it to be recertified pursuant to Transport Canada regulations. So at this point, more likely would be an attempt to sell the asset than it would be to refurbish it. Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure. Member from the Date Show.
Well, she just answered two of my other questions. So, well, in the event of an emergency, Mr. Speaker, such as a fire, flooding in the Decho, I guess it's not usable. So my question would be, could the Merv Hardy be used for evacuation or other critical needs? However, the Minister can answer that. Thank you. Please.
From the Date Show, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no, I guess we can surmise this answer based on the last, that the Merv Hardy isn't the path by which we would look to support any communities that are being evacuated, if they're being evacuated in the region. Mr. Speaker, I will say that while it's not certified for use, we certainly are preparing for the ferry season with the other ferries in the region, ensuring that they are inspected and ready to go. So what I can also say, Mr. Speaker, one last comment was with respect to the Decho Bridge. This is one of the reasons that we actually went ahead and replaced all of the cables that after the events that one of them had some damage on it. We are conscious, certainly, at the Department of Infrastructure about maintaining the transportation networks that we do have and wanting to make sure that they remain secure and safe. Thank you.
Mr. Infrastructure. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, as the Minister of MACA will know, the City of Yellowknife has been challenged with the $100 million water line solution. I'm wondering, I'm seeing that they've had to shift directions temporarily. What is the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs specifically doing to help the City of Yellowknife? Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the members aware, we do provide some funding to communities. How they allocate the funding is up to Mayor and Council. At this time, I'm not aware of any correspondence between the Department of MACA and the City of Yellowknife for assistance with particular projects. So I would have to get more information from the department if there has been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Municipal and Community Affairs. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, water is very critical to day-to-day life, so I won't go at length at that. I'm sure that stands as a fact on its own. Mr. Speaker, when the minister is saying he's not aware of the problem or aware of what they're going to do, or maybe we can clarify what the minister can do in his role as Minister of Communities when a the City of Yellowknife struggling with this potential financial endeavor? Thank you.
Yellowknife Center, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify for the member, as I stated, that I'm not aware of the department and the city corresponding on this particular project. So if they have been, I will find out, but I'm not aware of it. I'm not saying that they haven't been helping or there hasn't been any dialogue. I'm not aware of it. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, the city has planned to run this project. Unfortunately, like everything else, we're all aware the project costs have gone up and unexpectedly, obviously the city wasn't prepared for that, as are most infrastructure projects these days. So we're all running into these problems, and community governments like the City of Yellowknife, through their governing structure, have also had to be a little bit smart and diligent on how they're going to run this project. So, this is not an easy task for them, and it's similar to all the communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a healthy, safe infrastructure is critical for any community. Mr. Speaker, the project went from several million to up to $57 million and now $100 million, and of course they have to abandon the current plan basically because of construction and whatnot. Mr. Speaker, would the minister take an active role, reach out to the City of Yellowknife and see what resources MACA can use within their system to help advocate with the federal government to get more access to funding so we can get a healthy, safe water line here in Yellowknife, which serves half our territory? Thank you.
The member from Yellowknife Center, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MACA does a lot of good work with a lot of municipalities throughout the north, including the City of Yellowknife, and they're constantly communicating. So I'm sure if they are requiring assistance from MACA, that they've already communicated with the department, and that's probably something I could look into. But other than that, MACA's role with the community governments is supporting them when they have to make some of these tough decisions at times, not necessarily finding more money for them. I'm sure the City of Yellowknife has some amazing resources and staff to find funding and extra funding for their community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to direct the question at the Minister of Finance, who also works as the Minister in charge of the Power Corp, because this is an interesting needle to thread. So with the town of Hay River finally taking over the power in that community from Naka Power, I'm curious on is there any extended debt on the NWT Power Corp, and does it affect sort of the bottom line, and how is that paid for? I'm trying to get that sense of what did the GNWT buy if we ended up stepping up? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Center. Minister of Infrastructure, Power Corp, responsible for Power Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't, the question changed a little as we went. There's not extended debt. The Power Corporation's purchase of the Hay River franchise, of course, began back in 2014, was only just recently completed in terms of determining the value of the assets and the amount that might have to be paid under it. That process is also now part of the GRA that is underway, and the costs of the assets and the amounts paid and what that may or may not do to any rates will be part of that process and will be reviewed by the Public Utilities Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for NWT Power Corp. Member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a problem when you have a minister straddles many files on a big file in this particular one. I appreciate the answer, though. Mr. Speaker, does the government have the money in cash to pay out Naka Power for whatever this transaction is, or what's the solution for that problem? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Center. Minister responsible for NWT Power Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories Power Corporation will be able to complete the sale and purchase of the assets, and are not looking for any handout from the GNWT to complete that sale. Thank you.
Member from Minister responsible for NWT Power Corp. Last or final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, my last question, which may be similar to the last one, is it being paid out in cash in the context of debt, or is it being paid out in cash in context of cash reserves? Thank you.
Member from Illinois Centre, Minister responsible for NTPC.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, it's I'd have to go back and double check just to ensure that I'm firstly understanding the nature of the financial question that the member's asking. But I'd certainly be happy to go back and take a look at the arrangements that were being made. Again, this does date back to an agreement and an offer that was from 2014, and certainly happy to provide the member with some further detail. Thank you.
Minister responsible for NTPC. Oral questions. Oral questions. Oral questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rules 7.26 and 7, where a minister has made a commitment to provide additional information in response to an oral question, they must file it with the clerk. I have received follow-up information for oral question 427-20(1), supportive living and respite care, asked on February 6, 2025 by the member for Frame Lake to the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk, oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Member from Mophie.
Mr. Speaker. Title transfer issues in Cleacho region. My question for the Minister of Justice are: 1. How many properties in the Northwest Territories are currently registered in the name of deceased individuals? 2. What specific legal steps are required to transfer ownership from a deceased title holder to the rightful heirs under the current land title system? 3. How does the Department of Justice facilitate the identification of rightful heirs, and what action must be taken to resolve any title issues, including any specific declarations that must be made to the Land Titles Office? And 4, for properties in the Cleacho region that have not been surveyed or registered with the Land Titles Office, what legal process exists for establishing ownership, and what steps must a resident take to begin the land survey and title registrations process under current Northwest Territories law? Thank you.
From Mophie. Written questions. Written questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Finance. Environmental legal obligations are governed by relevant federal and Northwest Territories acts, along with their associated regulations and guidelines. These legislative requirements form the foundation for the recognition of environmental liabilities by the government in line with Public Sector Accounting Board standards and the Financial Administration Act. The Financial Management Board requires that all departments maintain an inventory of existing environmental liabilities and potential sites in the public accounts. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Finance please provide this inventory, including a detailed summary of recorded environmental liabilities for every budget since devolution, provided in the form of project name and title, year, dollar expense, and 2, for that same list of projects, indicate whether a land use permit or water license was issued, whether the project involved a GNWT lease, and for each, indicate if a security was held and collected to cover the liability and the amount of that security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Frame Lake. Written questions. Written questions. Colleagues, in regards to the point of order raised by the member of Hay River North against the member of Yonge Centre, I've had the opportunity to review an unedited transcript. The member from Yonge Centre referred to Cabinet as working as a party. While it is not common for Cabinet members to vote against a motion, it is their prerogative to vote how they want. Further, Cabinet solidarity is a key principle of both Westminster democracy and consensus government. Implying the Cabinet is acting as a party was out of order. I'll ask the member from Yellowknife Centre to withdraw his comments. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
I'll withdraw.
From Yellowknife Centre. Sorry, back to where I am, sorry. Return to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports on committees of the review of bills. Reports on committee of review of bills. Reports on standing and special committees. Reports on standing and special committee. Tabling of documents. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 4 documents. Plain language summary for Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act. Statement of consistency for Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act. Plain language summary for Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act. And statement of consistency for Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Justice, tabling the documents. Member for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document: Waste Reduction and Recovery Program 2023-2024 Annual Report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Tabling of documents. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document: Physical Activity, Sports and Recreation Fund Annual Report 2023-2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document: 2025-26 Corporate Plan for the Northwest Territories Hydro Corporation and Northwest Territories Power Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for NTPC. Tabling documents. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following documents for the purposes of public discussion. First, a draft for discussion, Private Members Bill, an act to amend the Public Service Act. Second, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Statement of Consistency for an act to amend the Public Service Act. Third, explanation of the proposal for a Private Members Bill, an act to amend the Public Service Act. And finally, frequently asked questions on a Private Members Bill proposal to address concerns raised by nurses regarding the Public Service Act by MLA Shauna Morgan, Yellowknife North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North. Tabling the documents. Colleagues, pursuant to Section 5 of the Indemnities Allowance and Expenditures Regulations of the Legislative Assembly and the Executive Council Act, I wish to table the summary of members' absences for the period of May 23rd, 2024 to February 4th, 2025. Table and documents. Table and documents. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 25, Appropriations Act, Operation Expenditures 2025-2026, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Pursuant to Rule 8.2, brackets 3, Bill 25 is deemed to have read its first reading and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills, first reading of bills. Second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Cam Lake, that Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act, be read for the second time. This bill will bring the Northwest Territories Children's Law Act in line with changes to the Federal Divorce Act that came into force in 2021. The bill will also allow for the collection, use, and disclosure of information for the purposes of the Child Support Recalculation Service, and will make an amendment to provide greater flexibility for the judiciary to create broadly applicable rules of court. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 23 has been read a second time and is referred to the Standing Committee of the Assembly for further consideration. Second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Cam Lake, that Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act, be read for the second time. The bill will bring the Northwest Territories Family Law Act in line with changes to the Federal Divorce Act that came into force in 2021. The bill will also make an amendment to provide greater flexibility for the judiciary to create broadly applicable rules of court. Thank you.
Minister of Justice. The motion is ordered to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 24 has read a second time and is referred to a standing committee of the Assembly for further considerations. Second reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunakput, that Bill 25, Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures 2025-26, be read for the second time. This bill authorizes the Government of the Northwest Territories to make appropriations for operations expenditures for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. It also sets out limits on amounts that may be borrowed by the Commissioner on behalf of the Government, includes information in respect of all existing borrowing and all projected borrowing for the fiscal year, and authorizes the making of disbursements to pay the principal of amounts borrowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion has carried. Bill 25 has been read a second time and is ready for third reading. Third reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunakput, that Bill 25, Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures 2025-2026, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. To the motion. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've said a couple times today that Northerners sent us here to solve problems. I know that we've heard in this House that progress is slow by design and that we often lack the resources to get things done. However, I reject this notion of learned helplessness that only prevents us from taking decisive action to the needs that must be met. We are the architect of our own systems, policies, and political priorities. We can change them if needed to get the results Northerners are looking for. And my fundamental question, I think, to everyone here is, why do we think, Mr. Speaker, we have time on our hands? 1 year has already gone by, and we'll soon be facing the end of the term. And in that time, we'll have either survived or been consumed by a trade war. Our streets will continue to become unsafe, houses will be built at a snail's pace, and our debt will continue to rise as our economy continues to decline. That's what the trend is, and that's what we're going to get if we continue to move slow on the problems that we face as a territory. We're in the midst of a deepening economic crisis. It started with the closure of the diamond mines and has only worsened with the trade war launched by Donald Trump and the downturn in global commodities prices that continue to limit the development of critical minerals in the Northwest Territories. Our expenditures are unsustainable. Our public debt is astronomical. Our economy has become nearly completely dependent on public sector jobs that we will soon be unable to afford. This is the moment Northerners find themselves in. So the question is, does this budget meet the moment? Mr. Speaker, public safety is fundamental, and Northerners I speak to are far too often concerned about increasing levels of violence in their communities brought by gangs and guns on their streets. Last year, we put in millions of new spending for policing resources, But we are still waiting on the suite of legislation that will create the tools for law enforcement to tackle these programs head on. Not to mention that in recent days we have seen potential major changes to the RCMP, commitment to decrease funding for community safety officer programs, so our resources are being diminished, not increased. Why are we still waiting for these pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker? We moved a bill in 5 days. And I know there's public consultations and all that, but let the House do some consultations. We ran on public safety. We put it into our priorities. That should be enough to get the ball rolling and move expediently on this stuff. Maybe it's an exception to our normal process, but this moment calls for exceptional action, Mr. Speaker. To quote the powerful statement of my friend from Mackenzie Delta from Hansard on March 11th that he spoke of today, at this time, I will not have any questions for this government because their solutions are few and far in between to implement a solution to save our communities in combating the drug crisis we are experiencing. The drug dealers are using our own residents to kill our own people just for a simple financial transaction. The only question to this House is what can we do today? And my question is, does this budget do enough? More action is desperately needed to combat the drug trade, fight organized crime, and support our frontline police and paramedics, who are the true heroes engaged in an uphill battle against the worst social predators imaginable. Turning to education, Mr. Speaker, the early learning and child care system that we've built in the Northwest Territories is not working. We've heard this loud and clear from child care providers. They're still struggling financially. The system isn't working, and now we're locked into a 5-year deal. The $3.5 million we negotiated last year will be spent by mid-March. That's a good thing, but I think the expectation was that money would move faster. Day homes have not been brought into the wage grid, and there's no plan to do that, meaning our day home providers are continually treated as in a two-tier system, where they're unfairly penalized because they're a private business versus a center-based care. This is something we're hearing from the associations, something we're hearing from the providers, and if we don't make changes, the system will collapse. That's what we're being told. That's not my speculation, Mr. Speaker. Voluntary fees are an option. They're an option in other jurisdictions. We've brought it up multiple times. There doesn't seem to be willingness to take that on. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking a lot about defense and sovereignty for good reason. Our country's under threat, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say again, no one is going to undermine our sovereignty. Canada will never be the 51st state, but it's going to be a hell of a lot easier for our adversaries to undermine that position if we don't invest in our security. Even though we can't handle that alone as a territorial government, we see the Yukon government and other Arctic organizations investing in think tanks, policy studies, and committees that are building the framework to bring more spending dollars and defense spending into their jurisdictions. That's the kind of leadership we need. We need to have a very clear position that the NWT needs to be at the center of any sovereignty and defense plan that comes forward from the next government of Canada, and that we are the headquarters of these operations and we have the most investment imaginable. That could bring homes, jobs, infrastructure spending, economic growth, and most importantly, safety and security from foreign adversaries. And I can't believe I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker. Usually we have to deal with much smaller problems in this House, but this is where we find ourselves in this moment. Mr. Speaker, we still don't have clarity on the carbon tax, and we have a solution available right now. Bill 3 can repeal the carbon tax, move us over to the backstop, so when Prime Minister-designate Carney scraps the carbon tax, or the leader of the opposition, if he's successful in his bid for Prime Minister, scraps the carbon tax, we're ready, and it goes away like that. The way we are currently moving, it will be another 6, 8 months, a year, who knows? Northerners want this off the books. They're tired of paying a consumer carbon tax. Canadians are tired of paying a consumer carbon tax. We shouldn't be waiting. We should be moving. And we can amend that bill. We can preserve the air. We've heard industry likes the rebate system that they use, so let's keep that. That's what the committee heard. That's what the minister's telling us. Let's keep that, but get rid of the carbon tax now and be prepared for this change so we can move expediently. Because now we're going to have to wait till May to make any changes. Regulations can change things, but again, Northerners want this off the books. They don't want the threat of it coming back, especially for a cash-strapped government. Mr. Speaker, I've been advocating for the SPCA to receive more money. We know that the NGOs in the Northwest Territories do very important work. Fortunately, that's not in this budget. I am hopeful, though, that the changes that the executive is putting in will afford them and other organizations the opportunity to access more funding. But I will be keeping an eye on it, because we cannot continue to leave NGOs who are doing this work, this critical work that is often overlooked, spaying and neutering pets or ground search and rescue, that are struggling financially to provide this important public service. So I hope to see that money move forward, and if it doesn't, then we're going to have a conversation about that in the next budget. There's no increases for the mineral incentive program. I know the minister says that's not the right time, it doesn't lead to mines, but it's got a ×8 economic multiplier. That's the government's own numbers that they're coming up with. And that's money that goes into our economy, that's local spending numbers, that's a great return on investment, and they're saying it doesn't make a difference. Well, if it doesn't make a difference, why is it still in the budget? Either increase this thing that has, the only thing I can think of higher than that, than perhaps energy, clean energy programs or housing programs, are the film credit, which has a ×9 multiplier. So when we're being told these facts and we don't see it on the paper, it starts to become confusing, to me at least, when we have a short-term way to create economic growth and invest in the minerals sector and send a clear signal that we're using our own limited resources because it's important to us. We should take that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about the $41 million that are coming into this budget. It's part of a greater $150 million plan. I welcome that plan. But here's the thing. That plan's a previous commitment. It's something we secured in the last budget. It was just unfunded. And we have spent a lot of time, in fact, 22 hours and 23 minutes, debating a budget, negotiating a budget, to get that money in place. And for me, when you say I have a plan, I'm going to give you the house. You want housing? I'll give you a $150 million plan. I expect to see $150 million, not a notional plan that is unfunded. So this is a problem that the government created for itself by not funding that plan, just putting it on paper. They've now corrected that problem by costing it and funding it. So it is an achievement, but it's still only, by my count, 213 new homes. And I could be wrong on that, and I hope I am. Nunavut is on track to deliver 1,000 homes by the end of their term as part of their Nunavut 3000 plan. Now, they have other factors that go into it. They have a different beneficiary structure and relationships with Indigenous organizations. But that being said, we could have those same relationships here. We could lean on them. But the relationships between NWT Housing and those groups have been fraught for years, which is why they went to Ottawa in the first place, to get bilateral funding. But we have these territorial housing forum. We have all these opportunities to find a way to collectively and collaboratively build housing in the North. I want to see those numbers go up. We have, again, by my count, and I hope I'm wrong, 3,483 households in the NWT in core need. If you add the retrofits that are planned, we get close to 1,000, just under 1,000, I think, new homes and new retrofits for people, for Northerners, which is great, but that's still 2,300 homes short. That's the scale of the problem we're doing, and home it's fundamental. It's the foundation for everything else that comes. I believe wholeheartedly in the Housing First model, that you need to have a solid foundation of a home before you can address other problems in your life. We have the opportunity to help people heal, to help people grow, and we continue to invest. It was like pulling teeth to get the government to commit to a promise they made last government for this money. Mr. Speaker, turning to the health system. Oh, and sorry, I should add our plan, which not every member accepted, but certainly we discussed, and there was enthusiasm for many MLAs, was 500 new homes. So we're half that. I think we could do 500. I think we should do 500. Mr. Speaker, turning to healthcare, as I said earlier today, half of every month Stanton Hospital is gridlocked. A hospital in gridlock, it refers to a situation where inpatient beds are full, preventing patients in the emergency department from being moved to an inpatient unit, leading to congestion and delays. This, in addition to one of the, from what I'm told, is the least productive operating rooms in Canada, is only exacerbating the stress and the stress and the problems that are going on in Stanton. 60% of doctors want to leave the Northwest Territories. 9 already have, and there's a 50% physician vacancy rate. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is where's the plan? Where's the urgency? As far as health spending goes, it hasn't diminished, which is significantly. But there's a plan to diminish it in the name of finding efficiencies and finding savings, and I'm sure we can. But until we address the core issues, we're not going to see changes. The NWT Medical Association is trying. They've written to our cabinet about the critical need, for government intervention to prevent disruptions in primary care and emergency services. They've rolled out programs like MD Connect that brings people together to build community and do things that are wellness related. They host reconciliation and cultural safety events and funding for physicians to individually pursue coaching to deal with stress in their lives and issues that they need professional development on. The College and Association of Nurses of the Northwest Territories in Nunavut, or CAN, is working on a pathway for foreign educated nurses to work in the NWT. After this House said it's not possible, they're doing it on their own initiatives, and it's moving forward, I think, by July of this year. So I applaud them for that work. So we see this progress going on elsewhere. We know there's a public administrator, but we haven't seen the plan. I haven't even spoken to the public minister. I know people in my own personal life who have, and I haven't. And I know we're going to see that soon, but it's always been eventually. And this should be our top priority, to understand what is going on in our healthcare system and how it's going to change. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to another issue that was really a critical flashpoint in this review and in this sitting, and that's the closure of the CLCs. Now, although Aurora College is an arm's length institution, I firmly believe that our government has the resources, the size to move quickly, and the political will to do a lot. Whether it's using soft power to influence decisions, or whether it's bringing these facilities within the mandate of the departments, there's always something that can be done. And if we don't do something, that's over 40 jobs that are going to be lost in small communities. And these are jobs that are not going to be, those people are probably not going to stick around in most cases. They're instructors. There's nowhere for them to teach. They'll find other places. It's true the CLCs aren't working. Everyone will say that, including the instructors who work there. But the only way we're going to empower Northerners and achieve reconciliation and end systemic poverty is by investing in a strong education system that starts in the small communities. We've heard directly from people working in that system, in the CLCs, and I'll talk about the one case that I personally am aware of in Dilo and Deta that trained over 100 adult learners in 18 months. Mr. Speaker, the ISEP program is the Introduction to Skilled Trades Essential. This is a new Aurora College program that was created and piloted in Dilo, Fort Good Hope, and Hay River Reserve in the fall of 2023. Students from all three centers attended that fundamental program, and it was the first time the facility was full in many, many years. The program was so successful that the community wanted to run it again in the fall of 2024. However, the college wouldn't support the program. So instead, they partnered with the Yellowknives Dene First Nation and used their instructors to cover the three trade components. From these two intakes alone, many of the students are now apprentices, some at Diavec, some at Giant Mine, and a few in town. Mr. Speaker, to quote the feedback we've gotten about this, they're cherry-picking the stats to make learning centers look bad. When you hear that from the people who are operating these facilities, who are on the ground working with students and putting their heart and soul into these programs and getting results, it becomes very hard to know what the reality is on the ground. Are these CLCs working? Are they not? But even if that's the case, what we should be doing is putting a pause on it. We put many pauses on things in the past to look at how we can save the ones that are actually doing their jobs and close the ones that are not productive. And I don't think this should be Aurora College's responsibility. I've never supported them operating CLCs. They should be focused on their mandate of becoming a polytechnic. They should be finding resources to support the students they've got and build on successful programs. But they should be honest and clear about the stats that they're coming out of these schools. Because again, when we see one set of facts versus another set of facts, it's very hard to know what the reality is on the ground. Mr. Speaker, as we know, this budget marks the end of affirmative action policies that put Northerners first. Mr. Speaker, I know that the policy is not attached to this budget, but this budget will be the inflection point moving forward for the GNWT. Mr. Speaker, the P2s have been cut, and as have priority status for differently abled people, minority groups who have contributed so much to our territory. And I know that an easy way to kind of denigrate this position that P2s are upset about this is it's all white people who are very privileged. But for many people, many Northerners, There are hardworking groups of new Canadians, the Filipino community that has made a home here and contributed so much to our economy over time. Mr. Speaker, what else is missing from this budget, moving forward from that piece, is a senseless, the continued downloading of benefits, the cost of benefits down to the people who they're supposed to serve. And I'm of course talking about extended health benefits. I do not support the changes in the last budget, and I continue to oppose them now. Again, they're not in here. Well, the benefits are, and but they still cost far too much. And if we're adding to the cost of living of even a single constituent, I feel that is a dereliction of duty on my part, because I promised to fight the cost of living, not to increase it. And this is a policy decision that has directly increased the cost of living for Northerners and their families and working people in the Northwest Territories. And I know we pay good wages in the North, but that doesn't mean people aren't living paycheck to paycheck. And if anyone thinks that's true, they're completely out of touch with the reality most families face, especially as we're looking to cost increase at the grocery stores, for homes, for jobs, and potentially supply shortages as well. Mr. Speaker, so I agree that this was a process, as the Finance Minister said, a process that led, after 22 hours and 23 minutes, to this final vote in the Chamber today. What we disagree is the nature of this process. This feels more, this process feels more of one of convenience, of a status quo that doesn't want to change, rather than one of consensus, where we move quickly to meet the moment that Northerners face themselves in. And that's very important, because when people look out, they're looking for this government for stability, and seeing the same old, but everyone getting along, we need to do more than that. We need to help people and meet people where they're at. And this budget just doesn't go far enough, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Member from Range Lake. To the motion. Member from Frame Lake? Great Slate.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Frame Lake was before me, so go right ahead.
To the motion. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I chose to take a bit of a different approach to negotiating the budget this year. I've spoken a lot to the need for increased funding going towards housing in this territory. And we discussed that a fair bit during the vote on the capital budget, which I voted against because I didn't feel that we had gone far enough. And as I said at the time, my issue was with the word notional. If we had removed the word notional, they would have had my support. Well, as a result of our negotiations of this budget, the word notional has been removed from the plan to fund housing in the Northwest Territories by $150 million over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, there are many issues in this territory that still matter to me, many issues that I think we need to resolve. I'll speak to a few of them in a few minutes here. But I wanted to ensure that we focused on this first and foremost because it was my top priority. And by focusing on it, and by really driving the point home to our colleagues that this is the top issue, this is the issue for me that I will defeat budget after budget over until we get movement on it. By putting that laser focus, as was said by one of the ministers today, I will say that the focus worked. We have obtained a commitment from Cabinet to put a significant amount of money towards housing that we hadn't obtained previously. I see this as an achievement. Mr. Speaker, a while back when we were negotiating the capital budget, it was identified by housing staff that year over year, the housing department is losing, well, not losing, but there's an infrastructure deficit building in the territory. And in order to address that deficit, we would need a minimum of $50 million a year to address it, to not be losing homes and losing ground on any progress that we're making on new builds. We are putting new builds out there. There was new builds happening before we negotiated this amount, but all of those new builds would just be negated by the fact that we're losing more. And so based on this evidence that we got from the Housing Department, members started to put forward the idea, well, let's not fall behind. Let's address this. Let's put the $50 million out there, and let's make sure that we are not losing housing stock. That was very important to me. I really see it as a minimum that we had to achieve. But it's worth noting that we were not there. We were not putting that $50 million into maintenance and improvement year over year in order to not fall behind. So that became a very important thing for me to advocate for, and I'm very glad to see that it's happened today. Is it perfect, Mr. Speaker? No, it's not. Perfection is a difficult thing to strive for in governance. I might say it's impossible, but I do like to strive. But it's not perfect. I am somewhat concerned that we are currently, the plan is to finance this money with some debt. I spoke at length during my reply to the budget address that we need to focus on our priorities, and in implementing our priorities, we need to figure out what we can let go of in order to implement the priorities. And so we haven't fully done that, but I have some more things to say about that. It's been suggested that we could do more. I don't disagree. But to do that, we need to be very clear. In order to do that, we either need to take on a significant amount of debt, or we're going to need bigger, more substantial, and more painful cuts. That's something I haven't seen a lot of enthusiasm for, or specific ideas. And certainly, I think there's definitely some areas that we could look at, and I continue to encourage and push Cabinet to make tough decisions, to squeeze every dollar, to look at our priorities, and particularly look at the areas that aren't priorities and how we can move money from those areas into the priority areas that we have. Because there are other priorities, now that we've got money in housing, that I want to turn to. But Mr. Speaker, I've been reflecting a lot on politics lately, as I would imagine a lot of Canadians have been doing, as increased chaos takes place below our border and is now crossing the border in the form of tariffs and threats. And something that's really stood out to me is just how valuable stability can be in governance. Just how much value reason has in governance. Taking due care, making careful decisions. It is possible to bring about radical, transformative change. You can break a lot of eggs doing that. I think that arguments can be made for both sides. I would argue that spending $50 million on our infrastructure deficit in housing every year is a pretty significant change from what we were doing previously. It could be argued that it's an incremental change. It's not as big as what Nunavut is doing. But something that I would note is that as we've been studying housing, as we've been engaging with Indigenous governments about housing, as we've seen plans develop around housing, we've heard a lot of different things. I was referring earlier in this session to the work that the Standing Committee on Social Development has been doing, and much of the advice that we're getting is how to get out of public housing, how to get out of people being dependent on the government for housing, and how to create more agency in communities over their own housing plans, how to create economic development by getting people building their own homes. And that's what we've been hearing from IGs, and so that looks a little bit different than just investing in public housing. I 100% support the $50 million a year because I think it's absolutely necessary. There is a role for public housing in this territory, absolutely. But I do think we need to be a little bit careful about how much we want to double down on that role. We need to learn from the mistakes of the past, and we need to understand that a one-size-fits-all solution is not going to work. I think that's one of the key things that we've been hearing, is that there is a housing spectrum. There's a lot of different ways to address this issue, and through a multifaceted approach is how we're going to get to our goal. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased with the progress that we made to bring more funding towards housing in this budget and the next 2 subsequent budgets. I think it's a big achievement. It's a big achievement for our Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight. I think it's a big achievement for the Housing Minister, and it's a big achievement for our Cabinet. And it's a big achievement for consensus government, to be quite frank. I will say a few things about what's next for me. Housing was my hill to die on, as we talked about last year for this budget. Going forward, I don't plan to just sit on my laurels and all the good work is done. Mr. Speaker, I am still concerned about cuts that are being made to education. I don't think that we have a solid enough plan for workforce development, and in particular, the role that education needs to play in economic development in this territory. So that's where I'm going to be placing pressure next. I want to be talking about some of the things that the member for Range Lake raised today. Stabilizing childcare. That is absolutely an important issue. I think it's something that we need to continue to pressure the minister on, and most importantly, work with the minister on and work with the childcare sector to find solutions that are going to work with the funding arrangements that have been made with the federal government, with that money that's desperately needed to ensure that families can afford childcare, Mr. Speaker. I too am interested in reforming primary care. Had a lot to say during this session about how we can set better targets, more specific targets, and get clear about what we mean by reforming primary care, and in particular what we are working towards. Mr. Speaker, I care about economic development also. That's one of the reasons that I've been pressuring the Minister of ECC on changes to the waters regs, and why I'm very excited about the work that the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment has been doing on reviewing the regulatory framework. That work is in the process of being concluded, and we'll be reporting back on that in the spring. And I'm very excited about that because I think it can. There's some recommendations coming from that could really change the way the regulatory system operates, and in particular how the GNWT relates to that system. And one of our priorities and one of the mandate items for this government is to improve regulatory. But I think that we have had a lot of difficulty around saying exactly what we mean by improvement. And so I'm hoping that that project helps put words and specifics to what we mean by that. So that's all I have in my notes, Mr. Speaker. I think it's clear from this speech that I do support the budget. I'm very happy and thank my cabinet colleagues for the commitment that they've made on housing. I think it's a big achievement for this assembly, and I really look forward to seeing the results of it. My understanding is that from talking to folks who are in the world of housing, that this kind of investment is going to make a big difference and people are going to feel it on the ground. That's the kind of thing that I see as an achievement of this kind of work, is when I see a constituent being put in a new home. So I'll leave my comments at that, Mr. Speaker. I am supportive of this budget, and thank you.
From Frame Lake. To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a big fan of brevity, so I'll keep my comments brief. First and foremost, I want to thank the Chair and Deputy Chair of AOC, who have done an amazing job negotiating for this side of the House this time and every time, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister of Finance for her hard work as well. I appreciate her making pragmatic choices in the spirit of consensus and collaboration. I also want to thank the staff of the Assembly and the public service who worked tirelessly to support this entire process. Mr. Speaker, I will support this budget, and I will tell you why. It is a momentous task to balance fiscal responsibility and also make strategic social investments into a core priority of this Assembly, which is housing. This budget is proof to me that our Cabinet is listening and doing what they can with the resources that they have. And even a bit beyond, Mr. Speaker, as they're willing to go into what I've been calling good debt for social investment, which is something I explicitly requested in my reply to this budget. We are remaining smart about our spending for the battles we cannot yet see, Mr. Speaker, but also tackling our priorities. We are spending on core social needs for the benefit of our residents, which is something we talk about every single day in this House. And I am glad that we are making notable progress. While we have a lot further to go, the tortoise may yet win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the motion, member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, I think we'll have to start replacing our water with Red Bull if we keep having these long days. Mr. Speaker, as one of my colleagues have said, my colleague from Range Lake, we spent over 20 hours on deliberating, 22, sorry, yes. So I'm going to touch on some of the negotiated items in my response today. I won't go through them all. I'm going to leave that to the minister. She's going to obviously articulate those when she speaks to the bill. But I want to talk a little more just about the process, Mr. Speaker, and how we got here and why we're here, I guess. Mr. Speaker, we're all elected officials, and you'll hear the saying all the time, if you're an elected official, you have to have thick skin, and maybe so. But, Mr. Speaker, we're also people. We're passionate residents from our communities, from our ridings that get up every day and go to work just like everyone else. It just so happens that our work, Mr. Speaker, is in politics. And to do that work, Mr. Speaker, you often carry a heavy load. You're carrying the expectations and the issues from our constituents in our respective ridings. We carry those on our shoulders when we come in here, and we take that serious. And it's often a heavy load, Mr. Speaker. And if you're from a smaller community, it often can be heavier. And that's not saying that the larger regions or the capital, Mr. Speaker, don't have important issues that they're carrying as well. But I mean, in the smaller communities, you have issues where you have constituents that are regularly having to do medical travel. You have constituents that don't have access to government services like you do in the larger centres. There's limited opportunities for employment in some of the smaller communities, and those things can be a heavy burden. And the members from those ridings have, come into this House carrying that. And Mr. Speaker, you know as well, we're vast in size geographically. We are small in numbers, and our ridings are typically small. And every member here will know if you go to the grocery store to pick up a carton of milk, what typically would be a 5 or 10 minute task, Mr. Speaker, likely will take an hour, maybe two, when you have to go and do that, because you're regularly, you're typically your constituents, your neighbor, or your workers are your neighbors, and they can reach out and come and see you on a regular basis, and that makes our job not that much more difficult, but certainly we're always engaged with our constituents, which again is very important. So, Mr. Speaker, we ought to be, and indeed I feel it's our job, and often we do, is that we help carry that load for our members, for our colleagues, and we do that. It's something I think that we can improve on, but certainly we do that. And when I look at, in this budget, I look at the 41 million, the 50 million, and 50 million, so the overall $150 million that's being allocated for housing, I think that's a good example where we're all willing to carry that load for each other. It's something you've heard in this House. We've said it through member statements. Obviously, we've brought it up in the last budget when we talked about the notional plan. This has been a priority and likely the #1 priority of this House, and it's something that we had focused on. And and I think to get to this point, it's not a small ask. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's not it's likely we're going to have to take on some debt to do that, but that's good debt. That's capital infrastructure debt, and I think it's important that that we note that. This means that there's more affordable housing across the Northwest Territories. This means if you're a tradesperson, if you're looking for work, that's going to increase that work. There's an economic benefit to this, Mr. Speaker. And and that also means that homes that have sat vacant. I've spoken to people who work for Housing Corp in my riding and certainly in other ridings. Where you get. Sorry, are you? Sorry. Where you get. Sorry, I'll look over here. where we have vacant units there, Mr. Speaker, that are. That have been vacant for years, and not because they're not habitable, but because we haven't had the M&I funding, the maintenance money to get that work done. And when I have people reaching out to me from my region after reading the article saying there's going to be $50 million put in the housing, they're ecstatic. They're saying, "Geez, give me a couple of million, and I can get several people put into their homes." And and that's important work, and it's an important effect, and it also affects not only people in trades or to provide employment through contractors and otherwise. You're looking at from sandwich shops to hardware stores to this kind of spending does have an economic impact in the regions, and it's very, very important. Mr. Speaker, consensus did get us here. I know we've had a lot of conversation around consensus, and I know even those who feel the budget didn't go far enough, Mr. Speaker. And I know there are members here that feel like, this budget is not far enough, we could have done more, and I understand that and I respect that. But Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, everyone at AOC made significant contributions to the final budget we have in front of us today. Everyone had an opportunity to speak, and again, while we didn't get, in our ridings, you're never going to get everything you want in your riding, or our budget would triple, I'm sure, to do that. But it was through consensus that we got here. I mean, obviously there were some some very heated discussions and debate along the way, but Mr. Speaker, we are AOC, and as much as it behooves us to follow our mandate to hold Cabinet accountable, it also behooves us to support the work that Cabinet does. We chose them. They're our Cabinet. We elected them. We put them in there to be our leadership group, and we have to put some faith in what they do, while holding them accountable, of course, is our mandate, but we do have to work, and that's consensus. We have to work with them. As I said, Mr. Speaker, no one in this House got everything they wanted for the riding. For me, I mean, I'm going to continue to advocate for LNG. You've heard me say this in the House many, many times. We need a source of revenue. We have a source of revenue set in the ground up there, 19 trillion cubic feet of it. And we have a report that says it's feasible to do that. And we have to continue, and I will continue to push for that and to push for our natural resources to get exported, to get that gas out of the ground, to provide some royalties in here. I'm going to continue to push for our child care centres. I brought that up in the House, and we've got the $3.5 million last year, and yes, it's slow to roll out. There is more work to be done here, and I'm going to take the ministers and the Cabinet at their commitment to continue to look to find a way to include day homes and to find a way that we can make sure that we have a sustainable daycare and childcare in our communities. The community learning centres, we've had a lot of conversation around that, and again, I agree. There are ones that are working, ones that need work, and I know that the minister understands that it is our mandate to provide learning, adult basic education, adult learning, and I'm hopeful that when we're coming back in May, I'm excited to see in the next sitting what that plan will be to ensure that there's continuity there. And it's not just one and done and shut down as the college has decided to do. Arctic sovereignty, you've heard me in this House, and I'll still be advocating to the Premier to get our Arctic Sovereignty Council set up as the Yukon has done. They also have a security in the university down there now. I forget the name of the course that they're offering down there, what they're doing, but again, it's a council. They're working on Arctic security down there, and I'll continue to do that. And I'll continue to advocate for working with Indigenous governments closer, whether it's through housing, as we've talked about here, whether it's through pooling funds, whether it's working together on projects. Again, a key piece of what we do. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied that the supplemental appropriations to come and the commitments on policy review and renewal that the Minister of Finance will outline when she speaks to this bill, and I won't get into every detail, I'll let the Minister do that. And I think those are significant. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in favour of the budget today. I'd like to thank my colleagues. A special thank you to the member from Des Choux, our Deputy Chair, who's been negotiating this budget with me on behalf of AOC, with the Minister. Her wisdom, I certainly appreciate that. Her ability to relate what it's like to live in a small community and ensure that small communities do matter and that their voices are heard at that table. I certainly appreciate that. I appreciate Cabinet. I appreciate the conversations I've had with Minister Kaptana around housing. And I appreciate, obviously, the Minister Wozniak and the Minister of Finance for her, as someone already said, for her pragmatism, for being pragmatic, for sitting down, for her wisdom, and to work to get to where we are. And it wasn't easy, and I'm sure there's members on Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, that didn't get everything they wanted for their department or their riding either. And conversations I've had with Cabinet will say the same thing. If everybody got everything they wanted, we'd triple our budget. And finally, again, thank you to my colleagues at AOC. I appreciate that not everyone is happy with everything we got, but I do want to thank them for their voice, for allowing myself and the member from the Des Choux to go and negotiate this budget. Again, this is huge. The $150 million we got, I think, is a huge win for this government, not for this committee, but for this government and for the people of the Northwest Territories. We're going to see wait lists go down. We're going to see more people moving into homes, either new homes or renovated homes. That was key. As the member from Premium Lake has said, it was a big piece for us, and I'm super happy that we got there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
From Nunavut Lake. To the motion, member from Tune-a-Day Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against the budget today when I cast my vote. It's not against the working relationship we built in this assembly or against our hard-working civil servants. It is for my constituents. They need a budget that truly supports them and a government that listens. The people of Willowdale tell me repeatedly every day that the government is not working for them, and I agree. I cannot stand by while my communities lose their young people to addictions and mental illness, and why elders are forced to leave their home community due to lack of local medical services or long-term care facilities. I cannot stand by as my people struggle with the high cost of living. And I mentioned in this House, Mr. Speaker, that on numerous occasions on the 19th and 20th Assembly talking about the community of Huitzilopochtli in my riding about a winter road. And the high cost of living in that community is very high. And instead of looking for solutions, it seems like we continue to put up barriers. So, Mr. Speaker, I struggle with the idea of the cost of groceries in the small communities. Everything's flown into the community of Huitzilopochtli, and it's very expensive, and jobs become harder to find. This government could do better, Mr. Speaker. The land is rich in resources, and the people are rich in culture, traditions, and traditional knowledge, but their poor living conditions do not reflect the true wealth. Don't take my words for it, Mr. Speaker. Look at the government-owned statistics. More homes are needed than ever before. More children are living in poverty, and more food insecurities continues to rise. Homes are falling into disrepair, and as public housing backlog grows. High school graduation rates for Denny students are well below the territorial average, and employment in public service remains out of reach. These numbers will only grow worse if this government continues to do nothing. Mr. Speaker, as this chronic underfunding isn't enough for my riding of Trinity-Willowdale is now facing a funding cut while the territorial debt limit has increased by over $1 billion. Where is this funding going, Mr. Speaker? Not to the Denny communities. We couldn't even keep up our own community learning centers open, and the department blamed enrollment rates, blaming the students. These centers have to be more widely used if their programs were more relevant and culturally appropriate for my communities. So all the money saved through the budget cuts and board debt says in the GNPT headquarters, because this government can't imagine making decisions without ever-growing workforce to commission studies and assessments without community input. We see this government knows best attitude every department. Mr. Speaker, they draft their plans, ask questions later. Then they hire consultants to tell them what went wrong. When I bring up the priorities, my chief and Métis presidents and elders, I'm told that civil servants, they'll never heard those concerns. That's because they don't truly consult Indigenous governments. Then I'm told that whatever priority they've ignored is not a real priority, but a political priority, as if I'm asking for a handout for the Denny people. This is the same old story, Mr. Speaker, despite promises of changes after the last election. The Premier, when he talked about in his 50-year vision for the cooperation and thriving self-government, or the Deputy Premier's vision of the NGWT working with empowered and accountable regional authorities, focus on Indigenous reconciliation through dialogues and relationship building. What about the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People that were passed here? And it's a mandate for First Nations to self-determination, autonomy, and decision-making. UNDRIP may have been passed in spirit, but the implementation is still missing. And we see the consequences of that inaction in this budget. With lack of consultation and cooperation with Indigenous governments, closing the CLCs and Denny communities exposes all the false promises. Mr. Speaker, we all want a dynamic, collaborative North where Métis and treaty rights are respected. But this budget is not known how we build the future. This budget kicks the can down the road to the next government, leaving the problem for the next assembly to solve. Sadly, this fault of any one minister or department, it is how our government operates. Our mandate for change conflicts with the GWT mandate, which seems designed to outlast any political leader's agenda. The stubborn refusal to accept change is a result of our territory not having a constitution, which we need to force the GNWT to uphold the treaty and Métis rights and the international rights to self-determination. But until a constitution is in place, many of the changes my people are demanding for their families and communities will not happen. So today, Mr. Speaker, I am voting against this budget, disappointed that despite everyone's hard work in this chamber, we are not making progress for my people and for all Indigenous communities in the North. Some may say my colleagues and I are playing politics, but my politics are about action. The only way to fight against the politics of inaction is by taking a hard look at our own territory and its government and the results we're getting. Without change, all the hard work means very little. Just the same old social problems, week in, and year after year since 1967. No action. Mr. Speaker, I will keep working for my constituents, no matter what. I will speak the truth every day as long as I have the privilege of being a member of this Legislative Assembly for the good people of the Trinidad. I'm not attacking anyone. I am attacking the outcome that hurt my people. Mr. Speaker, early this week, I put an invitation out to the Infrastructure Minister to come to my 4 communities and meet with our Indigenous governments. Let's put on the table what their needs are. Deta, we need a new school. Dilo, we need a new band office, a new gymnasium. Futske, we need a winter road. Fort Resolution, we need a new water treatment plant. We need programming for young people. Dust control in Futske is bad during the summer months. I hear that from our people every day when I go back to my communities. They text me, they phone me, I meet with the leadership, but I bring it here. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking for nothing. But I have the privilege of working with some really good colleagues around the table, even on cabinet side. When I come across to say that these are things I'm looking for in my community, it's no disrespect to my colleagues or cabinet. That's what I'm sent here to do. To speak for the people in my communities. Housing is one component. It only is going to fix up part of the problem that exists in our small communities. We are in a housing crisis here in the Northwest Territories. I sat on the AFN Housing Committee for 3 years at the national level. And right now, we're probably pushing over 200,000 homes short in Canada for all First Nations. Here in the North, we're probably about 10,000 homes short. But yet, you know, through the programs that we have here today, I can't even get the Housing Corporation or Housing NWT to fix one of my members in Tutsuke's sewage tank because it backs up 16, 17 buckets of 5-gallon pail of sewage for a single mother, a cancer member who's in remission and struggles. And I try to figure a way how we could try to address some of these issues. It's really tough. The young people in my community, I mentioned before, I've been to so many funerals. And it really hits home when it's our young people. So we got to do something about the addiction issues. We got to do something about the RCMP stepping up in our small communities to do their jobs. This government pays $80 million to the RCMP. I bring it to the cabinet, I bring it to the premier, I bring it to the justice ministers, and I still get calls from leadership in my community. So we have big problems here in the Northwest Territories. And the small communities need to be heard. And it's my job to bring it here. But I'm also trying to figure a way how we could work with cabinet to look for solutions. One example is that even though Housing NWT's got a $199 million budget, that's just to pay for the operation of existing LHOs and public housing units. But I knew that there's a lot of homes in our community that needs home ownership repairs. So I had to start thinking outside the box as a solution and put forward an idea to the finance minister and to the minister of housing. And it was a really good idea. And the idea is that we wanted to go into our 4 communities to inspect the homes. In the early days, we had the HAP unit that was provided by NWT Housing Corporation, funded through CMHC and Government Canada. That ended in 1993. But since then, a lot of our home ownerships are reaching the life cycle of 50 years. And if we don't do something now, the NWT Fire Marshal could go to those homes in those communities and shut it down because it's no longer meeting code. So through the help of the cabinet, we were able to get some money to do inspections. And I suggested that we work together and put forward a proposal to Government Canada to find money so that we could address those home ownership units repairs, because a lot of those homes are beyond economic repair and we have mold issues, etc. So those are the solutions that I'm talking about. We need to work together. Instead of putting up barriers so that it makes it harder for us to help our people. And I said this in committee as well. Often, that government policies are overriding our constitutional protected treaty rights. Because Government Canada funds this government too as well for the Indigenous, Métis and Inuits. That MACE talks about being the crown. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you to all my colleagues. I know we had a long session, and it's not often I see my friend over there, member from Range Lake, Frame Lake. The other day he didn't say much because he was tired. A lot of people don't know this, but all our colleagues here, they work really hard behind the scenes along with cabinet. Sometimes I come across being too hard, but at the end of the day is that I want to look for solutions, and I'm encouraging everybody to work together. Some people say that you're almost like an elder, and I listen to the elders in my communities. Been in a lot of meetings where the elders tell us what to say, but at the end of the day, we've got to respect each other. So, to me, Mr. Speaker, I'm just here for the people of my riding, speaking for them, because the issues that we have are real. We've got to look for solutions instead of putting up barriers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinity Willity. Colleagues, being respectful of the time and giving a bit of a break for our translators, we'll have a brief adjournment. Me as a speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House. Motions. Or to the motion. Member from the Sut 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be voting in favor of the budget. Recapping, before I continue, I will pay respect to all the previous presentations from my colleagues on this side of the House and the other side of the House. And when I look back at the very beginning of the Minister of Finance announcement 13 months ago on restoring balance, that was the approach that we took. And knowing through experience, there's going to be some hard decisions to be made. And the cost overruns have really got to be reflected to the hardships faced by the Sahtu region, particularly during last summer's events. But through collaboration, I was extremely pleased to see the ministers coming forth with assistance of business relief by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of ITI. And the homes coming to our communities, which really says it's a collaborative approach. When I look at the community of Delaney, and it's the same high cost of operating to my constituency budget, Mr. Chair. It's a fly-in region. I can only seasonally drive to these 5 communities that I represent. So one can understand the sustainability and the challenges on a high cost of living in the Sahtu. But through collaboration with Cabinet, we ease that tension of high cost of living during the no barging season and the evacuation of Fort Good Hope last June. Easing the tension and the stress generated by families forced to leave their community. The Premier traveled to Norman Wells on our request to help comfort the victims of evacuation caused by the Fort Good Hope fire, which came in within a kilometer of the nearest home. So you can feel the stressful tension that was going on during that evacuation. And we were saddened to hear during the evacuation that we lost a chopper pilot defending our community. And we're getting assistance from Cabinet and every minister throughout the last 15 months. But going back into our first Assembly budget, and we got 2 more to go. But it was accepted by myself, having gone through that restoring balance is going to mean reductions. And analyzing and prioritizing the need for physical assistance is really a chore that I have to contribute to Cabinet in doing so. However, moving ahead, as said, I support this budget, knowing the fact that reductions sunsets, forest growth, is a decision made by the stakeholders of this assembly. So in short, I respect my colleagues' opinions, and I look forward to being resilient and in particular implementing what we have. We have a budget and we set aside a nominal amount that we can feel comfortable in saying this is going to be our surplus moving forward. Now hopefully that is not jeopardized by the disasters the NWT has seen in various parts of the NWT over the last several years, placing more forest growth decisions on disaster recovery. All said, we still have the avenue of federal engagements to ease that physical cost in operating our 33 communities. So in short, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be supporting the budget. Merci.
Thank you, member from Lesot 2. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting the budget. I'm happy with the housing funding that's going to be distributed within the Northwest Territories, but there's still work to be done on distribution, especially within my region. After I looked at what the preliminary distribution dollars were going, it didn't look very bright for the communities of my region. So there is room for improvement. So I am happy with the housing allocation. But there's room for improvement in other areas, especially with the my favorite, the income support program. You know, we have to work at finding a way where we can get our those recipients to be part of the economy. 15% of my residents in the Beaufort Delta are on income support, so I'd like to find, get the Indigenous governments and other agencies involved in trying to get funding from EC&E to create programs where they can build their self-esteem, where they can join the workforce and be partners with the rest of the Northwest Territories in building our economy, especially in the Mackenzie Delta where unemployment is high. Closures of the community learning centers was a shock. Well, I've stated in our meetings that, our committee meetings, that this was ongoing since June of 2023, and then with a couple of weeks they just dropped this on the whole NWT. We wouldn't need the adult learning centers if improvements to the kindergarten to grade 12 was made better, rather than socially promoting our students and sending them to income support where they make a living off it. So kindergarten to grade 12 is where everything starts. We have to make improvements in our education system. It's pretty sad to see a graduate from a recent grade 12 program and see him at the front of the class having problems with simple arithmetic, and you expect these students to go virtually on learning. It's a hard task to even comprehend. The health care, we have to improve that within the smaller communities. With every week I'm getting notifications from the regional health department saying that one of the health centers are closed because due to staff shortage. They'd be open only for emergency cases. And I'm getting calls about medical travel, accommodations. We need collaboration with the cabinet, with the minister, to bring clarity for the residents of the Northwest Territories when they're traveling. Like, who's obligated to take these tasks on? So we need clarity in that. We got to find solutions for what I've been trying to bring forth the last few few sessions is the crisis we're in with the drugs and alcohol. The biggest places where they're setting up shop is right in with Housing NWT's public housing units. And the local authorities or Housing NWT can't do nothing. It's sad when you see, you go past a person's house and you know there's criminal activity there, but I've tried. I went to the RCMP myself. I've held interagency meetings. Our hands are just tied. We can't do nothing but, you know, hope and pray for the best of our people, and hopefully in the future this budget will come out where everyone is happy, but that's impossible. You know, I can't get everything from this budget that I want, that the residents of my constituency want, but we can be optimistic and hopefully we can negotiate throughout the year and try to get programs to heal our people, to make them feel better about themselves, be part of the workforce, be well educated. Education it's just a big factor. It's where everything starts. Then you get into alcohol and drugs, and it affects every department of this government. Every department, alcohol and drugs affects them. Collaboration and consultation with the communities is a big one. This government has to consult with the residents of the Northwest Territories and seeing what they want, what's hurting them. There's a lot of people out there hurting. Even just walking home from after session, you see people that are struggling. It's hard to see that. I don't know them, but I tell you, I brought this up before. I was in their shoes for 5 months until my cousin Stanley rescued me. I would have been probably still there because I didn't feel like I was an alcoholic, but I was surviving. And I think that's what these people are doing. We just have to give them a little encouragement because they all have potential. They all have work ethics, but they're stuck in a rut right now. But I will be supporting this this budget, but you know there is room for improvement as the year goes on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the commitment that the government will be spending $50 million on housing during each of the next 3 years is significant. We have been working towards this since the beginning of this Assembly. This wasn't something that we just came up with a few weeks ago, and we've been engaged in advocacy for housing both through our committees as regular members and in individual meetings with the Minister that I know many of us have had, trying to figure out a practical path forward on this. So we're starting to see the fruits of those labors, and I am encouraged. I do believe we still have a lot of work to do, particularly around figuring out how we can better support people who are currently in public housing to move towards home ownership. That's a message I've heard strongly and repeatedly, especially from my colleagues representing small communities. I think a big piece of what we need there is to get going on a large-scale amount of repairs and renovations in public housing to allow people to take over units and own them as their own. And I do expect that at least some of this new money will be supporting those efforts, but that will also take significantly ramping up our supply of tradespeople and the apprenticeships and the building of workforce capacity to get those kinds of repairs done. So this is not simply a matter of dedicating a certain number of millions of dollars to big ticket items. It's about putting the various pieces of our mandate priorities together, focusing our resources on programs that all lead towards the same goal. And I do think that one worthy and inspiring goal could be increasing rates of home ownership in the Territory. Now, the issue of community learning centres still sits in a difficult position. Aurora College's announcement of the closure of the community learning centres has both opened up new opportunities, especially for Indigenous governments and other community-based partners to take back more control over adult learning in communities. It's also threatened many community-based programs that have been going very well, such as the Literacy Outreach Centre here in Yellowknife, and many existing partnerships in the communities that have been delivering trades, programming, and essential skills training. I understand that it will take some time to figure out the next steps for each community with regard to their adult learning plans and their community learning centres. Some communities will want to repurpose those CLC buildings to serve some other need in the community, whether that's some purpose in healthcare or perhaps use by a local high school trying to offer programming to more mature learners. Those are some of the examples I've heard of what else communities do want to do with those CLC buildings if they haven't been well utilized. But for those centers that have had lots of productive programming going on, it will take time to untangle and detail who are the partners that have been working with Aurora College in delivering those programs, what holes exactly will be left with the college pulling out, what resources can still be offered by partners, what are the missing pieces left, and whether that's missing staff or missing space to offer the programs, and then how we're going to plug each of those holes and fill in the missing resources. I genuinely believe that UCE has not had time to finish that work yet, but that they are committed to doing it. The tricky part will be when we do get to the point where we can identify exactly what resources are needed to keep the momentum going on the existing courses and training. We need to be able to find those resources, and I will continue to push that this government provide them to ensure that those critical workforce training and adult learning programs continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this budget. I do commend the work of all the members in this Assembly, and I look forward to the continued work ahead. Thank you.
From Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues here and for the work that we've done to come to this day. And it's been quite some work that we're doing. I'm happy that we got some stuff, even though some things I didn't get in my region. I still don't have a house cabin in Kakiza. People in Enterprise still can't go home. But we are working together, and I am working with my colleagues to ensure that things do happen in my riding. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker. This has been my first year working and doing the job that I'm doing, and going through a lot of seen a lot of things change, seen a lot of things happen and not happen. The drugs are in our communities, they're devastating lives of our people, health care. I'm happy that we have we passed a motion to allow medical escorts. Now we don't know how that's going to work out, but when it does work out, people will be happy about that. We had some little wins, and I reiterate what a lot of my colleagues said. There was things that happened. We got some things we didn't get, but the way I look at it, we got some little wins and things happen slowly. We can't get everything we want right now. But all in all, I was sent here to work for the people in my riding. It's been a tough time for us. But we're working together to make sure that our people get what they need. It's not easy. We've had a lot of death in our community and our communities in the last while. So people are hurting. And here we're dealing with budgets and having to deal with even our own personal stuff, our own personal issues around our families and stuff, and yet we're working to help our people. It's in regards to housing. I'm happy what we got, the 30 million for the next 3 years. Healthcare, like I mentioned, a motion to get medical escorts. However, we have the issues of drug and alcohol issues in our communities. But all in all, Mr. Speaker, we have to work together to find solutions for the things that we're dealing with. Even though things may look bleak to some, I say, Mr. Speaker, while my colleague sees a glimpse, or I see a glimpse of hope for our people working with this government. And my colleagues on the other side, the cabinet, if you work with them, they will work with you. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to say I'm going to be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Member from the date shown. To the motion, member from Mofwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to all our colleagues here, both the regular MLAs and to the cabinet, for the hard work that went into this budget. I know that we don't always get what we want, but I am pleased with the budget. I am pleased that there's more money put in the budget for housing. And we know that there's a lot of problems in the small communities. Mental health and drugs in small communities are on the rise, and there are efforts being made to address those issues. And similar to what my colleague from Mackenzie Delta said, there is room for improvement. But there is a good working relationship with the cabinet and with the regular MLAs and with the Indigenous government and organizations, which I am pleased about. I feel like the government is listening to us. You know, they're listening and they're hearing our concern. With all the statements that we have been making since last year, since last fiscal year and the beginning of the last fiscal year as well too. So they have been listening, they have been hearing our concerns for that reason that there's more money put into the housing. And which housing is a major issue in small communities, so I am quite pleased about that. There is something that I am worried and concerned about is that in Klitschko region that Klitschko communities are growing and they are expanding. For example, Bichiko, they're building a new subdivision. That means that there's going to be more houses that's going to be going up and a new school will be built. So the thing that I see problem with here is that MACA funds, it's not going far enough. That one we need to, they need to start focusing on working with small communities, especially the communities that are expanding, that are growing. More of our people are going home. You know, we're not living, there's a lot of social issues in all the communities, even in the larger regional center. Because of that, there's a lot of people that are saying they want to go home. And we have seen that happen in many of the small communities. So I am quite pleased with the budget right now, but it's just that the MACA needs to start focusing on working with the community government. And in Bichiko alone, that we will need more program and service delivery when the new expansion, when we complete the new subdivision, and with the infrastructure as well. So I am pleased. For that reason, for a lot of other reasons too, I will be supporting this budget as well. Thank you.
Member from Mofwee. To the motion, member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's start off with the good. $100,000 going into the program for Family Violence Shelter Network. That money was saved or added, however you want to look at it, to help NGOs. I think that's probably the most significant movement in this particular budget that I saw. That said, without that money, many people would be at risk, and I wouldn't even want to try to calculate how many people would be at super harm's way or worse, Mr. Speaker. So let's go with the other stuff, the less good. Recently, as we all know, the government got a $1.3 billion increase to the debt wall, and I think that that is really the turning point of where the housing conversation started. Whereas I think if I have the number correct, I mean, we keep throwing numbers around, but it's like $41.6 million intended to be invested in it. And the challenge I see when I read this is, and when I say this isn't really going far enough, is the fact that if you read the details, it talks about modernizing, it talks about improving, it talks about replacing. What are we doing for net increase? And so when everybody keeps saying, well, we didn't always get what we want, I'm really curious what we got. We got the government's notional plan turned into an action plan to modernize, improve, and replace houses. I would have liked to have heard we're going to have a net increase of 50 houses, 100 houses, 200 houses. I'm sure you get the point. Net increase. So have we put those families at risk have we made those families at risk any safer? Have we helped those people on the edge, and have we protected them? Have we given them a firmer ground? I'm not sure this budget does that. I'm not reading that. I've looked it over, I've asked questions, I'm curious. I think my colleague from Rangelink even asked the housing minister, what's the net improvement today? And she respectfully, of course, took it as notice. Some of the stuff is still in the air. We don't know. Or at least she said she'd get back, I guess, to it. But the point is that we don't even know what we're buying. But we know we're buying something. And that's kind of interesting. So we're buying a bit of time for daycares. I know we're buying that. We see a bit of money in for daycares. But it's not saving daycares. I think it's a temporary respite. It's not hearing their problems, it's deferring them, kicking them down the road. The question is was this budget prepared to take care of or support day homes? I don't know. But I can assure you they are even further down the road at risk, and this budget doesn't speak to that. Mr. Speaker, political priorities, as highlighted by my colleague from Range Lake many times, the shift. I mean, up until recently, we were talking about 6% of the budget is dedicated to political priorities. Now we're closer to 7.5%. I mean, so that's what we're really talking about. When we get elected to a mandate to do things, but we just surrender to the public service. I wish there was two budgets, honestly. Not that I enjoy this process, trust me. This isn't a love-in most days. But that said, it's not horrible either. But I would say, I wish there was a budget where we talked about the basics, nuts and bolts of government, and then we talked about the political mandate of politicians. Whereas in housing needs to be added, and we turn that into the political mandate from that focus. But we don't. It's all meshed together. So when we say status quo budget, we really mean whatever keeps the lights on. So the irony of in using round numbers, Mr. Speaker, of the 50 million this year, 50 million next year, that's the government's plan. And it's weird that when you think about it, it takes the members to push the government on their plan. I mean, even to Housing Corp's own, I would say, point, a few meetings back, they can't even do 100 houses, new doors in 4 years. I don't know what's going to roll out. I mean, I look forward to it. But like I said, I wish the conversation was about net gain, about where this money goes. Not repairs, not replacements, not refurbishing. And by no means would I stand here and say that that isn't important. Please don't get disillusioned by my concern. But when we talk about trying to tackle that 3,000 or more in need, this is what we're talking about. We need net houses. Net homes, sorry. I shouldn't say houses, because houses come in many forms. Net homes. Mr. Speaker, I'm still frustrated about the IEP. I think in time, that was part of our concerns as the package. And it's the old, you can ask for the moon as part of your process. And I'm worried that time will roll out, that we're no further ahead on this file other than making people more angry with their government. Extended health benefits, revisiting that was asked through this budget process, and it was unceremoniously dismissed. extending commissions or finding better ways to work with the brewery or cannabis industry. I mean, these industries are struggling and they need every break. I mean, they are little microeconomies that change the nature of a community. As a matter of fact, it actually makes it an exciting community when you think about when they're busy and energetic and they're doing things and people are involved. It's those things that spark life. And it's important. If the government viewed it as it was a little bit of a net loss, think of it this way. We do a lot of things for net loss. As a matter of fact, we have certain departments that should be called net losses. But that said, it's the benefit of what it does. Overall, that is. CLCs, you know, it's I'm not tired of fighting this one, but I feel like it's one of these we keep ringing the bell and not enough people in the government are listening. You know, sure, literacy outreach may have sounded like it might be okay, but I don't know if it'll be okay in Yellowknife, Fort Smith, and Inuvik. Yeah, that's Yellowknife too. That's my writing. You know, this is this community. It's a risk. So the overall package of these concerns are concerning. You know, I feel like my colleagues, you know, whether it's my colleague from Tuna Day, when he talks about feeling communities are under siege. And so when we lose the CLCs, but the college gets to keep the cash, I mean, it just seems so contradictory to the business of what we're doing. We have to do fiscal restraint, which is government talk about, you know, reductions, but not really reductions. Well, I'm sorry, every one of those communities, one of these CLCs was in, I mean, that's a job loss. And every job loss has a ripple effect. And every community is going to feel that. So if you have one job, it could affect 2 or 3 people in that family, in that community. One government job in a community is overwhelming. Add 2 or 3 jobs into a larger community. Add 3 or 4 jobs to a community regional center. All of a sudden you're affecting, Mr. Speaker, schools, kids playing pond hockey, you know, little social clubs of what they exist. Like the elements and the fabrics are under siege. That's how I feel it. So when the member for Tuna Day Welliday talks about losing these things, I mean, I worry from my perspective that the community of Fort Resolution, I've been to that community center many times. It's a beautiful place. It's a community center, for goodness sakes. So now to leave them to sit there empty and heated and doing nothing, I mean, I worry. I'd rather we continue a process until we know what we're going to do. But trust us is not a good policy to live by. Mr. Speaker, if you think about what the members actually accomplish cash-wise, it's literally $100,000 back to the family violence shelter. We argued and held the line on the government's money. You know, it feels like, well, I got to convince them my idea is their idea, and all of a sudden they get all excited about it, and then I tell them, hey, great idea, never heard that before. Well, this is one of these cases. I feel like we're championing their idea all along. Mr. Speaker, if we think about the $50 million, now I'm going to roll it up in a whole dollar. I mean, it's less than 2% of the budget. That's not a significant dial move. You know, so when if I may respectfully say, the pilot biscuit brigade that lives on click over here and does it the old-fashioned way of lean budgets and scraping by, and then we look over, metaphorically, Mr. Speaker, the well taken care of side, because apparently we've turned into a feelings assembly, the well taken care of other side. You know, and when you're asking for something about helping students, and it's like, well, it's not our idea, so against you. You know, so the idea is, what did we support? I'm glad some dial change is going to happen on the housing. I'm just personally embarrassed by thinking about, like, I don't think it's going to change anything. And everybody keeps saying, well, you can't get what you want. I'm just not convinced we know what we got. And I'm not convinced what we got was what we really wanted. I think everyone here talked about wanting net increases to houses, not less squeaky doors or less leaky windows or things like that. We wanted new doors so new families can move in and feel safe. I mean, I'm curious on how it's going to look like. Now, if you do the math backwards, Mr. Speaker, and again, using round numbers, even though it's not 50 million this year, I believe it's 41.6 or something in that range. Math backwards is we're talking if it was houses alone, It's 3 houses per community on average. But they haven't promised houses, they promised repairs, modernizations, and improvements, not new houses. So I'm not sure what we're getting. I certainly look forward to whatever we get. I do believe that improved, healthier lifestyle, whether now we're talking about suitability of houses, if it fixes families in our communities and regions, I think that's a good thing. It's hard to say no, but it's just hard to say what did we actually buy. And the last part I'll speak to, Mr. Speaker, is I frankly hate the phrase negotiation. I don't feel like we negotiate. I feel like, what are you going to let us have? And I think people don't put that into perspective enough. So the media is going to go blah, blah, blah. They negotiated a good deal. I don't care what the media says, honestly. Yeah, they can say whatever they want. We didn't negotiate. We got what they let us have. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion, member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day. I've got a lot of papers in front of me, but I'm going to try and get this on the rails. Let me start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this budget process is a negotiation. It is a difficult one. It's a difficult one for everyone. Not everybody on Cabinet gets what they want at the Cabinet table. But we do have to come together. We have discussions about what the issues are, what our priorities are, what our constituents need, what our residents need from all different sized communities here, from small communities to the capital to regional centres. And it's not an easy conversation. But Mr. Speaker, we always do come together, and Mr. Speaker, then we come to this process. I will say, Mr. Speaker, one of the things, and I want to speak a little bit to the process, it's not well understood. As I've attended FPT tables, federal, provincial, territorial meeting tables elsewhere, I've realized how different we are from the way things operate in a provincial jurisdiction. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I don't make the budget. The Department of Finance doesn't make the budget. That often is how it happens elsewhere. Instead, the 7 of us collaboratively make the budget. Everyone is responsible for bringing forward submissions from their department. We have to go around the table in the Financial Management Board, and then it comes forward to the Assembly, first to committees in the confidential in-camera review process that we begin way back in January. And through that process, MLAs have an opportunity to ask each minister detailed questions, sometimes informing themselves about where they may want to ask questions later in public, and sometimes informing themselves to better understand a direction, and very often also pushing a minister in a department on an issue they see in there that they want to see some change. Sometimes that ultimately comes forward through the negotiation process, and sometimes it ultimately can be a discussion between that member and that minister that can be part of what goes on throughout the process of consensus government. People can begin to work together on issues as the member from Yellowknife North and the member from Nunavut Lake now work together on a number of issues in the healthcare front. But then, Mr. Speaker, once we do come to a point where there's some sense of where we're coming into the Legislative Assembly and conducting the public review of each department, of each division, of each area, the questions again get asked, and again that's an opportunity where government is being pushed and saying, look, this is what the political actors elected to lead are asking and expecting of you. And so again, departments go and will shift the work that's happening within the departments. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give a bit of a shout out. We do have a little over $2.6 billion in total revenues, and our expenditures $2.3 billion. Well, $472 million of that is the public service. Those are the folks that do all the things. Every single thing that we're talking about here, that's them. That's what that pays for. It pays for them to do all of those things and provide those services. And another $1.2 billion goes out the door. It's the grants and contributions and transfers that we give to municipalities and small communities and large communities, NGOs. It goes out the door to all of them. And again, helps us deliver all the programs and services we're describing here. And we do, when we come to a point of trying to figure out what we need to do, from the cabinet perspective, we know walking in here it's going to be a discussion with members from the other side in order to pass the budget. And there has certainly been evolution over the course of assemblies about how that gets done. And Mr. Speaker, I'd say I'm proud to say that in this assembly we've continued that evolution, leading to today where the focus is on changes that are reflective of the priorities of the Assembly. And they are focused on changes that not only prioritize the Assembly, but also that prioritize the whole of the Assembly. So rather than being, you know, a one-off item or a particular choice for one community or one type of program or service that maybe services one group, it really is an effort, I would say, as a collective to try to benefit the whole of the territory and all of our priorities. Mr. Speaker. It's on a high level, and that's something that I think we should be all proud of, that we can all look at one another and try to find those kinds of issues where we can make big changes. We also, Mr. Speaker, in this government have shifted to having our business plans as part of our main estimates, but what that's meant is that it opens up this negotiation. It's no longer just about line items, Mr. Speaker. We're now opening up the entirety of the business process of what we do as a government, what all of the public servants do, and opening it up to this discussion of change. And Mr. Speaker, it is a complicated one. I have a 14-page spreadsheet of all the different things we've been discussing over the last while, of areas where we might go back and forth and might find some room to change. I want to highlight just a few, but Mr. Speaker, it's just a few, it's not everything, and I won't go through the whole thing, owing in part to the time. But this process of beginning in January, one-on-ones between ministers and MLAs with particular issues or needs, going through the in-camera review by department, going through negotiations, it pushes the public service who want to deliver good programs and services, and it pushes them to do that through this process. It's everything that's part of the consensus process. This is the highlight. This is what people pay attention to. But it's been 3 months of getting here. And even before that, it's been the relationships before that where we knew and we expected what was coming, particularly on an ask from housing, but on other areas too. So with that, Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions around income assistance, and I know that's been mentioned again tonight, so I do want to acknowledge that. It's a known now need. There's going to need to be some consideration of how we can re-examine and look at the success or lack of success of income assistance. It's not working the same for everyone and for every community, and that is a recognition, but that's been a significant conversation as a result of budget negotiations. I don't have the outcome today because it's complicated and it's not easy, but the point is that by being part of this process, the government is now being pushed to go and look at it because it's been brought forward, it's been discussed, and we know that there has to be action taken. Mr. Speaker, I want to also acknowledge there's some small things, even just for example, I think I don't necessarily know which member brings forward particular issues. Sometimes I can guess. But Mr. Speaker, there's been questions around the NWT child tax benefit, and can we improve this? Can we make this better for residents? Well, Mr. Speaker, I need to do some math on this one. We need to run that one a bit more. But we've committed to go and say, yes, we're going to look at this. So even ideas like that, it doesn't have to come through the budget process, but it also can. And that's, I think, what makes consensus different, is that it, again, highlighted on today, but it is an ongoing dialogue and relationship that we have when we can discuss areas and concerns and ideas, and in a way that might not be happening when we're constrained in a different system. I'm going to skip over my housing line for the moment, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to come back to that one in a bit. But there's been a commitment, again, EC&E and housing recognizing that they have an opportunity to find a way to increase apprentices. There's been a real recognition that this is an area of some success, but it's also an area where we need to keep those successes growing and that momentum going, so acknowledging that. Discussion around defence and sovereignty strategy, and acknowledging that we'll have something ready for the next sitting. Again, that's saying that there's going to be a strategy ready in this area by the May sitting. That's a commitment that maybe I didn't need to detail here, but it's been already made to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. They know it's coming and they're going to hold us to it, because they're pushing us on this as an area that we know is important. So other items around discussing what's coming next in GRI, which I know is important to some, and how we're going to move forward to program evaluation. even the $100,000 for family violence shelters being reinstated, but also, Mr. Speaker, moving from Health and Social Services, which makes it a bit more of a one-off, putting it over in EIA now. So reflecting again a push towards what can we try to do to make these systems, to make the fundings, to be more unified, more organized, and have them make more sense. So NGOs know that the funding mechanisms will sit in a relatively more housed in EIA, and over time move away from being department by department, which is much more difficult, obviously, for an NGO with limited capacity to have to figure out and navigate. So we're making that commitment to get that work done. A lot of discussion, obviously, around the health and social services sector. And Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work happening and a lot of conversations being had with how to make that system run more efficiently and effectively, in order to make sure that we're using those public dollars. It's almost a third of what we spend is on health. That is a major priority of this government. We want to be spending those dollars as best we can to service residents and to service them in a way that provides good health care and supports the people that are providing that health care. Mr. Speaker, it is sort of a last but not least housing. I do want to speak to the housing item. It was a part of the discussions we had back in the fall when we passed the capital budget. And at that time, the commitment was to figure out a plan, and what we then called a notional plan, and there was much time spent on the word notional back then. A notional plan is just that. It's the idea of presenting a plan with dollar figures associated, but not necessarily knowing where those dollar figures might come from. Over the years, Housing NWT does, on average, have managed to find some funding, typically from some federal entity or agency, or the CMHC or otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, coming in here this session, there was no new funding coming. There were no new announcements coming, but we certainly knew that there'd be pressure from our colleagues. So that notional plan was put into an incremental plan, which followers of the House might recall hearing the Minister of Housing have to say, as she was describing the budget sitting as a witness. Incremental meant that there was options starting at $5 million and gradually moving up of what we could do with different types of funding. Well, Mr. Speaker, the full plan, the full $50 million, so a base amount that was already coming from the GNWT plus the new amount included to bring it to $50 million, is where we landed. So it is a significant investment, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest it's now funding the full plan. So it is no longer notional nor incremental. It is now the full plan. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give full credit to our colleagues on the other side for this, because it wasn't necessarily where we thought this would land, but it was very clear that it's where they wanted this to land. And I have a bit more sort of news, if I might, on that, and it's that, Mr. Speaker, although we've shared with our colleagues what that first year might look like, in terms of looking at the modernization and improvements, which is the major renovations that keeps a house from becoming a boarded-up derelict unit. There's about 175 that can be funded through this, and another 47 that can be replaced on top of that. It takes a huge dent over these 3 years into the $200 million housing infrastructure deficit that we estimate exists, Mr. Speaker, and that's a significant change in that space to make sure that houses aren't being boarded up, aren't looking derelict, aren't bringing down communities, and they're actually going to be in and available for people to live in and to use and to move away from wait lists. The other thing I want to give credit to my colleagues on is they've accepted, Mr. Speaker, every member who is representing a community was shown the lists of wait lists, the lists of the age of the housing units, and are accepting that this is now a data-driven plan. So again, acknowledging, and I appreciate that while that is putting us into a place where we are as a group making evidence-based decisions and making evidence-based choices, and I do acknowledge that's hard because it doesn't always align with sometimes what we feel when we look around in a community that you're in all the time, but you can come here and say that we have an evidence-based approach. And one other good piece of news I'll give, and again, it's credit to our colleagues, by making this a 3-year commitment, we now have more economies of scale that we can use to deliver this plan. And that means that these numbers, 175 this year and 47 this year for replacements, may go up because we are now able to order more, use a more economy of scale approach, and plan to have mobilization costs community by community managed differently and better. Now, of course, it's a time of tariffs, so it's difficult to predict anything these days, Mr. Speaker, but one thing we can say is that over 90% of housing's contracts are delivered locally. They're delivered by northern businesses, northern residents, northern people. And Mr. Speaker, so while I don't know what's happening with the tariffs, and I can't necessarily predict what's happening south of the border, but I can say that this is an investment that we believe can be delivered by Northerners, for Northerners. So again, it's credit to our colleagues for pushing us for the 3 years, because it's created that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm running longer than I expected, but Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly mention the CLCs, the Community Learning Centres. Again, it's been a subject of much conversation. I do want the public to know that our colleagues have been dogged on this, both on the floor, but also with myself, with Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, right up to the very end on this one. I appreciate the grace that they're giving us on this one. And what I mean by that is we do need a bit of time. Obviously, Aurora College is an independent entity. It does operate at arm's length. We may not always be happy about the decisions it's making, but it is structured to make those decisions on its own. GNWT does have a responsibility to deliver education, and the Minister of Education, Culture, Employment, and supported by our colleagues, is committing that we're going to go back and look and acknowledge that there's not one size fits all here, but that she will, over the next just couple of months, go back to the communities that have operating CLCs, go back to those that have operating programs, and figure out who wants to see what happen next. We've already had outreach from some communities saying they want the facility. That will then look over to Department of Infrastructure to see what we can do to move those processes along. But others that want to see the programs continue that may be funded from third-party sources. So we're going to figure that out. We're going to provide a critical path and a timeline. And we're going to do that by the May sitting, Mr. Speaker, which is a pretty quick turnaround, but it is an important item, and we're happy to make that commitment. So. With all that, Mr. Speaker, of course there's always more that people will want. That is the nature of government. The needs of the territory and the needs of the residents don't stop. The needs of our communities don't stop. But this is probably the single biggest budgetary change that I'm certainly aware of ever being made, but we're proud of it. It's one that does reflect the priorities of the Assembly, and I thank my colleagues for getting us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Yellowknife South. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Yellowknife South has asked for a recorded vote. For all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Det Cho, the member for Sahtu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabacha.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Tunade Welede, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand. (15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions). The motion is carried. Bill 25 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, can you please determine whether the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, the Honourable Gerald Kissoon, is prepared to enter the chamber and ascend to the bills?
Please be seated. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Premier Simpson, ministers, members of the Legislative Assembly, and staff, and visitors in the public gallery. Hakana Inuit, Dwin Gwinzi, Shakwichin Kat, welcome. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather are treaty lands and the home to many Indigenous people, including the Quechua Dene, the Clecho, the Métis. We are grateful to be on this land. I want to thank my family and my friends and community for their support. I hope that I make you proud. Now, as the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, I am pleased to assent to the following bills. Bill 11, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act. Bill 12, Business Day Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 19, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 3, 2024-2025. Bill 20, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures and Borrowing Authorization, number 2, 2024-2025. Bill 25, Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures, 2025-2026. Haicho, Huinakpak, merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Please be seated. Colleagues, it's now my turn to talk. I listened to 12 replies to the budget, so I got my binder ready to go, and so we got till about 10 o'clock. So I'd like to thank the Commissioner, the Honourable Gerald Kissoon, for being here today to assent to our legislation. It was an honour to have him join us in the Chamber, and I thank the Mr. Commissioner. Colleagues, before we adjourn, I want to say a few words. I will be quick. However, I know we all have things to do, people to see, and many of us are preparing to travel home to our constituents, friends, and families. Colleagues, please join me in thanking everyone that makes it possible to do our jobs here. We have and rely on a wonderful team, and I want to let them know we appreciate all that they do for us. Our staff do everything from keeping the building open, operating safely, to ensuring that We are seen and heard on television, computers, and radios across the territories, and providing research and procedural advice. Our contractors ensure the Assembly building is clean, snow is cleared, and the meals are delicious and nutritious. Please join me in thanking them. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our interpreters and our pages. February was Indigenous Language Month, and it was wonderful to see our interpreters and hear our Indigenous languages spoken each day. We honor our culture when we use our languages, and our interpreters make it possible for us to do that. Please join me in thanking our interpreters for their hard work and dedication to our language, as well as the beautiful potluck we had at lunchtime, and it was all traditional food. Colleagues, I love that we were able to bring youth from across the territories to join us in this House as pages. The youth are our future, and I believe our PAGE program invests in that future by teaching our youth about our form of consensus government. It is amazing to watch their confidence grow throughout their time here, and I want to let them know that they do a great job and we appreciate their efforts. These young people are our future leaders, our future teachers, doctors, and tradespeople. No matter what path they take, I know that they will be working for the better future. I know some of our pages really love the time they spend here. In fact, some of them love it so much that they come back to us. Two of our current table officers are former pages, so maybe we'll see some of you again in the future. I didn't say the people's names, I just like to thank them. Colleagues, please join me in thanking all our pages for being here with us this whole sitting. So, I also want to take a moment to talk about another great program we offer for our young people, our Youth Parliament program. From April 29th to May 1st of this year, we will host 19 grade 9 and 10 students from across the territories to learn about our style of consensus government and participate in a model session in this chambers. Colleagues, I cannot stress how much I enjoy our Youth Parliament program. It is both inspiring and humbling to work with and hear our youth when they speak to the issues impacting them, their peers, and their community. I plan on being here to participate in the program again this year, and I want to encourage each of you to do the same. If possible, take the time to meet with your youth representative. Also, our team will be looking for members to volunteer as the pages during the model session. Please consider giving a few hours of your time to serve our youth parliamentarians. It's a great experience for both members and youth. Finally, colleagues, I want to congratulate you on getting through what I believe is our most challenging sitting of the year. Maybe not. When we consider our main estimates when we were considering our main estimates and operation budget, I've sat both as a regular member and cabinet member and now as a speaker. I know these discussions and negotiations can pull at our heartstrings. We want to do what we think is best for our residents and our territories, but we do not always agree. It takes a lot of work, communications, and compromise to get through a budget. We make difficult decisions, work together, and we move forward together. This is consensus government in action. I know personally you don't always get what you are looking for, but that is part of the process. Colleagues, this House is not scheduled to sit again until May, but I know we will all be busy with ongoing work of the government and committees. I look forward to seeing all of you back in this chamber in May for our next sitting. Thank you, colleagues. Let's wrap this up and so we can all get home to our friends and family. Don't forget to let them know how much their support and encouragement matters to you. Mr. Kirk, orders of the day.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 530, 607, and 645, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions 14-20(1), 15-20-1, 16-20(1), replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration committee of the whole of bills and other matters, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Oh, sorry, 21st. Wednesday, May 21st. My notes has something different. Sorry.
First of all, I want to, oddly enough, I'll do it this way. I want to acknowledge the great statement by the member for Yellowknife South about our good friend Steve Luditz. She said much of what I would have liked to have said, but it is recognition of, so I'll say this to Mr. Steve Luditz, our retiring DM of infrastructure. I want to thank him for his many years of service, and I used to call him Director Luditz when he was a manager, and then guess what? He got appointed to director. Then I used to call him Assistant Deputy Minister accidentally, and then he got bumped up. Then I called him Deputy Minister, and then he got bumped again, and I've been calling him Commissioner lately, so you never know. There might be, I might be the lucky rabbit's foot, but the only fault I find with Mr. Luditz is, and I'm darn well going to say this, Dallas is a terrible team. Go Green Bay.
Recognition of visitors and gallery. Member from Nuvik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a page from Inuvik Twin Lakes, Catalina Sabachi Raymond, who is here with us this week. And I'd like to recognize my Deputy Minister